After bankruptcy, the cold-blooded female boss became my wife. When Gu Yannian was still a billionaire heir, he never imagined he'd one day become a wage slave. Even now, he didn't expect that his side gig as a part-time driver after work would land him an order from his ex-girlfriend. The once shy and innocent girl had transformed into a cold and stunning CEO. He thought she would hate him to the core, but why did things start getting ambiguous? Hey, I'm a decent guy, okay? Hands off, don't touch me like that. Chapter 1 From driver for hire to CEO ex-girlfriend. Go get the car. Outside the neon-lit bar, Su-Yanqi stepped out, still tipsy from the alcohol. She casually tossed the keys to a Porsche into the hands of the driver she had just ordered. The man wore reflective striped windbreaker standard attire for part-time drivers. As he took the keys, he instinctively glanced at the woman in front of him. Then, with a stiff motion, he tugged the brim of his cap lower to cover more of his face. Just as he turned to retrieve the car, someone hurried out from the bar behind them. The newcomer wore a sleek suit, hair parted neatly, and gold-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. He looked refined, almost scholarly, but also like a sleazebag. The driver's hands clenched tighter on the keys, and he pulled his mask up higher. Yanqi, it wasn't easy to get the old classmates together again. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The suited man asked, reaching for Su-Yanqi's wrist. Unsteady on her heels, she staggered back a few steps, her delicately shaped brows knitting together. Suzhou, I've already seen everyone, talked, drank. I need to go home and rest. There's work at the company tomorrow. Suzhou gave a casual smile and stepped closer. Yanqi, you're a woman, you should enjoy life more. Just say yes to dating me, and I'll make sure a big order lands in your company every month. Su-Yanqi backed up again, sneering, what's that supposed to mean, President Su? You want to keep me? Tonight, she wore a form-fitting black evening dress, not overly revealing, but perfectly tailored to highlight her curves. Her mature, cool demeanor only added to her allure. She was the type of woman who could destroy kingdoms with her beauty. Suzhou's gaze involuntarily dropped to her collarbones. Come on, Yanqi. Don't make it sound so unpleasant. We're two people in love, just a normal relationship. Despite the alcohol in her system, Su-Yanqi's mind was clear. She knew exactly what this man was after. Sorry, President Su. I'm not interested. She turned to leave without hesitation. Suzhou's facade cracked. No longer the gentleman, he barked out, why? Why won't you give me a chance? Is it still because of Gu Yannian? Su-Yanqi stopped mid-step. She turned back and slapped him hard across the face. Don't you dare mention his name in front of me. Below the steps, the driver clutched the brim of his cap tighter, head bowed. His heart pounded with pressure. 3 years had passed, and she still hated him. 7 years ago, Gu Yannian had just started college, a billionaire heir back then. Su-Yanqi was in the same year, a stunner from the e-commerce department. She was different now, mature, distant, unapproachable, but back then, she had been sweet, innocent, the dream girl of the entire campus. Gu Yannian was a bit of a brat. If he liked someone, he had to get her. He openly declared Su-Yanqi as his girl, turning her into gossip fodder for the whole school. She came from a poor family and worked part-time to get by. So he deliberately courted her at her job. The store, annoyed by the disruption, fired her within days. Left with no options, Su-Yanqi finally confronted him, pleading for mercy. Her father, badly burned, needed skin grafts, and she needed money for the surgery. Gu Yannian had laughed. Money was the least of his problems. That very night, he gave her $1,000,000 and started keeping her. It seemed like a lot, but it was less than the price of one of his cars. He'd often brag, changing women is easier than changing cars. But karma caught up with him. In his very first month after taking over the family business, the company went bankrupt. He disappeared without a word, leaving Su-Yanqi with one last sum of money. Now, Gu Yannian was no longer a billionaire heir. He was a debt-ridden junior employee at a foreign trade firm. To pay off his debt, he worked days at the office and nights as a driver for hire, reduced to the very kind of wage slave he used to mock. What are you spacing out for? Take me home. Snapping out of it, Gu Yannian looked up. Suzhou was gone. He followed Su-Yanqi down to the underground parking lot and laid eyes on a Porsche worth several million. He hadn't touched a luxury car in ages. As he opened the door, he noticed the license plate. 1209. His birthday. No way that couldn't be a coincidence, right? Was this her way of getting revenge, driving his car, making him drive it? In the passenger seat, Gu Yannian rubbed her aching temple and urged, "Let us go." Gu Yannian sat upright, hands at 10 and 2, and gently pressed the gas. The blue Porsche glided into traffic. The silence in the car was heavy, almost suffocating. Gu Yannian turned to him, inspecting the quiet driver. "You're good," she said. Gu Yannian stiffened. Did she recognize him? Most drivers like to talk, make small talk, or steal glances. You don't. That's rare. I'll tip you. His throat was dry. Of course he didn't dare look. He had once bought for years of her dignity. If she recognized him, the shame would be unbearable. And if she wanted revenge, he wouldn't stand a chance. "Thanks," he muttered and stayed silent. But Gu Yannian found his voice oddly familiar. She narrowed her eyes, studying the only part of his face visible, his eyes. "It's hot today. Doesn't that mask make you uncomfortable?" Gu Yannian sensed her growing suspicion and cleared his throat. "I've got a bit of a cold. Don't want to spread it." That voice, she knew it. Her eyes flickered. Slowly, she reached toward him. "The more you cough, the more fresh air you need. Let me help you take that off." Panic surged in Gu Yannian's chest. He momentarily lost focus. Just then, the car ahead suddenly U-turned, forcing him to slam the brakes. Gu Yannian lost her balance and tumbled forward, landing on his lap. She smelled of alcohol. Her breath, warm and faintly intoxicating. "Sorry." Someone changed lanes suddenly. "Are you okay?" He quickly helped her sit upright, one hand slipping into his pocket in panic. She glanced at him with a knowing look, then leaned back and closed her eyes. A smirk tugged at her lips. Half an hour later, the car pulled into the garage of a villa in Crescent Bay. Gu Yannian stared at the house, flooded with emotion. Before going bankrupt, this was his house. And now she owned it. What were the odds? He stepped out and handed her the car keys, but she didn't take them. "Go open the door. Bring out the slippers. My feet are sore." He hesitated, and she added, "There's a tip in it for you." That did the trick. He went and opened the door. But stepping into their house stunned him. Nothing had changed. The decor, the furniture, it was all exactly the same as the day he sold it. It felt like coming home. But he knew once lost, it's lost forever. Now, he was just a broke tenant sharing a flat with strangers. He quickly grabbed the slippers and bolted out of the house. "Thank you for your order. Have a pleasant evening." He opened the trunk to fetch his electric scooter. But no matter how hard he twisted the key, it wouldn't start. From a short distance away, Gu Yannian, still in her elegant dress but now wearing fuzzy pink slippers, watched him with a faint smile. "Your ride's broken, huh?" Chapter 2 Twists and turns, can't escape her grasp. "Crap. It's broken." Gu Yannian frowned, feeling increasingly annoyed. The scooter had been perfectly fine when he took the job. How did it suddenly break down? After a full inspection, he found that a connector near the battery had burned out. Unless he pushed it to a repair shop, there was no way it'd run again. "Leave your contact info and take my car for now." Gu Yannian tossed him the keys again. "Just return it once your bike's fixed." Gu Yannian hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. After all, this was a wealthy neighborhood. Finding an electric scooter mechanic here was harder than finding an Instagram model. "Thanks." After so many ups and downs, Gu Yannian finally escaped that suffocating place and the woman he couldn't bear to face. Once the car was far from Crescent Bay, he exhaled deeply. He planned to return the car early the next morning before heading to work. Gotta be more careful picking jobs from now on. Never taking another one in Crescent Bay. Meanwhile, at the villa entrance, Gu Yannian flicked her lighter into a trash bin and called her company's legal department. "Attorney Chin, I need you to look into a phone number for me." 6 a.m. The alarm blared in the quiet room. In bed, Gu Yannian shivered involuntarily. Ever since he started working like a grunt, he developed an alarm phobia. After shutting it off, he saw an unread message on his phone. It was from Gu Yannian, telling him where to return the car. His expression turned serious. It wasn't her villa address. It was near his office. What the hell? Could it be that Su Yinshi had a business partner nearby? If so, he'd have to be extra careful from now on. Running into her again. Just the thought gave him goosebumps. He got up, washed, ate a quick breakfast, and got on the highway. To return the car, he'd even set his alarm 2 hours earlier than usual. He could ve slept in if he hadn't tea. But Gu Yannian preferred arriving early and wandering around to avoid getting stuck in traffic at 8 a.m. At 6:30, a message came through in the company group chat. Supervisor Wang tagged everyone. Mandatory early shift today. Anyone late will be fired. He claimed it was a test of obedience. Gu Yannian was actually relieved. If not for returning the car, he wouldn't have seen the message until 8 a.m. He'd have been toast for sure. At 7 a.m., Gu Yannian arrived at the Yuntan Commercial Tower, a 56-story building housing hundreds of small to mid-sized companies. His foreign trade firm was one of them. The HR department hadn't opened up yet, so he leaned against the elevator and texted Su Yinshi. Car S parked downstairs. Key S with the front desk. A reply came almost instantly, got it. Relieved, Gu Yannian felt like the nightmare was finally over. Barring any surprises, he'd probably never run into her again. Boss, why are you here so early today? Hey, didn't you hear? Our company got bought out last night. Before the transition, we're cutting staff. Oh, so you're planning to let go of those who clock in at the last minute? The elevator doors opened. Out stepped Supervisor Wang, fat-bellied and smug. He sneered, not really. I just want to get rid of that useless clown Gu Yannian. Supervisor Wang. One of the HR guys spotted Gu Yannian standing nearby and tried to signal discreetly. Wang turned his head and his expression changed like he'd seen a ghost. You're here so early. Don't you live outside the 6th ring? Hands in his pockets, Gu Yannian replied with sarcasm, I'm loyal to the company. I treat it like home. Gotta respond to leadership's call, right? Wouldn't he want to get cut just because I overslept? Wang's face sagged, his eyes full of displeasure. Gu Yannian met his gaze head on, silently cursing his entire family tree. He had once picked up Wang's ride as a part-time driver. Because he didn't give him a discount, the petty man had held a grudge and constantly sabotaged him at work. At 9 a.m., a few late employees were dragged into HR. When they came out, they looked like soulless shells. Gu Yannian shrugged. Gotta survive one day at a time. Everyone, listen up. Supervisor Wang walked into the design department, drawing everyone's attention. As you all know, the company has just been acquired. To welcome the new chairman, we're undergoing internal optimization, cutting anyone who slacks off or has poor performance. Instant anxiety swept the office. With today's bleak job market, layoffs were everyone's worst fear. Wang adjusted his glasses and forced a greasy smile. But no need to panic. After careful review, only one person qualifies. Gu Yannian's heart dropped. Gu Yannian. Wang looked at him with a smug grin. You're fired. It took Gu Yannian just 3 seconds to accept it. Honestly, this job hadn't been anything but frustration. Fine. But I want my N+1 severance. No way. Wang threw a stack of design proposals at him like trash. Your work is garbage. Not a single plan worth using. You've been mooching off company pay for nothing. I should be charging you. You think you deserve severance? Gu Yannian's expression turned icy. That fat bastard was pushing it. His plans weren't world-class, but they were solid. His family had once run a public company. As the heir, he'd been around top-level business since childhood. His vision and design sense far exceeded average. Thanks to his plans, the company had landed several overseas clients. Yet in Wang's mouth, they were worthless. Gu Yannian slowly stood up, loosening his tie. Step by step, he walked toward Wang, cracking his knuckles. My severance should come out to a few $1,000. That's probably enough to keep you in the hospital for a month. Wang flinched and backed away. What are you doing? Without a word, Gu Yannian wrapped his jacket around his fist and punched Wang hard in the gut. Wang doubled over, gagging, and collapsed to his knees like a cooked shrimp. Gu Yannian had tolerated him long enough. The fire inside him couldn't be contained anymore. In full view of over 100 employees, he pinned Wang to the ground and beat him bloody. Not a single co-worker stepped in to stop him. In fact, watching Wang get his face pounded was deeply satisfying to everyone. Aside from management, who hadn't he been screwed over by him. "You're done, you're so done." Wang spat out bile, crawling away. I'm calling the police. Chapter 3, being laid off 1 second, becoming the boss the next. Who's causing trouble? A cold voice sounded, and everyone looked towards the door. Su Yinshi walked in slowly, wearing a smart suit and high heels. Her eyes were cold and scrutinizing, and her demeanor revealed the oppressive feeling that only a strong woman could have. Gu Yannian was struck by lightning and quickly hid behind his workstation. She. Why is she here? Boss Su. Fatty Wang hunched over and walked over, saying with a bitter face, I'm Wang Deqian, the company's supervisor. I wanted to fire some of the incompetent employees before you took over the company, but he was not convinced and beat me up. As he spoke, Fatty Wang deliberately showed his injuries. Look at me, these are all injuries I suffered for the company. Seeing this scene, the employees in the company felt sick. This fat guy Wang is useless and can only flatter others. Even the new chairman was fooled by him and has no hope for the future. Gu Yannian is now confused. After all this time, it turns out that Su Yinshi acquired the company? Is she also engaged in foreign trade? Who hit the man? It's him? As soon as Su Yinshi finished speaking, Fatty Wang began to correct her impatiently. Behind the workstation, Gu Yannian stood up stiffly, having put on a mask on his face without knowing when. Su Yinshi couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth. You are quite courageous. Gu Yannian looked unnatural, and said slowly, he laid off employees at will, and did not give any compensation. I will not be able to swallow this anger unless I beat him up. Boss Su, I didn't lay off employees casually. Fatty Wang was anxious and said quickly, this guy has poor business skills and his design is totally unusable, so I. Su Yinshi ignored him and picked up the plan written by Gu Yannian from his desk and took a few glances at it. Okay, you're fired, pack up and leave. Hearing this, Fatty Wang narrowed his eyes and smiled, did you hear that? Boss Su also told you to get out. Gu Yannian sighed inwardly and prepared to leave with his suit in hand. But at this moment, Su Yinshi pressed his shoulders. I'm not talking about you. As she said that, she looked at Fatty Wang coldly, you are the one who was fired. Leave the company now. As for your injury, find a way to solve it yourself. If you dare to call the police, I will blacklist your resume in the industry. Fatty Wang's expression froze instantly, and he thought he had heard it wrong. Not only him, Gu Yannian was also stunned. Mr. Su. If you don't leave, I'll call security. Fatty Wang was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he didn't dare to get involved and risk being blacklisted by the industry and unable to find a job. In the end, he could only glare at Gu Yannian angrily, holding his lower back and limping out of the company. You, come with me. Su Yinshi knocked on Gu Yannian's desk and then walked straight to the chairman's office. Gu Yannian felt his scalp tingling, and he didn't know what she wanted to do with him. But now that things have come to this, there is no way to hide. After closing the door of the chairman's office, Gu Yannian looked at Su Yinshi who was swaying gently in the office chair, feeling lost. His relationship with Su Yinshi now is just like the relationship she had with him back then. The girl who was once kept by him suddenly became his boss. I'm sweating all over. Chairman, what do you want to talk to me about? Su Yinshi looked him up and down with her delicately made-up eyes, leaning forward slightly. Should we say we meet again, or long time no see? Gu Yannian's temples were covered with cold sweat. Boss Su, I see you recognized me. I parked your Porsche downstairs. I wonder if you have the key. Seeing that he was still pretending, Su Yinshi hooked her finger. Come over. The sweat on Gu Yannian's back had already soaked his shirt. He walked to the desk reluctantly and said hesitantly, Boss Su, my work ability is average, and I should be leaving soon. Su Yinshi, who was originally smiling, suddenly grabbed his tie and pulled it hard. When their eyes met, Su Yinshi sneered repeatedly. Gu Yannian, where do you want to go? Hearing her calling his name directly, Gu Yannian felt that his last bit of fig leaf had been torn apart. She recognized him. Gu Yannian's throat was dry, his heart was beating faster, and his chest felt heavy and he couldn't breathe. Su Yinshi felt a hint of pain in his eyes, and after hesitating for a moment, she let go of his hand. Come here and give me a shoulder rub. Gu Yannian was in a trance, and recalled that summer vacation when he was sitting on a beach chair and asked Su Yanqi to massage his shoulders in the same way. This woman must be taking revenge on him, wanting to return all the injustices she suffered in the past. Gu Yannian gritted his teeth and walked behind the office chair and gently massaged her shoulders. She has her body fat well controlled, with just the right amount of fat on her shoulders, making them round and smooth. Su Yanqi showed an expression of enjoyment, closed her eyes and said, "My main business is e-commerce, and I have little contact with foreign trade. I think your design plan is good, so I will hand over this company to you from now on. The profit is yours, and the loss is mine." Gu Yannian's kneading movements froze and his head was buzzing. What does she mean by this? Su. President Su, isn't this a bit? You can't say no to me. Su Yanqi smiled like a red rose with thorns. You still owe more than 1 million in the bank, and the court still has money to execute. If you don't agree, you won't be able to turn things around for many years. Gu Yannian looked at the woman in front of him, and after a long silence, he suddenly smiled. It turned out that she had already thoroughly investigated him, and his poor disguise must have been so ridiculous in her eyes. Mustering up his courage, he met her gaze and asked, "What are the conditions? Mr. Su is not here to help the poor, right?" Su Yanqi turned the chair around and hooked her hands around his shoulders. "I want to support you." Really? She really came for revenge. All the fig leaves were torn to pieces, and Gu Yannian now lost his previous fear and inferiority. There is even a feeling of relief. Forget it, who made him do so many evil things? Okay, I agree. Su Yanqi looked at his helpless expression and smiled happily. She stretched out her finger, hooked Gu Yannian's chin, and asked in his tone, "Baby, do you know what it means to be kept?" Gu Yannian's mouth twitched, and he said in a panic, "You don't want to." What happened to the office? Su Yanqi kicked off her high heels, brushed her toes across his thighs, and said seductively, "Don't you like offices, classrooms, and places like this the most?" Chapter 4, Those who care about details are idiots. How come this woman is so seductive now? Gu Yannian's face was calm and he seemed unmoved, but in fact his hand had already reached into his pocket to hold the gun. Noticing this little movement, Su Yanqi's rosy lips curled up. After 4 years of being kept, she is no longer the naive and ignorant girl she used to be, so she naturally knows what his action means. "Why are you moved?" Her tone was charming and seductive, like a cat in spring. Gu Yannian took a deep breath and walked towards the office door. Click, the door was locked. Then he turned around and ripped open his shirt, revealing the solid muscles on his chest. With a hint of evil in his eyes, he held Su Yanqi's face with his hands and whispered, "Then you better keep your voice down, otherwise your image as the chairman of the new company will be completely ruined." Faced with his sudden attack, in the past, Su Yanqi would probably have been too embarrassed to raise her head. But at this moment, she was smiling happily. "That's fine. I'll scream very loudly. Anyway, I won't be coming to this company in the future. You'll be the one being talked about, not me." As she spoke, Su Yanqi's fingers slid down Gu Yannian's neck. Gently tickle the muscles directly on his chest. "You are such a face-conscious person, how can you bear this?" After looking at each other for a few seconds, Su Yanqi smiled playfully and did not back off. Gu Yannian curled his lips and put his shirt back on. "I'm already being supported by you, so what's the point of saving face?" Su Yanqi leaned back in her office chair, her eyes narrowed. "Then why don't you continue?" Gu Yannian adjusted her bow tie and said calmly, "You are now a strong woman in a listed company after all. If this kind of gossip gets out, people will laugh at you." Hearing this, Su Yanqi hugged her heavy chest and smiled charmingly. "You've just been adopted by me, and you already know how to feel sorry for me." Gu Yannian rolled his eyes at her and put on his suit jacket. "Since you've handed the company over to me, I won't let you lose money. As for how much you can earn, I can't guarantee you." Su Yanqi's smile faded, she stood up, walked around the desk, and helped Gu Yannian straighten his crooked tie. "This company is for you to have fun. You don't have to be too tired." Hearing her gentle words, Gu Yannian's throat felt sore. Ever since they went bankrupt, his parents died of depression and no one has cared about him for a long time. Just when he was moved, Su Yanqi added another sentence. "If you are exhausted, how can you serve me at night?" Gu Yannian. Seeing Gu Yannian's complicated expression, Su Yanqi laughed with joy. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I have something else to do at headquarters. I have to go back to the meeting. I send you. Yeah, that's good. The two came out of the office one after the other, and the company employees' eyes fell on them. Su Yanqi regained her cold temperament. After entering the elevator, she grabbed Gu Yannian's tie and pulled him in forcefully. What about the parting kiss? Gu Yannian looked helpless. He blocked the elevator door with his toes, held her face and kissed her hard. Su Yanqi's eyes were seductive. She hooked her arm around Gu Yannian's neck, and said in a commanding tone, "Come to my house tonight. Change place. Bargain." Su Yanqi raised her face and said, "Then have another bite." Bu tilde. Su Yanqi panted lightly and said with a smile, "You're so good. I'll go to your house tonight." Whatever. Gu Yannian put his hands in his pockets and walked out of the elevator as if nothing had happened. As the elevator went down, Gu Yannian felt relieved. He returned to the company leisurely and went straight to the Human Resources Department. "Hey, I just saw Gu Yannian beating up that fat guy, and I thought he was quite manly. It turns out he's just a gigolo. He hooked up with the new chairman so quickly tilde." Gu Yannian was about to knock on the door when the voice of Human Resources Director Gu Yannian was heard in the room. "Is it true or not? How can you tell?" When Gu Yannian came into the office just now, his shirt was buttoned up to the top, but when he came out just now, 2 buttons on the collar were undone. "If you say nothing happened in there, I don't believe it." Outside the door, Gu Yannian's mouth twitched. He looked down at his collar and was so angry that he almost cursed. Those who are obsessed with details are bastards. Rubbing his eyebrows, Gu Yannian felt a little headache. Gu Yannian is middle-aged and is a famous gossip in the company. She talked so much nonsense that the whole company knew about it in less than an hour. Gu Yannian frowned and pushed the door open. Gu Yannian is so shameless. As a man, he actually eats gigolo food. Gu Yannian's workstation was facing the door, so she didn't notice Gu Yannian coming in. "Minister. Stop talking." The newly recruited graduate of the Human Resources Department kept winking at Gu Yannian, signaling her to look behind. "Oh, there's nothing you can't say about this." Gu Yannian waved her hands and sneered, "If you don't want to be criticized, don't do shameless things. If you do it, don't feel ashamed. Truth will come out sooner or later." "Minister Gu." Gu Yannian stood behind Gu Yannian and suddenly spoke. Gu Yannian's expression froze and she turned her head to meet his gaze. An embarrassed and irritated expression flashed across Gu Yannian's face, and then she said sharply, "You walk without making any sound. Who are you trying to scare to death?" Gu Yannian remained calm and knocked on the table. "Come out with me." "I'm not going. If you have anything to say, just say it here." Gu Yannian leaned back in her chair with her thighs crossed. "Are you trying to shut me up so that your shameful deeds don't get out?" "That's fine, everyone will know anyway." Gu Yannian cleared his throat, looked at the staff in the Human Resources Department, and said slowly, "Just now, the chairman appointed me as the general manager of the company, responsible for all matters of the company. You change the company's positions and send the news to each department." Upon hearing the news, everyone in the Human Resources Department was dumbfounded. Becoming a general manager by living off others? Isn't he this too much? Gu Yannian's face was stiff and she felt a little panicked. She just laughed at Gu Yannian because she treated him as an ordinary employee. But now, he is the general manager. He could easily fire her if he wanted to. These days, jobs are both hard to find. She worked in this company for many years and finally became the Human Resources Director. If I change companies and start over, I don't know how many more years I will have to endure. Minister Gu. Gu Yannian knocked on the table again. "Can you come out with me now?" Gu Yannian quickly put down her crossed legs, stood up, tugged at her suit skirt and said stiffly, "Okay, General Manager." Gu Yannian took Gu Yannian out of the Human Resources Department and into the chairman's office. When the company employees saw this scene, they were bewildered. What were they doing in the chairman's office? Look at the company group, Gu Yannian has become the general manager. What the hell? Is this true? Chapter 5, A man who can protect a woman is not a bad man. I guess there was a lot of discussion outside, but the general manager's office was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Gu Yannian leaned back in the chair, crossing her fingers. Doesn't Minister Kui like to talk a lot? Why don't you say anything? Kui Xiui gritted her teeth secretly and forced a smile. General Manager, I was just talking nonsense just now, please don't take it seriously. You are not talking nonsense, what you said is true. Gu Yannian did not make excuses and admitted it openly. Kui Xiui's expression was stunned, but the contempt in her eyes was even stronger. Minister Kui, I've heard about you. Your husband divorced you when your daughter was sick and got married to a rich woman. That's why you hate the idea of having a mistress and look down on me from the bottom of your heart. General Manager, I didn't. Whether you know it or not, I don't want to convince you to understand me. Hearing this, Kui Xiui's face completely drooped. She took off her work badge and slammed it on the table. I understand. You just want to kick me out. I won't do this anymore. Minister Kui. Gu Yannian stopped Kui Xiui, who was leaving, and said slowly, Your daughter has been taking medicine for many years. How are you going to pay for the medical expenses if you lose your job? Kui Xiui's shoulders trembled and her expression became painful. What do you want? Gu Yannian threw his work badge back and said slowly, At the end of this month, I will take out a portion of the company's profits to use as relief funds for caring for employees and put it into your card. Work hard in the future and don't gossip. Kui Xiui took the work badge and showed an expression of disbelief. Gu Yannian didn't fire her, but instead gave her a subsidy? At this moment, Kui Xiui showed an embarrassed expression and didn't know what to say for a moment. Minister Kui, I am just a bad person. It doesn't matter if my reputation is ruined. But the chairman is a good person. In order to help me, she did not hesitate to use such an awkward method as keeping a mistress. I can't let her be criticized. Do you understand? Clear. Kui Xiui suddenly realized that this young man had been beating around the bush for a long time just to preserve Su Yanqi's reputation. Although he said he was a bad person, Kui Xiui changed her opinion of him. A man who can protect a woman is not a bad person. I'll ask the HR department to keep their mouths shut. If any rumors get out, just come to me, General Manager. Very good. Gu Yannian smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying, Go do something. Kui Xiui's face was full of smiles, and she even closed the door quietly. Humans are animals that seek benefits and avoid harm. Just give them a little nudge, a sense of crisis, and some benefits, and people will not only be loyal but also be very obedient. Turning on the computer, Gu Yannian looked through the company's data. Foreign trade companies are actually not that difficult. After all, we are using foreign chickens to lay our own eggs. As long as the price is kept low and the quality of goods is stable, there will be no worries about orders. It is just a matter of how much profit you can make. Gu Yannian spent an entire afternoon standardizing the company's systems, allowing departments to coordinate with each other and, by the way, eliminating the problem of someone abusing their power to bully their subordinates. The company gets off work on time at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. This made the employees who had worked overtime for several years overjoyed, and they shouted, Long live the general manager, in the group. Look, aren't people as hearts united? After taking a taxi back to the community, Gu Yannian first took his electric scooter to the repair shop. After transforming from a corporate slave to a general manager, it seems unnecessary for me to do this job as a designated driver anymore. I just put the electric scooter on a second-hand website, and soon someone placed an order and came to pick it up. With the 1,000 yuan he got from the electric scooter, Gu Yannian bought flowers, snacks, and various ingredients. Women like the sense of atmosphere, so the room should naturally be carefully cared for and decorated. Bouquet of flowers, candlelight, red wine. Gu Yannian personally cooked several dishes that were delicious and flavorful. When I was in college, Su Yanqi prepared all these things. Now the situation is reversed. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Gu Yannian saw Su Yanqi's car parked downstairs and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Sometimes fate is like a boomerang. Once you throw it out, it will definitely hit you between the eyebrows. Here I come. After opening the door, Gu Yannian took Su Yanqi's bag and hung it behind the door. Su Yanqi clasped her hands in her arms, looked around the room, and smiled charmingly. Not bad, very thoughtful. Since you're just a freeloader, you should be a little more careful. As he spoke, Gu Yannian pulled out a chair and said, Let's eat. Su Yanqi raised the corners of her mouth, very satisfied with his meticulous care. While the two were eating, they heard the sound of a woman beating and scolding her child from upstairs. The sound of glass beads hitting the ground made people feel inexplicably irritated. This environment is too bad. Su Yanqi frowned slightly. You should move to the villa and live with me. Thinking of the villa, Gu Yannian felt complicated. After his family went bankrupt, his parents died there one after another. To him, it was a sad place. No. Su Yanqi put down her chopsticks, looking unhappy. You are not qualified to reject me now. Gu Yannian raised his eyes with a cold expression. I didn't ask you to support me. If you are not satisfied, the door is there. Hearing this, Su Yanqi snorted coldly and stood up. Your kindness is taken as an insult. Bang! The door was slammed shut and the sound of high heels faded away. Gu Yannian leaned back in his chair and smoked a cigarette, knowing very well what Su Yanqi was thinking. But he couldn't live with Su Yanqi, nor could he indulge in the absurd days of the past. After he went bankrupt, he went abroad and had no intention of coming back. However, when he reviewed the company's bankruptcy, he found many suspicious points. As an energy company, the reason why Gujiar had a market value of tens of billions in China was because the company mastered a new method of producing renewable energy. With energy in hand, the Gu family became the military's new energy supplier. According to the agreement, the Gu family cannot sell energy to others without permission. But later, not only did the Gu family secretly sell energy abroad, but even the formula was leaked. As a result, the Gu family paid a huge amount of compensation and the company was burned down. Although the apparent culprit in this incident was a veteran in the company, Gu Yannian discovered that a large amount of funds had been transferred from his children's accounts. These transfers are anonymous and come from abroad. Therefore, Gu Yannian was very suspicious that the company veteran who pleaded guilty and was sentenced was just a pawn. The real mastermind is still at large. Chapter 6. Is it that people have changed, or that we have just gotten used to it? The next day, Gu Yannian was awakened by the noise outside. He dazedly touched his phone and took a look. The next moment he suddenly stood up and started to wash up in a hurry. He had scheduled meetings with several departments before getting off work yesterday, so time was already very tight. His change of identity was so fast that his body's biological clock couldn't keep up. Before leaving, Gu Yannian's eyes fell on the leftovers on the table. After Su Yanqi left last night, he had no appetite and did not clean up the table. But soon, Gu Yannian withdrew his gaze and left in a hurry. Without his electric scooter, Gu Yannian had to take a taxi to get to the company. As soon as he entered the company, Gu Yannian rushed to the meeting room. Before he opened the door of the meeting room, the discussion inside came out. Did Gu Yannian really become the general manager? I thought I was dreaming. Don't mention you. I came home early yesterday and my mom was surprised. She thought I was fired. Okay, stop talking. What's wrong with Sister Kui? Are you showing your affection to Gu Yannian so soon? Yes, Sister Kui, didn't Gu Yannian ask you to go to his office yesterday? What benefits did he give you? What nonsense are you talking about? Kui Shui glared at the people in front of her angrily and said angrily, Xiao Wang, think before you speak next time. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. Kui Shui suddenly got angry, which made Xiao Wang feel a little embarrassed. Gu Yannian suddenly became the general manager, so it was understandable that everyone gossiped about him. Kui Shui's fierceness made him the target of public criticism. Xiao Wang's expression also fell, and he sneered and said unhappily, We are just joking, why are you taking it so seriously, Sister Kui? Have you gotten so many benefits that you are so happy that you can't tell east from west? Xiao Wang, can you please stop talking nonsense here? Nothing is better than nothing. Whether I am talking nonsense or not, you know it clearly in your heart, Sister Kui. You? Seeing that the two sides in the conference room had already started arguing, Gu Yannian pushed the door and walked in. As soon as he saw Gu Yannian, the conference room immediately became quiet, but the tense atmosphere did not diminish at all. Gu Yannian looked around at everyone in the conference room and put the documents in his hand on the table. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you have anything you want to ask or say, please ask it in person. Talking behind people's backs and talking about them in front of them are two different things. Moreover, since Gu Yannian has said so much, how could anyone dare to really ask anything? What? You don't want to talk about it anymore? So it's okay. Seeing that no one was talking, Gu Yannian pulled out a chair and sat down, and got straight to the point. Since there is no problem, then I will start talking about business. In the next week, everyone may have to work hard to summarize all the company's projects. After that, I will deploy personnel according to the actual situation of the project. I can assure you that after this busy week, you will not have to work overtime. After hearing this, everyone knew they didn't have to work overtime anymore, and the atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly became relaxed. Gu Yannian struck while the iron was hot and announced several more regulations, which were unanimously approved by everyone. After the meeting, Gu Shui glanced at Gu Yannian, who was reading a document. She waited for everyone to leave before coming to Gu Yannian's side and saying, "General Manager. What's the matter?" Gu Yang didn't even think about it. He had too much to do, such as company handover and personnel changes. "General Manager, the company has previously reduced the number of people. Do we need to recruit new people?" "We do need to recruit, but don't worry. Wait until I see which positions need to be expanded. I'll draw up a form for you then." "Good." I didn't expect Gu Yannian to be so methodical in doing things. Gu Shui responded and left the meeting room. Gu Yannian finally finished reading the documents, and it was almost 1 o'clock. After packing up, Gu Yannian hurried to the cafeteria. It was already this late, and he didn't know if there was any food in the cafeteria. It was past meal time, and the cafeteria was empty. Gu Yannian thought there was nothing to eat. However, the chef brought out the food that had been prepared long ago. Gu Yannian saw the dishes and found that they were all his favorites. "Mr. Gu, the chairman has specifically instructed that we will prepare whatever you want to eat in the future." Hearing this, Gu Yannian's heart sank. In the past, when Su Yanqi was embarrassed and had no food to eat in the cafeteria, he specially found other chefs to prepare meals for Su Yanqi. What was Su Yanqi's attitude at that time? It seems like there is more anger than joy. Yes, Su Yanqi didn't want others to know that she was being kept by a man, but he was so high profile that Su Yanqi was troubled by rumors. But now, with the passage of time, he seems to have become the Su Yanqi of the past. Is this what it means to give someone a taste of their own medicine? However, he didn't care. Being embarrassed was a common occurrence for him. After filling his stomach, Gu Yannian returned to the company and wanted to make a cup of coffee. The door of the tea room was open, and several employees who were taking a break were chatting and laughing inside. Sister Kui was worried that people would have no food to eat, so she asked the interns in the department to buy food. But what happened? They ate well in the cafeteria. If you ask me, he is really capable. He can please the chairman and manage the company at the same time. Managing the company is secondary. The most important thing is to please the chairman. Right, you finally hit the point. I didn't expect that the chairman could be fooled by him. Hey, what do you think the chairman likes about him? He has a good-looking face and a good figure, so it's no surprise that the chairman likes him. However, judging from his habitual behavior, this may not be the first time this has happened. Gu Yannian stood at the door and listened for a while, only to feel a little bored. It was the same old stuff over and over again, nothing new. Gu Yannian turned around and wanted to leave, but saw Su Yanqi standing behind him. Su Yanqi didn't know how long she had been there, and her assistant was following her. Judging from the assistant's expression, it was not difficult to guess that Su Yanqi should have heard the discussions in the tea room just now. What brought you here? Gu Yannian changed the subject and took the initiative to greet him. I have something to talk to you about. There's no one in the office, so I came over to check. I just came back from the cafeteria. If you have anything to say, please go to the office and talk. Gu Yannian took the lead and walked towards the elevator, and Su Yanqi followed silently. While waiting for the elevator, Su Yanqi quietly glanced at Gu Yannian, but Gu Yannian was looking at the elevator seriously and did not notice. In the past, Gu Yannian had an outspoken personality and did everything in a high-profile manner. Therefore, when she was in college, she became the topic of conversation for everyone. No one likes to be criticized by others, but she is powerless to change it and can only endure it silently. But Gu Yannian is not that kind of person. If someone talks about him, he would make a fuss. Now, he can turn a deaf ear to it. Is it that people have changed, or is it that we have just gotten used to it? Chapter 7 All expelled. After walking out of the elevator, Su Yanqi stopped. Gu Yannian noticed something was wrong and turned to look at Su Yinshi. What's wrong? You go in first. I have something to tell Xiao Zhao. Okay. Gu Yannian didn't ask any more questions and walked into the office first. Seeing Gu Yannian go in, Su Yinshi slightly turned sideways, and Zhao Shu took a step forward. Chairman. Fire all those people in the tea room just now. Chairman, we have already optimized some people. If we fire them now, there will be too many vacancies and the company's operations will be in trouble. Zhao Shu knew that Su Yinshi wanted to fire these people not because of their work ability, but because they criticized Gu Yannian privately. But if he fired them just for this reason, it would probably cause more criticism. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Seeing that Su Yinshi was a little angry, Zhao Shu didn't dare to say anything more and could only nod and leave. When Su Yinshi entered the office, she saw Gu Yannian fiddling with the coffee machine. When she heard Su Yinshi coming in, Gu Yannian brought the freshly brewed coffee to Su Yinshi. I forgot there's a coffee machine in this office. Gu Yannian raised his eyebrows. I made it myself, have a cup. Su Yinshi sat down on the sofa, glanced at Gu Yannian, and made a request, feed me. Puff. Gu Yannian was so shocked that he spat out the coffee he had just drunk and looked at Su Yinshi in surprise. I just want you to feed me coffee. Is that difficult? It's not difficult, it's not difficult. Gu Yannian responded, put down his own cup, picked up Su Yinshi's coffee cup, and brought it to his mouth. Su Yinshi took a small sip from Gu Yannian's hand, then stretched out her tongue and gently licked the coffee on her lips. Gu Yannian watched the soft tip of the tongue gently sweep across and then disappear between the delicate lips, and her heart suddenly began to itch. Su Yinshi raised her head, gently took the coffee cup, and then turned aside with her lipstick mark towards Gu Yannian and handed it to Gu Yannian. This coffee is good, have another sip. Gu Yannian looked down at the lipstick mark, then looked up at Su Yinshi and took a sip of the lipstick mark. Gu Yannian's actions pleased Su Yinshi. Su Yinshi put down the cup, leaned towards Gu Yannian, and said with a sweet breath, kiss me. Gu Yannian almost always agreed to such requests. However, when he approached, reason pulled him back. This is an office, isn't it inappropriate? So which place do you think is suitable? We can go there right now. As Su Yinshi spoke, her hands were restlessly placed on Gu Yannian's body. This simple action brought Gu Yannian endless reverie. Gu Yannian swallowed his saliva and tried his best to restrain himself. Let's talk about these things after get off work. Are you sure? Su Yinshi said this and stepped back a little. As she moved, her clothes slid down, revealing her right white shoulder. When he saw the exposed shoulder, the rational line in Gu Yannian's mind instantly tightened, and then broke quietly in the next moment. If we say that Su Yinshi was a flower on a mountain top, cold and beautiful, and could not be desecrated, then Su Yinshi now is a rose in the middle of the night, strong and flamboyant, attracting attention. Gu Yannian couldn't bear it any longer and pounced on Su Yinshi. After pressing her down on the sofa, he couldn't wait to find the lips and tongue that had just captured his mind. Familiar smells, familiar people, and a wonderful atmosphere instantly overwhelmed her. But at this moment, Su Yinshi pushed Gu Yannian away. Gu Yannian was somewhat dissatisfied and wanted to step forward, but Su Yinshi stood up and avoided Gu Yannian. What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to continue? Just now was just now, and now is now. Su Yinshi tied her clothes and tidied her hair, then sat down on the sofa opposite Gu Yannian, and said leisurely, I don't want to continue now, is there a problem? Have questions? This is a big problem. Gu Yannian had already unbuckled his belt, and his brothers had already started to shout. But now they suddenly stopped. Could that man hold back? Looking at Su Yinshi again, the latter had an indifferent expression. Where was the enchanting and charming look from just now? Knowing that Su Yinshi did this on purpose, Gu Yannian rubbed his face, stood up, straightened his clothes and fastened his belt. I was impulsive. I'm sorry to make you laugh. How could that be? I just like your impulsiveness. Your impulsiveness proves that I am attracted to you, isn't it? Su Yinshi looked at Gu Yannian's actions calmly and generously, without a trace of embarrassment. Yes, whatever you say is right. Gu Yannian tidied up his clothes and sat down again, then asked about the business. Don't you have something to talk to me about? Tell me, what is it? A partner suddenly changed his mind. I want to take you to meet him and see if we can discuss this cooperation. This is the business department's job. Since you want to discuss this cooperation, you should bring the backbone of the business department, not me. Su Yanqi chuckled, I can call anyone I want, and all you have to do is obey, not question. I think you should know very well how to be a qualified person to be kept. Gu Yannian opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Seeing that Gu Yannian didn't say anything, Su Yanqi stood up and said, I have an appointment with a partner for afternoon tea. It's almost time. Can I go now? Gu Yannian let out a long sigh and stood up, of course. Before leaving the office, Su Yanqi stopped and glanced at Gu Yannian, pretending to be concerned and asked, How is it? Is it convenient for you to go out now? Do you want to give you some time to calm down? Gu Yannian was so angry that he almost laughed when he heard this. Didn't Su Yanqi know whether he should calm down? No, don't waste time. That's good. Su Yanqi was very satisfied with the answer and walked out of the office. Gu Yannian followed behind, and with his hand in his trouser pocket, he pressed his disappointing brother hard. As soon as the elevator door opened, Gu Xiui hurried out. Gu Xiui didn't expect to see Su Yanqi and Gu Yannian here, so she stopped abruptly and said, Chairman. Su Yanqi responded and walked into the elevator. Gu Yannian looked at Gu Xiui, what's the matter? Boss Gu, there are some things I want to report to you. Wait a minute, I have something else to do. Gu Yannian gave an order and followed him into the elevator. Watching the elevator door close, Gu Xiui sighed. 5 people were fired all of a sudden, and her HR department was about to fall out. Now she could only hope that Gu Yannian could come back soon so that she could ask what was going on. Chapter 8, Don't care about life or death, just fight if you don't agree. After Su Yanqi and Gu Yannian got in the car, they did not leave immediately. Instead, they waited for a while until Zhao Shu got in the car. Only then did Su Yanqi let the driver drive. When Gu Yannian saw Zhao Shu, he remembered that Zhao Shu had come with Su Yanqi just now, but then he suddenly disappeared. Seeing Zhao Shu now, Gu Yannian asked one more question, Zhao Shu, where have you been? Why didn't I see you just now? Zhao Shu glanced at Su Yanqi from the rearview mirror. Su Yanqi closed her eyes, as if she had fallen asleep. Zhao Shu retracted his gaze and replied, I had something to deal with, and it's already been dealt with. Oh. After hearing this, Gu Yannian did not pursue the matter further. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the golf course. As soon as the car stopped, Su Yanqi opened her eyes, which showed that she had not fallen asleep in the car just now. Zhao Shu got out of the car and opened the door for Su Yanqi, while Gu Yannian opened the door and got out. Looking at the golf course in front of him, Gu Yannian muttered, Didn't you say you were going to meet a partner? Why are you at the golf course again? Any questions? My outfit is not suitable for playing golf. Gu Yannian didn't know that he was going to play golf today, so he still wore a suit. If he played golf in a suit, he would become a joke on the golf course today. Don't worry, I have prepared your outfit. In the locker room, Gu Yannian took out the clothes that Su Yanqi prepared for him. From the style to the fabric, they were all his favorites. Sometimes, he really felt that Su Yanqi knew him better than he did. After changing clothes and going out, Su Yanqi was already waiting outside. Gu Yannian walked up to say hello, but Su Yanqi turned around, and the moment he saw Su Yanqi clearly, Gu Yannian was stunned. Su Yanqi was wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt and a white skirt, exactly the same as the one she wore when he first took her to play golf. Su Yanqi waved her hand, pulling Gu Yannian back to her senses, and then turned around and got into the car first. Gu Yannian calmed himself down and followed him into the car. Soon, the car drove to the golf course, and a middle-aged man in his early 40s was already playing. He hit a hole in one, and the 2 caddies beside him applauded. Su Yanqi got out of the car and walked towards the man. It's been a long time since we last met. Mr. Zhang's ball skills are getting better and better. It's been a long time since we last met. Ms. Su is getting more and more beautiful. Zhang Yaodong put away his golf club and praised Su Yanqi, who was walking over. Mr. Zhang, I feel a little embarrassed by your praise. Su Yanqi stood in front of Zhang Yaodong, and then introduced Gu Yannian, who was following behind him. Boss Zhang, this is Gu Yannian, the general manager of my Changfeng subsidiary. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Hello. Zhang Yaodong shook hands with Gu Yannian and said to Su Yanqi, Boss Su, everyone in your company is more handsome than the other. What's the use of being handsome? Young people don't know much, so they still need Mr. Zhang's guidance. Har har har, I just like listening to President Su talk. President Su, now that you're here, how about a game? Okay, but Mr. Zhang has to give way to me. Of course, of course. Su Yanqi and Zhang Yaodong walked forward, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Gu Yannian followed behind and watched the scene in front of him. He felt like a jar of old vinegar had been overturned in his heart, and it was very sour. Once upon a time, Su Yanqi hated these social events the most. Sometimes, even when she went out with him, it was difficult for her to smile. But now, Su Yanqi is very different from before, good at dancing with the sleeves and being versatile. Su Yanqi played ball with Zhang Yaodong for the whole afternoon, and Zhang Yaodong finally had enough fun when it was almost dark. The afternoon tea they had agreed on naturally turned into dinner. After changing clothes and sitting in the car, Su Yanqi rubbed her ankle, her expression full of fatigue. Gu Yannian was not very tired. He had noticed in this afternoon that Zhang Yaodong did not take him, the general manager of a subsidiary, seriously at all and treated him like heir the whole time. In the end, he did not follow and just sat in the car. Su Yanqi was different. She accompanied Zhang Yaodong around the court, playing basketball and chatting with him. She maximized Zhang Yaodong's emotional value. How could she not be tired? Gu Yannian stretched out his hand, put Su Yanqi's feet on his legs, and massaged Su Yanqi. Seeing Gu Yannian's actions, Su Yanqi was surprised for a moment, but soon she adjusted her mood and began to enjoy Gu Yannian's service. Is Zhang Yaodong, this partner, really that important? If it wasn't important, I wouldn't waste my time on him. I see that guy Zhang Yaodong is ignoring me. Do you want to call someone from the sales department over instead? Zhang Yaodong is only a department manager in his company, but he likes everyone to flatter him, and the higher the position of the other party, the more proud he is. If I really call a few people from the sales department, I'm afraid he won't even want to say a word today. Gu Yannian snorted and muttered, he's not a very good person, but he's quite good at pretending. You can just whisper these words to me, but don't say them to anyone else. Got it? Am I the kind of person who can't control my mouth? That's because you were like this before. You didn't care about anything when you were impulsive. Do you remember that one time? Before she finished speaking, Su Yanqi pursed her lips. Gu Yannian was listening carefully, and when he saw Su Yanqi suddenly stop talking, he asked, one time what? Su Yanqi didn't answer. She turned her head to look out the window with a somewhat cold expression. Gu Yannian was puzzled. Why did she suddenly get angry? He wanted to ask more, but then he realized that Su Yanqi was talking about his past. He didn't remember it, but Su Yanqi still remembered it clearly. Doesn't this prove that Su Yanqi is obsessed with him? No wonder Su Yanqi suddenly got angry. Gu Yannian cleared his throat, trying to break the silence, but Su Yanqi took her foot back first and leaned towards the door, clearly refusing to communicate. Gu Yannian touched his nose and said no more. Soon the car arrived at the place where they were going to have dinner tonight. As soon as the car stopped, before Zhao Shu got out to open the door, Su Yanqi opened the door and walked out, and walked straight into the restaurant without waiting for Gu Yannian. Zhao Shu glanced at Gu Yannian and immediately chased after her. Gu Yannian let out a long breath, straightened his collar, and followed him up. After waiting in the box for a while, Zhang Yaodong finally arrived. Hearing Zhang Yaodong's voice, Su Yanqi stood up to greet him. As soon as this person entered the box, Su Yanqi was stunned. Even Gu Yannian and Zhao Shu who were standing behind her were shocked. What's the matter with Zhang Yaodong's outfit? Chapter 9, Can outfits be copied and pasted? In fact, Zhang Yaodong's outfit was not strange, a white shirt, a grey-blue suit, and black leather shoes, which was also a formal outfit for meeting guests. It was just that this outfit was too familiar, as if it was copied from somewhere. There was a bit of traffic on the road. I'm late. Please don't mind, Mr. Su. I'm so happy that Mr. Zhang has the honor to come here. Su Yanqi smiled and sat down at the table with Zhang Yaodong. After the two of them sat down, Gu Yannian and Zhao Shu followed suit. But Zhao Shu's concentration was not as good as Su Yanqi's, and he secretly glanced at Gu Yannian beside him several times. Because Zhang Yaodong's outfit was exactly the same as Gu Yannian's. If there was a difference, it was that Gu Yannian was wearing a Casio watch on his wrist, while Zhang Yaodong was wearing an IWC watch on his wrist. I heard that Mr. Zhang is the most knowledgeable about red wine. I have prepared a bottle today. I wonder if Mr. Zhang likes it. Su Yinshi handed the prepared red wine to Zhang Yaodong. Zhang Yaodong took a look and nodded slightly. It's prepared by President Su, so it's naturally good. As long as Mr. Zhang likes it. Su Yinshi asked the waiter to take the red wine away and open it to sober up, and then continued, Mr. Zhang, I asked you to come here today, but I still want to talk to you about cooperation. Our two companies have cooperated for several years, and there have been no problems during the cooperation. Of course, the situation is different every year. If Mr. Zhang has any other ideas, you can tell me. I will definitely give you what I can. Just then the waiter brought up the decanted red wine. Su Yinshi took the wine, poured a glass for Zhang Yaodong herself, and then poured herself a glass. Let me toast to Mr. Zhang first. After saying that, Su Yinshi drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. Su Yinshi was very humble and gave Zhang Yaodong enough face. Zhang Yaodong smiled and said, Boss Su is really too polite. In fact, just as Boss Su said, our two companies have cooperated for many years and the cooperation is still very pleasant. It's just what? It's just that I'm a little worried. Zhang Yaodong swirled the red wine in his glass, glanced at Gu Yannian who was sitting next to him, and pretended to be concerned. Changfeng Group has recently acquired several companies. President Su's ability is among the best in the industry, which is undeniable. But President Su is still a woman after all, and women are sometimes easily deceived by appearances. As he spoke, Zhang Yaodong raised his hand, seemingly casually revealing the famous watch on his wrist, and his target was clear as day. Su Yinshi was silent for a moment, then continued to smile and answered, I learned from what Mr. Zhang said today. Hey, what do you mean by teachable or not? I have a bad habit of nagging. But I don't like to nag ordinary people. I only like to say a few words to the people who are closest to me. Zhang Yaodong looked Su Yinshi up and down, his eyes were open. In fact, if you ask me, a beautiful woman like President Su should find a down-to-earth and capable man like me and enjoy life at home. What's the point of a woman working hard outside all the time? Just as Su Yinshi was about to answer, she heard a sneer coming from the side, which attracted the attention of several people. Gu Yannian lowered his head slightly and looked at the plate in front of him, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The sneer just now came from Gu Yannian. Zhang Yaodong crossed his arms over his chest and raised his chin slightly towards Gu Yannian. Hey, what's your name? Gu Yannian, General Manager of Changfeng subsidiary. Gu Yannian looked up and answered Zhang Yaodong neither humbly nor arrogantly while meeting his gaze. The General Manager of the subsidiary. I thought he was the General Manager of the group. Zhang Yaodong looked at Su Yinshi and said with a bit of ridicule in his tone, young people nowadays, relying on their youth and good looks, all put their eyes on the top of their heads and don't know how to be humble. Men should be a little older and more experienced, down to earth, and know how to care for others. Mr. Su, don't you agree? Su Yinshi didn't answer. From the moment Zhang Yaodong came in, she had already realized that Gu Yannian had offended Zhang Yaodong. Perhaps it's the childish desire to win between men. From the moment Gu Yannian appeared, Zhang Yaodong regarded Gu Yannian as an imaginary enemy. That's why Zhang Yaodong deliberately dressed the same as Gu Yannian, just to surpass Gu Yannian. In fact, this is not a big deal, but Zhang Yaodong's words are becoming more and more explicit and more unpleasant. Seeing that Su Yinshi didn't answer, Zhang Yaodong became more excited and said, Boss Su, I've asked you out several times before, but you couldn't come out because of something. Today, we should have a good chat. By the way, I've asked my driver to have dinner in the lobby. Boss Su, please ask your assistant and Boss Gu to come over and have something to eat. What does Mr. Zhang want to talk to Mr. Su about? And why is it so secretive? Gu Yannian couldn't bear it any longer, but she endured it because of the importance of the cooperation Su Yinshi mentioned before. Now that she saw Zhang Yaodong was still planning to be alone with Su Yinshi, she couldn't bear it any longer. Hearing Gu Yannian interrupt, Zhang Yaodong's face turned cold and he began to lecture her. Little Gu, is it your business to control what your CEO Su and I talk about? How come you don't know any rules? Rule. Gu Yannian laughed, and imitated Zhang Yaodong, leaning back in the chair with his arms folded across his chest, looking at people with his chin raised. There is no rule in the rules I learned since elementary school that prohibits being a teacher. The most important thing is that I respect all women. What do you mean by that? Zhang Yaodong didn't expect Gu Yannian to talk back, and his face turned red with anger. What's the matter? Mr. Zhang has grown old, his knowledge has not increased much, and his ears are still not good. When it comes to being sharp-tongued, Gu Yannian is second to none, and no one dares to claim to be first. What nonsense are you talking about, little brat? Zhang Yaodong slammed the table heavily and accused Gu Yannian of swearing. Hey, aren't we chatting? Why is Mr. Zhang still angry? Mr. Zhang, you are old, you need to have a better temper. Your body can't handle getting angry all the time. Compared to Zhang Yaodong's anger, Gu Yannian seemed much calmer. Boss Su, you don't even care about your own people. This is outrageous. Zhang Yaodong also saw that Gu Yannian was a scoundrel. Therefore, he could only throw the question to Su Yinshi and ask Su Yinshi to give him a satisfactory answer. Chapter 10. I really don't want this cooperation. Mr. Zhang, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Why are you looking for Mr. Su? Gu Yannian shouted, drawing Zhang Yaodong's attention back to himself. Who are you? Can I tell you what you are talking about? Zhang Yaodong pointed at Gu Yannian and his saliva spurted out with excitement, falling into the food. Then who are you? Are you bossing people around here? The more excited Zhang Yaodong became, the calmer Gu Yannian became. You are department manager. Who are you putting on airs for? You said so much today. What are you thinking? Do you really think I can't see it? As soon as you opened your mouth, I knew what you were up to. You greasy old pervert, you really think you are a piece of cake? Do you think you can beat me just because you are dressed the same as me? What did you say? Say it again if you can. I'm not afraid to show you whether I have the ability or not. You little bastard, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know your place. Zhang Yaodong cursed, baring his teeth and claws, and was about to pounce on Gu Yannian. Fortunately, Zhaoshu had already noticed something was wrong, and went out to call the waiter, who quickly grabbed Zhang Yaodong. Zhaoshu advised Gu Yannian to speak less. The more Zhang Yaodong looked at Gu Yannian, the more he disliked her. He pushed away the waiter who was pulling him, glared at Gu Yannian fiercely, and then shouted at Su Yinshi who had been sitting silently beside him, Boss Su, if you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about discussing this cooperation. Explanation? What explanation does Mr. Zhang want me to give? Su Yinshi pinched her brows and asked lightly. Look at the person you brought with you. If he doesn't kowtow and admit his fault today, this matter will not end. Zhang Yaodong stared at Gu Yannian and put forward his request. Heir, you kowtow and admit your mistake. Su Yinshi pushed the chair away and stood up, her face as cold as ice. Zhang Yaodong, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Su Yinshi, what do you mean? You don't want this cooperation anymore, right? You're right, I really don't want this cooperation anymore. Su Yinshi? Boss Su. Zhang Yaodong and Zhaoshu shouted almost at the same time, but one was angry and the other was anxious. Zhaoshu walked quickly to Su Yinshi and whispered, Boss Su, now is not the time to lose your temper. If we suddenly change our partners now, all subsequent orders will need to be changed, which will be a big loss for us. Seeing Zhaoshu trying to persuade Su Yinshi, Zhang Yaodong started to get cocky again. Su Yinshi, you better think carefully about whether it's worth it to fall out with me for such a pretty boy. Su Yinshi gently pushed Zhaoshu away, faced Zhang Yaodong's gaze, and said softly, get out of here. Okay. Su Yinshi, let me tell you, our cooperation is over. From now on, don't even think about getting any orders from our company. Zhang Yaodong became angry and humiliated when he saw that Su Yinshi refused to give in. As you like. Su Yinshi picked up her bag and walked towards the door of the box. When she passed by Gu Yannian, she called Gu Yannian. Gu Yannian waited for Su Yinshi and Zhaoshu to leave, then he stood up slowly. After looking Zhang Yaodong up and down, he said sarcastically, you think you're great just because you wear a Wanguo watch? Let me tell you, even if I wear a Casio watch, I'm still miles ahead of you. After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Yaodong to speak, Gu Yannian turned and left. When leaving the box, Gu Yannian heard a loud noise coming from inside, mixed with Zhang Yaodong's angry roar. After the three of them got into the car, Zhaoshu couldn't help but mutter, Boss Su, you were too impulsive just now. Yes, Zhang Yaodong is indeed not a good guy. But isn't there an old saying? It's better to offend a gentleman than a villain. If you offend Zhang Yaodong now, it will be harder than climbing to the sky to cooperate with him in the future. Didn't I tell you? I don't want this cooperation anymore. But you're talking too much now. Get off and take a taxi back by yourself. Zhao Shu opened his mouth, said nothing more, and got out of the car as Su Yinshi instructed. After waiting for Zhao Shu to leave, Su Yinshi asked the driver to drive. At this moment, Gu Yannian finally calmed down. If he hadn't been quick to speak just now, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out like this. In addition, Su Yinshi repeatedly emphasized the importance of this cooperation before coming here, so Gu Yannian felt a little guilty at this time. I was wrong just now. How about I go back and apologize? Hearing this, Su Yinshi looked at Gu Yannian and frowned slightly. Why do you have to go back and apologize? You didn't do anything wrong. I shouldn't have said so much. It's none of your business. Su Yinshi knew very well that the reason why Gu Yannian behaved like this was because Zhang Yaodong had spoken frivolously and bullied her first. If Gu Yannian had not reacted just now, she would have been sad instead. So what should we do now? Are we really not going to cooperate anymore? It's not like he's the only company in the world. If this cooperation doesn't work out, we can find another one. Su Yinshi was unwilling to let Gu Yannian go to Zhang Yaodong to bow down, so naturally it was impossible for her to go back to Zhang Yaodong to discuss cooperation. Su Yinshi had said so much, and Gu Yannian did not say anything more. Neither of them spoke, and there was silence in the car. After a while, Gu Yannian took the initiative to break the silence and asked, "We didn't have that meal just now, how about I take you somewhere to eat?" Good. Gu Yannian used his mobile phone to navigate a location and handed it to the driver. The driver nodded and drove towards the location given by Gu Yannian. Soon, the car stopped on the side of the street. Looking around, this street is full of food stalls, bustling with people and full of the atmosphere of life. Su Yinshi followed Gu Yannian out of the car and told the driver to go first, and then the two of them walked over. As soon as he got to the street, Gu Yannian took off his suit jacket and began to introduce the place in a familiar manner. This one makes casserole, and the one in the front makes dumplings. They both taste very good. If you want to eat stir-fried dishes, go a little further ahead. There is a restaurant inside that makes very good stir-fried dishes. Listening to Gu Yannian's introduction, Su Yinshi suddenly remembered that Gu Yannian used to want the best of everything, whether it was food or daily necessities, and what he despised most was this kind of street food. I didn't expect that after so many years, Gu Yannian could still talk about these foods with great knowledge. Gu Yannian talked for a long time without hearing Su Yinshi's answer, so he turned his head and glanced at Su Yinshi. Seeing Su Yinshi's somewhat surprised expression, Gu Yannian understood what Su Yinshi was thinking. Are you surprised? Actually, there's nothing to be surprised about. The food here is much better than what I ate when I first went bankrupt. Chapter 11 An Answer. Gu Yannian took Su Yinshi to the stir-fry food stall he mentioned. After ordering a few dishes, while waiting for the food, Gu Yannian began to place bowls and chopsticks for Su Yinshi. I ordered some of the restaurant's signature dishes. You can try them first. If you don't like them, we can change them. Any wine? What? Gu Yannian was a little surprised. After confirming that Su Yinshi wanted wine, Gu Yannian stood up and took out 2 bottles of beer from a box piled nearby, then turned back and put them on the table. There's no wine to drink here, only this. Su Yinshi didn't mind at all. She took the opener and opened the beer, then poured herself a full glass and drank it all in one gulp. Putting down the cup, Su Yinshi instructed Gu Yannian, "These 2 bottles are not enough, bring a box over." Okay. Gu Yannian didn't hesitate and walked over to bring over a box of beer. Soon, all the dishes ordered by Gu Yannian were served. Compared with the one that Zhang Yaodong had just ordered, these dishes were much simpler, but fortunately they were delicious. Gu Yannian picked up a piece of food for Su Yinshi with chopsticks. Seeing that Su Yinshi was eating with gusto, he laughed and said, "I thought you would dislike this place and not be able to eat these things. Why do you dislike this place? You think I can't endure hardship, right? That's not what I meant. I was thinking that since you are now the chairman of a business group, your tastes might have changed." "No, nothing has changed about me from then until now." Su Yinshi hinted at something and stared at Gu Yannian with burning eyes. Gu Yannian is not a fool, he knows exactly what Su Yinshi is thinking. He also knew that Su Yinshi had been waiting for an answer that made him leave without saying goodbye. But what can I do if I say it? It won't change anything. Really. My taste is different now. I didn't like spicy food before, but now I love it. As if to prove his words, Gu Yannian picked up a piece of chili and put it in his mouth. When Su Yinshi saw that Gu Yannian was answering the question irrelevantly, she knew that she would not get the answer she wanted, so she stopped talking and lowered her head to eat in silence. The surroundings were noisy, but the two people here were extremely quiet, as if they were strangers. After dinner, it was already very late. Come sit over there. While waiting for the bus, Su Yinshi suddenly spoke. Gu Yannian raised his eyebrows and subconsciously refused. It's so late, let's do it another day. No, just today, I want to go and see where you live. Haven't you been there? It's a small place, and you can see it all in one glance. What else is there to see? Gu Yannian didn't he really want Su Yinshi to go to his place? He couldn't he refuse last time, but this time he wanted to insist. Why, are you afraid to be alone with me? Su Yinshi reached out her hand and tucked her hair behind her ear. Gu Yannian, don't forget, you are supported by me. Just do whatever I say, don't reject me again and again. It's boring if you do this trick too much. Gu Yannian exhaled the foul air in his chest and nodded as if he didn't care. Okay, since you said so, let's go. Gu Yannian lives in an old neighborhood with inconvenient transportation, poor sound insulation, and a worrying environment. The only advantage is that it is cheap. Following Gu Yannian on the narrow and dim stairs, Su Yinshi's mind was a little confused. The last time she came here, she was so excited about finding Gu Yannian that she didn't even have a good look at this place. Now that she looked at it carefully, she was really more and more frightened. How could Gu Yannian live in a place like this? Gu Yannian stopped on the 4th floor, took out the key and opened the door. Although my place is a bit remote, it's still quite comfortable to live in. Su Yinshi followed him in, but before she could say anything in reply, she heard the sound of a chair falling down from upstairs, followed by a burst of shouting and cursing, and then the sound of a child crying. How is it possible to live comfortably in a place like this? Gu Yannian laughed dryly and turned on the light. When the lights came on, Gu Yannian realized belatedly that the things on the table had not been cleared away. These things were romantic yesterday, but are a joke today. Gu Yannian asked Su Yinshi to sit on the sofa, then rolled up his sleeves and started to pack up. He threw all the food that he hadn't finished yesterday into the trash can, put the dishes in the sink, and took a clean rag to wipe the oil stains on the table. Su Yinshi felt indescribable feelings as she watched Gu Yannian doing the housework skillfully. How could Gu Yannian do these things in the past? Gu Yannian washed the dishes as quickly as possible, boiled a pot of hot water, and made a cup of honey water for Su Yinshi. It's late, I won't make you tea, so you don't have trouble sleeping later. Drink some honey water to soothe your spirits. Su Yinshi's eyes fell on the honey water on the coffee table. These were the things she had done to Gu Yannian before. After many twists and turns, it was now Gu Yannian's turn to treat her like this. Don't live here anymore. Come with me. Didn't you mention this yesterday? I said, I don't want to go to your place. Do you have to be so stubborn? Yes. Gu Yannian didn't want to explain too much, so he just chose to give up. Su Yinshi raised her eyes and looked at Gu Yannian deeply. How come you don't have any sense of being kept? If what you mean by the consciousness of being supported is that I have to obey your every word, that might be a little difficult. Of course, if you like this, I can show you. Gu Yannian spoke frankly, but Su Yinshi couldn't listen anymore. She didn't know what she was thinking about, and she stood up and was about to leave. Seeing that Su Yinshi was about to leave, Gu Yannian did not try to stop her and sent her to the door. Before leaving, Su Yinshi turned around and asked one more question. When you first went bankrupt, were your days very difficult? It's not hard at all. There's wine, meat, and beautiful women. Life is very carefree. Su Yinshi stared at Gu Yannian for a long time, as if trying to find a flaw in Gu Yannian's face. But Gu Yannian looked serious, and there was nothing unusual about him. Su Yinshi withdrew her gaze, laughed at herself, and turned away. When Su Yinshi went downstairs, she happened to run into Gu Yannian's neighbor across the street. The neighbor watched Su Yanqi go downstairs, then glanced at Gu Yannian standing at the door, and teased, "Oh, is he hooking up with a white, rich and beautiful woman? How did you do it? Teach me. First, you need to have a face like mine. Second, you need to have a body like mine. But this is difficult, after all, my looks and body are both unique." Chapter 12, So Thick-Skinned. How shameless. Hey, you can't attack me personally just because you can't beat me. Screw you. The neighbor chatted and laughed with Gu Yannian for a few words, and then they both went back to their rooms. After the incident with Zhang Yaodong today, Gu Yannian was already tired. He slumped on the sofa, looking at the honey water he had just made for Su Yanqi, with indescribable feelings in his heart. If possible, he really didn't want to have any more entanglement with Su Yanqi. Because without him, Su Yanqi can live a better life. On the other side, Su Yanqi, who had already left, had been standing downstairs for a long time. She didn't know why she was standing here. Did she still expect Gu Yannian to chase her and ask her to stay? No, that wouldn't happen. If Gu Yannian wanted to keep her, he would have done it before she left. Thinking of the question she asked Gu Yannian just now, Su Yanqi felt like a joke. She felt sorry for the hardship Gu Yannian had to endure, but she never expected that he was living such a carefree life. Yes, a broken ship still has 3,000 nails. Even if the Gu family goes bankrupt, they will leave other properties to Gu Yannian, their only son. Her heartache is purely self-indulgent. Just as I was thinking about it, the cell phone rang. Su Yanqi came back to her senses and answered the phone. Zhao Shu's voice came from the phone. "Boss Su, the people we fired today are coming to the group to make trouble. Do you think the legal department needs to intervene? Let the person in charge of the subsidiary solve the subsidiary's problems. Then I'll talk to the human resources department of the subsidiary. Also, tell them that if this matter is not resolved well, everyone from the person in charge to the HR department will have their performance deducted for 3 months, and their year-end bonuses will be cancelled." Yes. Su Yanqi hung up the phone, took one last look at Gu Yannian's room, and turned to leave. The next day, Gu Yannian had just entered the office and hadn't had time to sit down when Kui Xiui came in anxiously. "Boss Gu. So early. You want to talk to me about something?" Gu Yannian didn't know what happened in the company yesterday. After sitting down, he asked slowly. Yesterday, several people from the planning department and the advertising department went to the head office to make a scene. Assistant Zhao said that this matter should be handled by General Manager Gu. If it is not handled well, General Manager Gu and everyone in our human resources department will have their performance deducted for 3 months, and their year-end bonuses will be cancelled. Kui Xiui received a call from Zhao Shu last night and was so anxious that she couldn't sleep all night. When Zhao Shu came to the Human Resources Department yesterday to inform her that Zhu Yi and others were going to be fired, she knew that Zhu Yi and others would make a fuss. "I originally thought that even if there was a fuss, I would report it to the head office, which has a legal department that will handle it." Unexpectedly, the matter was pushed back to their side. If it is not handled properly, not only will her 3 months' performance be deducted, but her year-end bonus will also be cancelled. Isn't this going to cost her life? Why are they going to the head office to cause trouble? Gu Yannian was confused. He had been with Su Yanqi and Zhao Shu the entire afternoon and evening yesterday, but he didn't hear what Zhao Shu said to him. Kui Xiui was a little surprised to see that Gu Yannian was unaware of the situation. She saw Gu Yannian and Su Yanqi leaving together yesterday, and she thought Gu Yannian also knew about it. "Boss Gu, don't you know? Assistant Zhao came to our HR department yesterday and asked us to fire Zhu Yi and Li Xiong from the planning department, as well as Zhao Fan and Li Jian from the advertising department. We notified them before leaving get off work yesterday." "Why?" "I don't know. Assistant Zhao just said that this was the chairman's order." "Mr. Gu, what should we do now?" Kui Xiui was so anxious that she could only place her hopes on Gu Yannian. Upon hearing that this was Su Yanqi's arrangement, Gu Yannian became even more confused. Why did Su Yanqi fire these people for no reason? After thinking about it, Gu Yannian seemed to have thought of something. Were these the people who were talking about him behind his back in the tea room yesterday? Did Su Yanqi fire them to vent her anger? Seeing that Gu Yannian didn't say anything, Kui Xiui urged, "Boss Gu, do you have any idea?" "Wait a minute, let me ask." Gu Yannian signaled Kui Xiui to stay calm, took out his cell phone and made a call. Soon, the call was connected, and Gu Yannian immediately said, "Boss Su, I." "Mr. Gu." The person who answered the phone was not Su Yinshi, but Zhao Shu. Gu Yannian was stunned for a moment and asked, "Zhao Zhu, where is President Su?" On the other side, Zhao Shu took a look at Su Yinshi, who was standing in front of the French window in deep thought, and could only answer in a low voice, "Boss Su is in a meeting, is there anything for Boss Gu? I want to ask Mr. Su about Zhu Yi and the others." "Boss Gu, Boss Su has already said that this matter is entirely up to you. Boss Su means that they must not stay in the company anymore." "What's the reason for the dismissal?" "You can't dismiss someone without any reason, right? Boss Gu, it's your job to make them leave and stop causing trouble. Boss Su has other things to do here, bye." Zhao Shu hung up the phone and looked at Su Yinshi. "Boss Su, I have replied according to your instructions. But, are you really not going to let the legal people go? Zhu Yi and his people are not easy to deal with. If the matter gets out of hand, I am worried that Boss Gu will suffer. He is a person who will eat anything except hardship and loss." Su Yinshi looked at the scenery in the distance and decided not to care about this matter. On the other end, Kui Shui saw Gu Yannian put down the phone and asked, "Boss Gu, what did Boss Su say?" Boss Su was in a meeting, and it was Assistant Zhao who answered the phone. Assistant Zhao said that this matter would be handled entirely by me. Just as Gu Yannian finished speaking, before Kui Shui could speak, Zhang Xiao from the Human Resources Department knocked on the door and walked in. "Boss Gu, Sister Kui, something terrible has happened. Zhu Yi and his gang are here again and are causing trouble in the office area." When Kui Shui heard this, she immediately looked at Gu Yannian. Gu Yannian originally wanted Su Yinshi to take back her decision, but now it seems unlikely. He can only bite the bullet and deal with it. "I'll go and take a look." "Boss Gu, do you want to call the security guard up?" "Don't shout yet, don't make things worse." Gu Yannian rejected Kui Shui's suggestion. Calling security at this time would only intensify the conflict. Kui Shui was nervous, but she could only do as Gu Yannian asked. The three of them rushed to the office area. Before they entered the door, they heard Zhu Yi and others cursing inside. Li Xiong even blamed everything on Gu Yannian. Gu Yannian is a gigolo who relied on women to get to the top. He wants to fire us just because we know how he climbed to the top. How shameless. That's right, he's a gigolo. If he can fire us for this reason today, he can fire you tomorrow. Listening to the yelling and cursing inside, Kui Shui asked in a low voice, "Boss Gu, what should we do?" Gu Yannian listened for a while, then turned his head and ordered, "Go find all their attendance reports and bring them to the meeting room." Kui Shui responded and told Zhang Xiao to do it. After waiting for Zhang Xiao to leave, Gu Yannian took Kui Shui into the office area. Chapter 13, What is the statement? Boss Gu is here. Seeing Gu Yannian, someone shouted, and the originally noisy office area suddenly became quiet. Kui Shui glanced at Zhu Yi and his colleagues standing in the middle of the office area, their faces flushed and their necks thick, and spoke first. "Zhu Yi, Li Xiong, what are you guys doing? This is an office, why are you making such a scene?" Kui Shui, shut up. Who are you to give orders here? What Zhu Yi said is right. Kui Shui, no matter what, we were all colleagues before. We weren't too bad to you on weekdays, were we? What about now? You took advantage of the situation and helped this pretty boy to deal with us, right? Kui Shui was accused by Zhu Yi and Li Xiong in front of so many people. Her face turned pale and blue. "Zhu Yi, Li Xiong, your words are too harsh. If you think our words are harsh, then don't do things in such an ugly way." Zhu Yi snorted coldly, looked up and down at Gu Yannian, who had been standing there without saying anything, and said in a bad tone, "Little white face who relies on women to get to the top, what else can you do besides eating gigolo meals? There are so many things he can do, such as whispering in someone's ear to exclude dissidents. Also, what else can a pretty boy do besides these?" Li Xiong agreed with Zhu Yi and said whatever unpleasant words he wanted to say. You. Kui Shui really didn't expect Zhu Yi and his friends to say such harsh words, so much so that she, who was always sharp-tongued, didn't know how to refute them. "Are you done?" Gu Yannian, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke, drawing everyone's attention to him. Gu Yannian was usually good-tempered and always smiling when he was at the company. But now he looked so cold and sullen, which was really scary. "We're not finished yet. We still have a lot to say. What, are you scared? Ju Yi took a step forward, looking aggressive, as if he was the leader. If you want to resolve this, come with me to the conference room. If you don't want to resolve this, then keep arguing here. After saying that, Gu Yannian turned around and walked towards the meeting room without waiting for Ju Yi and the others to reply. Brother Ju, what should we do? Li Xiong and a few others surrounded Ju Yi, wanting Ju Yi to make a decision. Just go, am I afraid of this pretty boy? Ju Yi didn't take Gu Yannian seriously at all. In his mind, Gu Yannian was just a gigolo. After Ju Yi said so, Li Xiong and others no longer hesitated and followed Ju Yi to the meeting room. Seeing Ju Yi and his companions leave, the office area suddenly exploded with discussions. Kui Xiui took a deep breath and shouted, "What are you doing? You don't want to work anymore, right? Go back to work." Seeing Kui Xiui getting angry, the office area finally quieted down. Kui Xiui glared at everyone and walked towards the meeting room. Inside the meeting room, Ju Yi, Li Xiong and the other three sat opposite Gu Yannian. Each one was more unconvinced than the other, and their eyes were full of contempt when they looked at Gu Yannian. Kui Xiui closed the door of the conference room, then walked over and sat next to Gu Yannian. Gu Yannian glanced at the four people in front of him and spoke first. "It was not enough that you went to the head office to make trouble yesterday, and you are coming here to make trouble today. Tell me, what do you want? Gu Yannian, stop putting on airs here. You know how you got to this position, and so do we. You want to fire us for no reason. I tell you, that's not possible." Ju Yi slammed the table and replied fiercely, "If you can't give a reasonable reason, then we will sue you. Ju Yi, I told you yesterday the reason for your expulsion. Why are you still making a fuss?" Kui Xiui replied, dissatisfied with Ju Yi's attitude. "You old woman, shut up." Ju Yi pointed at Kui Xiui and cursed, "Is this a reason to be passive and slow at work? You?" Gu Yannian grabbed Kui Xiui and told her not to argue with Ju Yi and the others anymore. No matter how powerful Kui Xiui is, she can't gain any advantage against the four people on the opposite side. I understand that it's hard to accept being fired suddenly, but this is not a reason for you to make trouble. After Gu Yannian calmed Kui Xiui down, he spoke slowly. Also, is it appropriate for you grown men to talk to a woman like this? Li Xiong had worked with Gu Yannian for a while, and what he disliked most was Gu Yannian's behavior. Gu Yannian, others may not know what kind of person you are, but I know it very well. You don't have to tell us nonsense here. If you don't give us an explanation today, we will not leave. Moreover, we have to tell everyone your true face, Gu Yannian, so that everyone can see what kind of person you are." As the atmosphere became increasingly tense, Zhang Xiao walked in with documents. Zhang Xiao handed the document to Gu Yannian. Gu Yannian took it and glanced at it, and he already had an idea in his mind. Putting the document aside, Gu Yannian raised his eyes and looked at Li Xiong with a cold expression. When he worked with Li Xiong, he was often deceived by Li Xiong. Sweet words but a sharp knife in the heart, this is what Li Xiong is like. "Li Xiong, you keep saying you're going to expose my true face, then go ahead if you have the guts. I, Gu Yannian, graduated from a prestigious university, and everyone can see how capable I am at work. Do you really think you can fool me with just a few words?" Gu Yannian spoke in a cold voice, not afraid of Li Xiong's threat. "But you, a graduate of a fake school, got into the company through the back door. You started complaining before you even did anything. Even your job has to be handed over to others. Moreover, you are a married man, but you still flirt with unmarried girls in the office during work. Speaking of shame, I want to see who is embarrassed between the two of us." Li Xiong opened his mouth, but could not utter any rebuttal. He could only yell and curse loudly to cover up his guilty conscience. Ju Yi grabbed Li Xiong and said to Gu Yannian, "Gu Yannian, stop talking nonsense here. If you don't give us an explanation, we will sue you." "Explanation? What explanation do you want?" Gu Yannian looked cold, and saw through Ju Yi and the others' thoughts at a glance. "You went to the head office yesterday to make trouble because you knew that the notice of your dismissal was issued by the head office, and you wanted to plead for mercy. Seeing that the head office ignored you, you came to me again. I think you guys are making such a fuss today not to ask me for an explanation, but to get compensation, right? If you hadn't made such a fuss, I might have considered your request. But now, I'm telling you the truth, you can't expect any compensation at all. Even if you sue me, it will be useless. Chapter 14 Compensation. Humiliation? Gu Yannian, don't speak too early. Gu saw that Gu Yannian saw through his thoughts, so he stopped pretending. The company wants to fire us on the grounds of passive resistance. That is absolutely impossible. If you want us to leave quietly and not cause trouble, then you should give us 2 years of compensation. Besides, we do not accept dismissal, only termination of contract. It will be difficult to find a good job after being fired. Therefore, they must not be fired. 2 years of compensation. Ju Yi, are you crazy about money? What does the law stipulate? Gu Xiaoyi has been working in the Human Resources Department for many years. What has she not seen? This is really the first time for Ju Yi to do this. She had also laid off staff, and the maximum compensation given at that time was only half a year. Now Ju Yi asked for more than 2 years of compensation, which was simply an exorbitant demand. Without 2 years of compensation, don't even think about continuing the discussion. Ju Yi was determined to get the money and would not leave without it. Gu Yannian sneered, picked up the document that had just been placed aside and threw it in front of Ju Yi. Do you want to talk about this? Take a look at this document first. Ju Yi took the document and opened it to take a look. His face instantly turned pale. Seeing Ju Yi's expression was not right, Li Xiong and the other two also came over. After seeing the document in Ju Yi's hand clearly, their faces turned grim. This document contains your attendance records and reimbursements from the time you joined the company until now. You know exactly what your attendance records are like. Being late and leaving early are commonplace for you. As for the reimbursement, you always use the company's money to eat and drink lavishly in the name of entertaining customers. Just based on these 2 points, it is completely reasonable for me to fire you. Saying that you are passive and lazy is still considering that you have been in the company for many years, so I give you some face. Of course, if you don't want to save face, then we can just fight it out. I also want to see which law can support you. When Gu Yannian was working in the company, he had already discovered the problems of these people. But at that time, he was just a small clerk and could not manage too much. Later, when he became the general manager, he had already taken the matter of adjusting the personnel to heart. The reason why he did not take action against these people at the first time was because a group of them were optimized during the acquisition. If he took action rashly, it would affect the ongoing projects. He thought about moving these people out of the project and putting them on the sidelines, and then optimizing them step by step. Now that they had come forward to cause trouble, he would just take over. After listening to Gu Yannian's words, Ju Yi couldn't even say a word of rebuttal. Li Xiong, Zhao Fan, and Li Jian all listened to Ju Yi. Now that Ju Yi was speechless, the 3 of them also stopped talking one by one. Seeing the expressions of the 4 people, Gu Yannian continued, in fact, if your attitude is better, I might consider changing the expulsion to termination of the contract and give you a way out. But now I can't do that. All of this is your own fault. Gu Yannian stood up and told Gu Xiaoyi to process the formalities for the 4 of them and let them leave the company. Before leaving the meeting room, Gu Yannian said, Minister Gu, if they continue to make trouble, call the security guards and kick them out. Yes. Gu Xiaoyi nodded, staring at the 4 people in front of her who looked like frost-bitten eggplants, and finally let out the anger she had just suffered. The issue of Ju Yi and the other 3 was resolved smoothly, and Gu Xiaoyi was in a good mood. After Ju Yi and the other 3 left the company, Gu Xiaoyi specifically told everyone in the Human Resources Department what had just happened in the conference room, and then praised Gu Yannian a lot. She wanted to use everyone in the HR department to tell the entire company that they should be more respectful to Gu Yannian in the future. Since he can sit in this position, he must have the ability. But Gu Yannian didn't know about these things. After such a commotion early in the morning, he just felt exhausted. What was going on? Was this a test given to him by Su Yanxi? I raised my wrist and glanced at my watch. It was almost noon. Gu Yannian thought for a moment and called Su Yanxi again. This time the phone kept ringing, but no one answered. After Gu Yannian hung up, he called again, but the result was the same. After thinking for a moment, Gu Yannian got up and walked out. He wants to see Su Yanxi. Changfeng Group. After Gu Yannian reported his identity to the front desk, he was taken to the elevator by the front desk. As he sat in the elevator all the way up, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Su Yanxi is excellent. He knew this the first time he saw her. He just didn't expect that in the few years since he left Su Yanqi would be able to build such a great foundation. Su Yanqi's excellence and ability far exceeded his imagination. Just as he was thinking about it, the elevator stopped, and when the elevator door opened, Zhao Shu, who had received the news, was already waiting outside. Seeing Gu Yannian, Zhao Shu greeted her and then took her to the chairman's office. On the way, Zhao Shu praised Gu Yannian. Boss Gu is so efficient and effective. I am really impressed by him. Zhao Zhu received the news so quickly. Gu Yannian raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard Zhao Shu's words. Zhao Shu smiled and did not answer Gu Yannian's question. He stopped in front of the office door and knocked on it. After receiving a response from inside, Zhao Shu pushed open the door and motioned for Gu Yannian to go in. Gu Yannian looked at the open door in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and walked in. Zhao Shu then closed the door, leaving the office to Su Yanqi and Gu Yannian. In the office, Su Yanqi was sitting on the sofa eating. Seeing Gu Yannian coming in, Su Yanqi said, "Have you eaten? If not, let's sit down and eat together." Gu Yannian sat down opposite Su Yanqi and asked directly, "Do you mean to fire Zhu Yi and the others? Why do you want to do this? Did you hear what they said in the tea room?" Su Yanqi put down her chopsticks, took a tissue and wiped the corners of her mouth, then raised her eyes and looked at Gu Yannian. "You came to me at this time just to ask these questions?" "Yes. I am the chairman. I think I have the right to adjust and optimize the personnel of the subsidiary. What you need to do is to complete the tasks I give you. You don't need to ask any more questions about the rest. But you also said that I would be the only one to handle the company's affairs. Do you know that you have brought me a lot of trouble by doing this?" "Really?" Su Yanqi said, stood up and walked to the desk, opened the drawer, took out the box inside, and gave it to Gu Yannian. "What is this?" Gu Yannian took the box and opened it, and saw that there was a Patek Philippe watch inside. "What do you mean?" Su Yanqi sat back down on the sofa, raised her lips and replied, "Aren't you blaming me for causing you trouble? This is my compensation to you." Chapter 15, Submission. The last time Gu Yannian felt ashamed was when he owed the landlord 2 months' rent and was blocked in the corridor by the landlord, who yelled at him. The most recent time was now. If he had received this watch at any other time, Gu Yannian would have been happy. But at this time, Gu Yannian just couldn't be happy at all. He knew that his and Su Yanqi's identities had been swapped, but he said he was willing to be kept, but in his heart he was unwilling to admit it. And now, Su Yanqi made it clear to him that he was just a kept gigolo. Seeing that Gu Yannian didn't say anything, Su Yanqi asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like it? If you don't like it, I can give you something else next time." Gu Yannian's expression changed again and again. He held the box tightly in his hand and couldn't say a word. Su Yanqi saw Gu Yannian's expression. She knew that Gu Yannian was unhappy now, but Su Yanqi seemed not to notice it and continued to talk to herself. "If you want anything in the future, just tell me. I will agree to it as long as I can. Do you really have to do this?" Gu Yannian couldn't help it after all, and raised his head, looking somewhat lonely. "Yang Shi, do you have to treat me like this?" Yanxi. The familiar name made Su Yanqi silent. This was the first time that Gu Yannian called her name since she and Gu Yannian met again. As much as she hated Gu Yannian calling her name before, she missed him even more after he left without saying goodbye. She thought she would be happy to hear Gu Yannian calling her name again, but no, she was not happy at all. All she could think about was what Gu Yannian said yesterday. In the days without her, Gu Yannian lived very well, and she was the only one who stayed there from beginning to end. "I don't understand what you're saying. Am I not good enough for you?" Su Yanqi knew that if she lowered her head at this moment, everything would return to the way it was before. But she didn't want to. Why was she the one who lowered her head every time? With this thought in mind, Su Yanqi always said things that Gu Yannian didn't like to hear. "Gu Yannian, I have already given you a lot. Isn't it inappropriate for you to want something else? If you really don't want to be supported by me, then I can give up. But are you sure you want me to give up? Do you not need to worry about your bank debt?" Gu Yannian stared at Su Yanqi, and after confirming that these were Su Yanqi's sincere words, Gu Yannian suddenly grinned and said, "I finally met someone who was willing to support me. How could I give up? I was just dizzy just now, please don't blame me. From now on, I will take whatever you give me, and I will do whatever you want me to do, without any hesitation." Hearing this answer that was obviously full of anger, Su Yanqi also smiled and responded, "It's best if you can think so. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Gu Yannian stood up and shook the box in his hand towards Su Yanqi. "I like this watch very much, I'll take it away, thank you." "You deserve it, you're welcome." "Okay." Gu Yannian nodded and left the office. After walking out of the office, Gu Yannian's expression changed instantly. Zhao Shu, who was sitting in a cubicle outside the office, heard the noise and came out. Seeing Gu Yannian coming out, he greeted her, "Mr. Gu, you're coming out so soon. Are you leaving?" Zhao Shu's eyes fell on the box in Gu Yannian's hand, and he suddenly realized, so President Su wants to give this watch to President Gu. Hearing this, Gu Yannian looked at Zhao Shu. "Do you know this watch?" "I know. President Su specifically told me to buy it." Zhao Shu smiled and didn't notice that Gu Yannian's expression was not right. "This watch is very difficult to buy. I waited for a long time. President Su, I have something else to do, I'll leave first." Gu Yannian didn't want to listen anymore. Su Yanqi spent so much time and money to buy this watch just to humiliate him. "Mr. Gu, Mr. Gu." Zhao Shu saw Gu Yannian suddenly get angry and leave, so he chased after her and shouted twice, but when he saw that Gu Yannian couldn't stop shouting, he had to give up. It was really strange, why did Gu Yannian leave before he finished speaking? Su Yanqi asked him to buy this watch, because it was hard to buy, and he also told Su Yanqi to see if he could change to another brand. But Su Yanqi insisted on this one, because Su Yanqi said that this watch was a gift for a very important person. Gu Yannian had already left, so Zhao Shu took the document for Su Yanqi's signature and walked into the office. "Boss Su, here are some documents that need your signature." Su Yanqi leaned on the sofa, her face pale. Zhao Shu was startled when he saw this, and ran to the desk familiarly, took out the stomach medicine from the drawer, and handed it to Su Yanqi along with the water. After Su Yanqi took the medicine and took a while to calm down, her complexion recovered a little. "Boss Su, why don't you go to the hospital? Taking painkillers when you feel pain is not a good idea." Zhao Shu has been with Su Yanqi for many years and knows that Su Yanqi's stomach has always been not in good condition. Su Yanqi was unwilling to go to the hospital. "I'm fine. Where's Gu Yannian?" "Boss Gu has left." Thinking of Gu Yannian's attitude when she left just now, Zhao Shu was a little confused. "I saw that Boss Gu seemed a little angry when he left just now. Did something happen? Does Boss Gu not like that watch?" Su Yanqi pursed her lips and said nothing. If it was given at any other time, Gu Yannian would definitely like it. After all, this is what Gu Yannian has always wanted. But she chose this time and said some nonsense. Gu Yannian would only think that the watch was an insult to him. How could he like it? "Zhao Shu. What do you want, Mr. Su? Tell the legal department and ask them to complete the formalities as soon as possible. The legal department is already going through the process." "But Mr. Su, do we really have to completely separate Mr. Gu's company from the group? We finally acquired it, and now it's separated again, isn't it a bad idea? Besides, what if Mr. Shen asks about it? If the senior asks, I will explain it to him myself. Also, don't tell anyone about this for now, especially not Gu Yannian." "I see." Su Yanqi was really too tired, so she asked Zhao Shu to go out first so that she could be alone and quiet. Zhao Shu also saw that Su Yanqi's expression was not very good, so he quietly retreated. As soon as he went out, Zhao Shu's cell phone rang. After seeing the caller clearly, Zhao Shu quickly returned to his office and then answered the phone. "Mr. Shen." "Zhao Shu, is Ceci okay?" "Boss Su is fine. Boss Shen, are you coming back soon? I have something else to do, so I might be delayed for a while. But I'll find time to come back on Ceci's birthday." "Okay, Mr. Shen." Chapter 16. This is fate. Gu Yannian returned to the company angrily with the watch, found a drawer and threw the watch in, thinking that out of sight, out of mind. But the more you want to ignore something, the more you can't ignore it. Gu Yannian stared at the drawer for a long time, and finally took out the watch again. "Take off your watch and put on a new one." It has to be said that price determines everything. Although they are both watches, Casio and Patek Philippe are not in the same class at all. Staring at the watch on his wrist, Gu Yannian muttered to himself, "Since it's given to me, I'll wear it. It's just being kept by someone. I make a living with my own ability, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Mr. Gu. Kui Shui walked into the office and brought Gu Yannian back to his senses. What's up? Gu Yannian replied unhappily, his face still drooping. Kui Shui thought that Gu Yannian was still unhappy about Zhu Yi and the others, so she answered, Zhu Yi and the others' affairs have been dealt with, and they will not make trouble again in the future. This time it's really all thanks to Mr. Gu. If Mr. Gu hadn't stepped forward, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to deal with Zhu Yi and the others for a while. Kui Shui was grateful to Gu Yannian from the bottom of her heart. She had always thought that Gu Yannian didn't have any real ability, but now she has a new respect for him. Gu Yannian still had a gloomy face and didn't look happy at all. Kui Shui also noticed that something was wrong with Gu Yannian, so she could only change the subject. Boss Gu, have you prepared the list we mentioned earlier? If we don't recruit people now, I'm afraid it will be too late. Go ask Zhaoshu for the list. Ask him who you want to recruit. Zhaoshu. Kui Shui frowned when she heard it. Zhaoshu doesn't know much about our situation here. Isn't it inappropriate to ask him about recruitment? Ask him whether it's okay or not. I, the general manager, I'm just a figurehead anyway. Gu Yannian became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and was ready to leave early. He was just a kept man anyway, so who was he trying so hard for? Kui Shui chased after him and shouted a few times, but Gu Yannian just walked away without looking back. Helplessly, Kui Shui could only contact Zhaoshu. Zhaoshu was also confused after hearing Kui Shui's question. As an assistant to the chairman, he was usually busy with the affairs of the group. When did he have to take care of the personnel recruitment of the subsidiary? Did she really think he had 3 heads and 6 arms? But Gu Yannian was unwilling to take care of it, so Zhaoshu had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask Su Yanxi for her opinion. Hearing that Gu Yannian was in a bad mood and didn't care about anything, Su Yanxi didn't say much, but asked Zhaoshu to tell Kui Shui to post a recruitment notice according to their vacant positions first. Gu Yannian still had the final say on who to recruit later. Gu Yannian didn't know that Kui Shui really went to find Zhaoshu. In fact, he regretted it as soon as he left the company. He is too impulsive. He obviously has more important things to do and he obviously needs this job, so why is he making such a fuss? After thinking about it, it was his own fault. He thought he had changed his personality, but everything changed after he met Su Yanxi again. Especially when he saw that Su Yanxi was willing to cancel the cooperation she wanted for him, he began to swell up. However, the cold reality made him realize that he was not that important. Gu Yannian wandered around for the whole day, and only packed a bunch of food to take back at night. When he got home, he ran into his neighbor. When the neighbor saw the food in Gu Yannian's hand, he teased, "Hey, elites still eat these junk foods. Where is your beautiful, rich girl? Get out." Gu Yannian was in no mood to joke. He opened the door and went in, then closed it heavily. He put the food on the coffee table, took off his suit, sat on the floor, and started eating. Eating when in a bad mood is a habit that Gu Yannian developed after the Gu family went bankrupt. When he came back from abroad, he thought he could start over and learn from his father to start from scratch. But reality soon slapped him in the face. Not only did he spend the last bit of money left by his parents, he also owed a lot. For a while, he often had no food to eat. So after he found a job and had a stable income, eating became a very important thing. He would eat when he was in a good mood, and even more when he was in a bad mood. But tonight, Gu Yannian obviously ate too much. He chose all the spicy dishes, and in the second half of the night, Gu Yannian was vomiting and having diarrhea, and his steps were unsteady. He reluctantly put on his coat and went downstairs. He waited on the deserted street for more than half an hour before he got a taxi to the hospital. The emergency room was very quiet at 1 o'clock in the morning. Gu Yannian was stimulated by the spiciness, and an four drip would be enough. When Gu Yannian was looking for a place to hang the four drip, he saw Su Yanxi in the corner with a pale face and also hanging the four drip. Seeing Su Yanxi, Gu Yannian's first reaction was to turn around and leave. But seeing Su Yanxi curled up in the corner alone and looking lonely and pitiful, Gu Yannian couldn't help but walked towards Su Yanxi. Su Yanxi was resting her mind when she noticed someone sitting down next to her. She moved to the other side, trying to keep a distance from the person. "Don't lean to the side, or you'll fall." The familiar voice made Su Yanqi open her eyes and look sideways. But after seeing Gu Yannian, Su Yanqi was really surprised for a while. Why are you here? Gastroenteritis, come and get in 4. What about you? What's wrong with you? I'm not feeling well. Why don't you ask someone to accompany you if you feel uncomfortable? Gu Yannian frowned. Can't you call me? When Su Yanqi heard this, she smiled faintly. I didn't call you, but you came too, didn't you? Gu Yannian glanced at the 4 drip on the back of his hand and laughed. Yeah, so this is God's will. With this smile, the tension between the two people during the day was relieved a lot. Gu Yannian hesitated for a moment, and decided to apologize first. I want to apologize to you for what happened during the day. It's my fault. I spoke a little aggressively. Actually, the watch you gave me is very nice. Su Yanqi lowered her head slightly. This was the first time that Gu Yannian gave in. Let's not talk about the past anymore. Zhao told me today about your recruitment. I have asked Zhao to notify Kui Xiui to post a recruitment notice according to the vacant positions. You will be in charge of the subsequent interviews. If you are too busy, I can transfer the group's human resources department to help you. No need. Sister Kui is quite capable. Gu Yannian wanted to say something, but seeing that Su Yanqi's face was really ugly, he stopped thinking about business and let Su Yanqi lean on him and sleep for a while. It was rare for Gu Yannian to take the initiative, so Su Yanqi didn't hesitate to lean on Gu Yannian's shoulder and closed her eyes. Perhaps because there was someone familiar around, Su Yanqi soon fell into a dream. Looking at Su Yanqi, Gu Yannian's heart softened, and he reached out to gather Su Yanqi's hair. Su Yanqi moved slightly in her sleep and whispered softly, Senior, stop making trouble, I'm too sleepy. Gu Yannian was startled and withdrew his hand. Chapter 17 Old Friend. After staying in the hospital for a night, the relationship between Gu Yannian and Su Yanqi had obviously improved a lot. At least, neither of them spoke in sarcastic terms anymore, and no one brought up the topic of being kept a sponsor anymore. Gu Yannian adjusted his state and started to get busy again. He attended all the interviews for all positions and selected the candidates he was satisfied with. After the personnel were in place, he began to allocate personnel and resources according to the progress of the project. God will not let down those who work hard. The messy situation has been greatly improved under Gu Yannian's arrangement. The most obvious point is that, except for special circumstances, everyone in the company can go home normally. Not only that, Gu Yannian also led his team to secure a cooperation, which brought considerable profits. It is expected that by the end of the year, the revenue will increase by several percentage points. As a result, the attitude of everyone in the company towards Gu Yannian changed, and private discussions disappeared. Mr. Gu, we have received several resumes from secretaries, but none of them meet your requirements. You may have to wait a little longer. When Zhang Xiao came to deliver the documents, he also mentioned the secretary recruitment situation. Gu Yannian didn't care much about this. The right person is very important. I can handle the things here by myself. You can just take your time to find one. Okay, I'll go out first. While waiting for Zhang Xiao to leave, Gu Yannian took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Yanqi, reminding her not to forget her date tonight. Soon, Su Yanqi replied, saying that she would definitely keep the appointment. After receiving the reply, Gu Yannian called the flower shop to order a bouquet of flowers, and then happily put away the phone. When it was time to get off work, Gu Yannian turned off the computer on time and went to the parking lot with the car keys. Since he and Su Yanqi had reconciled, Su Yanqi had prepared a car for him to go to and from get off work more conveniently. This time, Su Yanqi's arrangement really hit the spot. He lived far away, and commuting to get off work was a real problem. Now that he has a car, things are different. Gu Yannian arrived at the reserved restaurant early and walked in holding flowers. This is a newly opened top-floor restaurant. When you sit by the window, you can enjoy the panoramic view of the city at night. Su Yanqi was delayed by something and would arrive a little later. Gu Yannian was not in a hurry to order food and took out his phone to look through it. Gu Yannian was watching intently when she heard a burst of laughter not far ahead. She looked up and saw 4 young women sitting at a table near the bar. Each of them was dressed hotter and sexier than the other, posing and taking pictures with the food on the table. This fake socialite who obviously relied on posing to show off did not arouse Gu Yannian's interest. He glanced at her and then lowered his head again. However, Gu Yannian's lack of interest in them did not mean that these people had no interest in Gu Yannian. As early as the moment Gu Yannian came in, they had already noticed Gu Yannian. After taking the perfect photos, several people urged the woman who treated them to dinner to ask Gu Yannian for his contact information. Stop messing around, he's carrying flowers, he must be waiting for his girlfriend. Why would I go over and ask for his contact information? What's wrong with a girlfriend? As long as you, Daisy, take action, there is no man you can't get. Xiaoqing is right, Daisy, just go. The woman named Daisy was wearing a low-cut white tight dress, had wavy hair, and had delicate makeup. She was the most outstanding among the four. She said that she didn't want to embarrass herself, but her mind had already flown to Gu Yannian. After hearing the flattery from several people, she pretended to be embarrassed and stood up and walked towards Gu Yannian. Hi, how are you? Gu Yannian looked up when he heard the voice, and when he saw the woman standing in front of him, he also responded, hello. Daisy was even happier when she heard Gu Yannian's voice. As expected, this person was good-looking and had a nice voice. My name is Daisy, can I buy you a drink? Sorry, a friend of mine is coming over later. Gu Yannian politely declined Daisy's invitation. Daisy didn't give up and continued, then, can I have your contact information? I'm afraid this is not very convenient. Sorry. After saying this, Gu Yannian lowered his head again. Daisy felt ashamed when she saw Gu Yannian rejecting her again and again, so she turned away with a sullen face. Seeing Daisy like this, they knew that she had hit a wall. The other three surrounded Daisy and told her that Gu Yannian was unromantic and told her not to take it to heart. Daisy didn't say anything, still staring at Gu Yannian. No one has ever rejected her. However, why did she feel that Gu Yannian looked so familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere? Just as he was thinking, he saw a slender figure walking towards Gu Yannian. Gu Yannian looked up and saw the person coming. He immediately smiled, stood up and pulled out a chair for the person like a gentleman, and handed over the flowers that had been prepared long ago. Daisy carefully looked at the woman who had been courting Gu Yannian. She looked about the same age as her. The woman was also wearing a white dress, but it was more conventional, not too low-cut and not too short. Her long hair was tied up behind her head and fixed with a hairpin, looking as pure and elegant as a bunch of daffodils. Seeing the two people talking and laughing, Daisy felt uncomfortable, so she paid the bill and was about to leave, and the other three hurriedly followed. When leaving, Daisy almost bumped into the waiter, causing quite a commotion. Gu Yannian was attracted by the movement and looked at it twice more. She turned her head and looked in the direction of Gu Yannian, then retracted her gaze and teased, why, you can't recover from seeing a beautiful woman. No matter how beautiful they are, they can't compare to you. Really? She held her chin with one hand and blinked at Gu Yannian, you are so sweet, should I reward you with something? Just as Gu Yannian was about to answer, he felt that his weak spot was Su Yanqi's hand. No, to be precise, it was Su Yanqi's foot. The other side. As soon as Daisy got in the car, she immediately lit a cigarette. Listening to the other people's laughter, Daisy was still brainstorming. Not only did she feel familiar with Gu Yannian, but she also felt familiar with the woman sitting opposite Gu Yannian. But where had she seen these two people? Suddenly, Daisy's eyes lit up. I remember it. Daisy, what do you remember? I know who he is, Jiajia's ex-boyfriend. Chapter 18 Tip-Off. The luxurious villa on the other side of the ocean was in a mess. There were a bunch of people sleeping in the living room, white and black, men and women. There were bottles of wine everywhere on the floor, table, and sofa. It was easy to see how lively the party was last night. The cell phone rang in the bedroom on the second floor. The ringing woke the sleeping woman up. She took the phone from the bedside table and answered the call with her eyes closed. Hello. Dear, it's me, Daisy. Don't you check the time? Why are you calling me so early? Their voice on the other end of the phone was full of dissatisfaction, and Daisy just remembered that it was still early on the other side of the ocean. If it were in the past, she would not dare to offend the other party and disturb his sweet dreams. But now, she could not care so much. Honey, wake up, I have something to tell you. Hearing Daisy's excited voice, the woman finally slowly opened her eyes, pulled the quilt to wrap her naked body, sat up, rubbed her forehead, and asked, what's the matter that makes you so excited? The white man sleeping next to the woman heard the sound, opened his eyes, sat up, held the woman in his arms, and began to kiss her. Listening to the noise on the phone, Daisy was a little confused. Honey, what's going on there? Is there someone around you? If you have something to say, just say it. If not, I'll hang up. Don't hang up, don't hang up. Jiao Jiao, guess who I saw? Who is it? Gu Yannian. Hearing the name, Wang Jiao sat up straight immediately. The man beside her didn't understand why, and chased after her again, wanting to hug her again and relive the dream. But this time, Wang Jiao didn't want to pester her. She glared at the man and asked him to stop, then asked into the phone, did you see it right? I definitely can't be wrong. It's him, it's Gu Yannian. And, do you know who he is with now? Who? It's the woman he kept, Su Yanxi? Daisy was very excited when she spoke. She was a classmate of Wang Jiao, Gu Yannian and Su Yanxi. Su Yanxi was different from all of them. She was a top student and received scholarships every year. Although Su Yanxi came from a poor family, she was beautiful and good at studying, and there were countless people chasing after her. However, Su Yanxi was fully focused on her studies and never responded to anyone's pursuit until she was kept by Gu Yannian. No one actually knew about Gu Yannian's support of Su Yanxi. It was only after someone accidentally overheard the conversation between Gu Yannian and Su Yanxi that the news was spread. As soon as this incident came out, everyone was talking about it. However, Su Yanxi had always been a loner and didn't care about anyone's comments. As for Gu Yannian, the Gu family was rich and powerful, so no one dared to gossip about Gu Yannian. Therefore, Gu Yannian and Su Yanxi became a unique landscape in the school. At first I didn't recognize Gu Yannian, I just felt that he looked familiar. It was only after I saw Su Yanxi that I dared to confirm it. Jiao Jiao, after the Gu family went bankrupt, didn't Gu Yannian go abroad? How come he is still in the country and with Su Yanxi? Daisy seemed to be gossiping, but in fact she was adding fuel to the fire. She had liked a boy and pursued him for a long time. She saw that he was about to be moved by her. But the appearance of Su Yanxi ruined everything. Although she knew that Su Yanxi was kept by Gu Yannian, the boy was still obsessed with her and showed great courtesy to Su Yanxi. After being rejected by Su Yanxi many times, he transferred to another school in despair. From that time on, Daisy hated Su Yanxi. What a beautiful lady, she is clearly a shameless vixen. Listening to Wang Jiao's silence on the other end of the phone, Daisy turned around and pretended to be regretful and continued, Jiao Jiao, if the Gu family hadn't gone bankrupt, you wouldn't have broken up with Gu Yannian. You and him, that's a match made in heaven. In fact, there is no such thing as a match made in heaven. Gu Yannian and Wang Jiao have a good relationship. The two are childhood sweethearts. Wang Jiao has always been chasing after Gu Yannian. However, Gu Yannian has never responded to Wang Jiao. To Gu Yannian, Wang Jiao is his sister. But Wang Jiao didn't want to, and always regarded herself as Gu Yannian's girlfriend, treating all women who were interested in Gu Yannian as enemies. It was a pity that Wang Jiao could drive away everyone, but she couldn't drive away Su Yanxi. Wang Jiao wanted to save face, so she told others that she and Gu Yannian had broken up. Others might not know the inside story, but Daisy knew it clearly. Jiao, do you want to come back? Daisy asked cautiously. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Wang Jiao hung up the phone without saying whether she would come back or not. Daisy looked at the darkened phone screen and spit out a mouthful of disgust. Wang Jiao's temper as a young lady really hadn't changed at all. The other side. The man saw Wang Jiao hung up the phone and approached again. Although it was the first time for him to go to bed with Wang Jiao, after the intense sex last night, he already knew clearly where Wang Jiao's sensitive spots were. Everyone knows that Wang Jiao changes men faster than she changes clothes, but anyone who has been with Wang Jiao can reap the benefits. In addition, Wang Jiao is beautiful and has a good figure, so this account is not a loss no matter how you calculate it. This time, the man's plan failed. Wang Jiao ignored the man's flirting, got out of bed wrapped in the quilt, and went straight to the study. He pulled out a photo album from the shelf and opened it, and Gu Yannian's photo appeared in front of him. Touching the person in the photo, Wang Jiao's heart almost melted. She thought she would never hear from Gu Yannian again in this life, nor would she ever see Gu Yannian again. Unexpectedly, God would be so kind to her. Thinking of this, Wang Jiaojiao picked up the landline on the table and made a call. Soon, the phone was connected. Jiaojiao, it's so late, what's the matter? Dad, I want to go back home. Go back to China. Why are you talking about this for no reason? Wang Rong was woken up from his sleep, his tone full of fatigue. Wang Jiaojiao was silent for a while and asked, Dad, you really don't know? Know what? Gu Yannian has returned to China. Upon hearing the news, Wang Rong immediately sat up straight, his expression becoming serious. Where did you hear this? Don't worry about where I heard the news from. Anyway, this thing must be correct. Gu Yannian is in the country now. Wang Rong thought for a moment and made up his mind. I'll ask my secretary to buy you a plane ticket. Come back immediately. Chapter 19. The storm is coming. Although she said she would come back immediately, Wang Jiaojiao still had to wait 2 days before she could board the plane. When the plane arrived in China, it was raining heavily outside. The driver arranged by Wang Rong took Wang Jiaojiao home. As soon as she entered the house, Wang Jiaojiao happily threw herself into Yisha's arms. Mom, I'm back. I'm glad you're back, I'm glad you're back. It's raining so hard outside, you're not wet, are you? Yisha hugged Wang Jiaojiao with a doting look on her face. How can you get wet in the rain while sitting in a car? By the way, where's my dad? He's waiting for you in the study. Then I'll go see Dad. Wang Jiaojiao handed the luggage to Yisha, and then went upstairs to the study. Pushing open the door of the study, Wang Jiaojiao saw Wang Rong sitting behind the desk at a glance. Wang Jiaojiao walked over and greeted him, Dad. Yeah, I'm back. Wang Rong responded, took out a file from the drawer and handed it to Wang Jiaojiao. Take a look at this. Wang Jiaojiao took the document and flipped through it. After seeing the contents, her pretty face became distorted. Dad, this can't be true. That bitch Su Yanqi actually opened a company and became the chairman. It can't be wrong. After I received your call, I sent someone to check. This Su Yanqi is young and smart. Not only did she start a company, she also listed it in just a few years. It's just that she is engaged in e-commerce and has no business dealings with our family, so I have never paid attention to her. As for Gu Yannian, he is the general manager of a company that Su Yanqi just acquired. I have already inquired about it. Although his company is responsible for foreign trade, Gu Yannian has already started working in the energy sector. Not long after he took office, he has already won a cooperation. In my opinion, it won't be long before he stands out. Wang Rong was really surprised for a long time after seeing the news. He thought that the Gu family would never make any waves again after the death of Gu Zhao and his wife, but unexpectedly, Gu Yannian came back. The Gu family has always been in the energy business, and Gu Yannian has been exposed to it since childhood, so he must be more familiar with this field than others. Although their Wang family is now the industry leader in energy, if they want to maintain this position, there are some things and some people that cannot be tolerated. That bitch Su Yanqi might have hooked up with someone again. How could a pauper like her start a company and become the chairman of the board? Wang Jiaojiao hated Su Yanqi the most, so naturally she couldn't stand anyone praising her. Wang Rong glanced at Wang Jiaojiao and said reprimandingly, instead of complaining here, you might as well do something serious. If you really look down on others, then why don't you just do better than them? Dad, you don't need to provoke me. I have already thought about what I want to do when I return to China. Wang Jiaojiao closed the document and put it back on the desk. Tell me about it. I have found out that Gu Yannian's company is recruiting a secretary for him. I sent them my resume before I boarded the plane. They have contacted me and asked me to come for an interview. Wang Jiaojiao raised her chin and said proudly, next, you can watch me. Inside the meeting room, Kui Xiui and Zhang Xiao were chatting. It had been raining for 3 consecutive days, and traveling had become a problem. There were traffic jams every day, so they had to go out early. Soon the receptionist came over and knocked on the door, then poked her head in. Sister Kui, the interviewer is here. Let her in. By the way, is Mr. Gu here? Not yet. All right. The receptionist smiled and quickly brought Wang Jiaojiao in. As soon as Wang Jiaojiao came in, Kui Xiui's eyes lit up. She had been working in human resources for many years, recruited many employees, and met even more people. But this was the first time she had seen someone like Wang Jiaojiao. Wang Jiaojiao greeted her and sat down opposite Kui Xiui. Kui Xiui flipped through Wang Jiaojiao's resume and nodded slightly. We have already read Miss Wang's resume and have communicated with you on the phone before. Overall, we are very satisfied with Miss Wang. I wonder if Miss Wang has anything else to ask us. I want to ask, when can I start working? Seeing Kui Xiui was a little surprised, Wang Jiaojiao laughed and took the initiative to explain, the reason why I chose to return to China is that I want to develop in China. But my family may not understand, so I am a little anxious. I think if I find a job successfully, my family may change their minds. I see. Kui Xiui had no doubts about Wang Jiaojiao's explanation. We don't have any objections, but the position of general manager's secretary still needs the general manager's approval. The general manager hasn't come yet. Can Miss Wang wait for a moment? Can. Kui Xiui got up and called Gu Yannian, and soon, Gu Yannian answered the call. Mr. Gu, are you almost there? The people for the interview have already arrived. I have something to do here, so I may not be able to go to the company today. What about this side? If you think it's a good idea, then stay. I have something else to do here, so I'll hang up first. Gu Yannian hung up the phone in a hurry and left everything to Kui Xiui. Kui Xiui thought about it and read many resumes of secretaries. Wang Jiaojiao was undoubtedly the best one. She could stay for a trial period. If she was not suitable, she could be assigned to another position. Thinking of this, Kui Xiui had an idea. Ms. Wang, Mr. Gu can't come to the company today. He has handed this matter over to me. So, I'll let Zhang Xiao take you to go through the entry procedures and officially start work tomorrow, okay? Okay, thank you. Wang Jiaojiao responded gently and politely, and followed Zhang Xiao to go through the formalities. After completing the formalities, Wang Jiaojiao said goodbye to Zhang Xiao and left the company alone. When I walked out of the company, the originally gloomy weather started to rain again. Wang Jiaojiao looked back at the building behind her and smiled with a determined look. This time, she must defeat Su Yanqi. 16th floor, Building 6, Qianyu Garden. Su Yanqi leaned on the sofa, quietly admiring Gu Yannian, who was moving and tidying up with his sleeves rolled up. She had long been dissatisfied with Gu Yannian's previous living environment and had asked her to move several times, but Gu Yannian refused to agree. This time, after several days of heavy rain, the water pipes and roof of the old house were in disrepair, and Gu Yannian's upstairs was affected, and even Gu Yannian's room was in a mess. She had dinner with Gu Yannian last night, and when they returned home after dinner, they opened the door to find the place a mess. They had no choice but to stay here for one night. Fortunately, Gu Yannian said that he didn't want to move to her place, so she prepared another place. Otherwise, she and Gu Yannian would have ended up on the street last night. Boss Gu, is it really appropriate for you to skip work for the sake of your job? Be careful about being reported. Hearing this, Gu Yannian put down what he was holding, walked over, bent down, and kissed Su Yanqi gently on the forehead. Then President Su has to protect me. That's all. I'll make hot pot for you tonight. Chapter 20. How could it be you? The downpour showed no sign of abating at night, but instead grew heavier. On the sofa, Su Yanqi nestled in Gu Yannian's arms and watched a movie together. Have you hired a secretary? Do you want me to transfer one from the group secretariat to help you? Watching Anne Hathaway transform from a newbie to an independent secretary in the movie, Su Yanqi suddenly remembered that Gu Yannian didn't have a secretary yet. What? You also want to hire a secretary like this for me? Gu Yannian hugged Su Yanqi and teased. Anne Hathaway is too expensive, I can't afford her. However, you can choose the people in the group secretariat at will. They joined the company when it was first established, and they are all very capable. No need. Sister Kui has already hired someone for me today. She said this person is very good. Let's try him out for a while. That's fine. I'm here to do things for you anyway, so it's best if it suits your wishes. Su Yanqi said, raising her hand and holding Gu Yannian's hand. Her eyes fell on the watch on Gu Yannian's wrist, and she was silent for a moment before speaking. I asked you to move to my place before, but you didn't want to. So I found another place like this. I thought this house is close to where you work, and the environment is better than where you lived before. Do you think it's okay? Gu Yannian didn't want to move to Su Yanqi's place because he didn't want to touch upon his own sorrows, but that didn't mean he didn't like good places. He was very satisfied with the large flat in this place. This place is almost 3 times the size of his previous residence. It is simply decorated, has all the furniture and appliances you need, has a good neighborhood environment, and is close to his workplace. When he came here last night and saw it for the first time, he couldn't help but sigh, "It's good to be rich. I like this neighborhood you found. Otherwise, why would I be willing to move here?" Gu Yannian whispered in Su Yanqi's ear, "I have tidied up the bedroom. You can live anywhere you want in the future." Su Yanqi heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. As long as Gu Yannian liked it, she didn't want something like the watch to happen again. The next day, after nearly a week of heavy rain, the sky finally cleared up. Su Yanqi and Gu Yannian went out together. Gu Yannian drove to work by herself, while Su Yanqi was picked up by the driver. Before parting, Gu Yannian kissed Su Yanqi on the forehead and said with a smile, "Come over if you don't have to work overtime in the evening. I'll make you something delicious." "Okay, I'm leaving now. Be careful on the road." "The same to you." After watching Su Yanqi leave, Gu Yannian drove to the company at a leisurely pace. When he arrived at the company, Gu Yannian, in a good mood, hummed a tune and entered the elevator. He stopped the tune when he saw someone coming in. When they reached the top floor, Gu Yannian walked out of the elevator and saw Gu Shui walking out of the office. "Morning." "Good morning, Mr. Gu." Gu Shui stopped and said, "Mr. Gu, the new secretary has arrived. I asked her to wait for you in the office." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Gu Yannian nodded and pushed open the office door. "I saw a beautiful figure sitting in front of the desk." Gu Yannian greeted her and walked towards the desk without stopping. "Brother Yannian, long time no see." Gu Yannian paused while taking off his coat and turned back in disbelief. Who else could it be if the person sitting there with a sweet smile was not Wang Jiaojiao? "Jiaojiao? Why is it you? Who else could it be if not me?" Wang Jiaojiao responded with a smile, "Brother Yannian, I'm back." Gu Yannian was stunned for a long time before coming back to his senses. He put his coat on the hanger and sat down at the desk. He said in a surprised tone, "Jiaojiao, when did you return to China? How come I didn't even know about it?" "I don't know when you returned to China." Wang Jiaojiao glared at Gu Yannian and answered coquettishly, "Me?" Gu Yannian smiled bitterly. After the Gu family went bankrupt, he went abroad and lost contact with everyone in China. After returning to China, he did not look for the people he knew before. With different identities, there is naturally a gap. Instead of looking for trouble, it is better to be alone. The Wang family had approached him and offered to support him, but he refused. "I thought I would never see the Wang family and Wang Jiaojiao again, but I didn't expect to meet them again here. I won't talk about my story. But you, how did you know I was here?" "I wanted to develop in China, so I sent my resume to several companies. I discovered your company by accident. At first I thought we had the same name. It wasn't until I called the HR of your company that I was sure. So, I came here." Wang Jiaojiao would never admit that she was the one who asked someone to investigate Gu Yannian's affairs and covered it up with an excuse. Gu Yannian raised an eyebrow. "Are you the secretary that Minister Kui hired?" "Yes, I will be your secretary from now on. Brother Yannian, I will ask for your guidance in the future." Gu Yannian shook her head slightly. "Jiaojiao, stop it. You are doing well abroad, why do you come back? Even if you really want to return to China to develop, wouldn't it be better to help your father in your own company? I am adjusting the business here recently, and there are a lot of things to deal with. The work pace is very fast, which is not suitable for you." "Brother Yannian, what do you mean by that? Do you think I can't do anything and only know how to enjoy myself?" Wang Jiaojiao's eyes turned red as she spoke, feeling very aggrieved. "That's not what I meant. I just worry that you'll suffer. Then do you know what kind of life I've been going through abroad? I couldn't even find a close friend. Besides, I've always missed you. I'm finally back and can work with you. I'm so happy. Besides, you have to see how capable I am at work. Can't you see if I can endure hardship? You don't even give me a chance and want to drive me away. Isn't this too much?" Wang Jiaojiao had said so much that Gu Yannian could no longer say anything to refuse. Helplessly, Gu Yannian could only give up. Okay, don't feel wronged. Since you said so, then stay and give it a try." But I have to say something ugly first. If you can't adapt to the work here, I will still replace you when it's time. Brother Yannian, don't worry, I will never let you down. In the company, don't call me Brother Yannian. Call me President Gu. Okay, I'll do as you say. Wang Jiaojia would agree to anything as long as she could stay. Gu Yannian made an internal call to Gu Xiui and asked her to arrange a seat for Wang Jiaojiao. Chapter 21. He is lying to me. In order to stay, Wang Jiaojiao established good relationships with everyone in the company in just one day. Gu Yannian didn't say much after hearing about Wang Jiaojiao's situation. Since he promised to give Wang Jiaojiao a chance, he would not stop her from doing anything. But Wang Jiaojiao's ability to adapt so quickly made him look at her with new eyes. After all, in his memory, Wang Jiaojiao was just as her name suggested, a delicate young lady. Normally, she was the only one who flattered others, so how could she please others? When Zhao Shu arrived, he happened to see a delivery man carrying several large bags in the elevator with him. After asking, he learned that someone had invited the entire company to afternoon tea. When Zhao Shu arrived at the company, he knew who was treating him. Wang Jiaojiao, who was standing in the office area distributing afternoon tea, attracted almost everyone's attention. Gu Xiui saw Zhao Shu and hurried over to him. Zhao Shu, why are you here? What's the matter? The report that your finance department sent over earlier has already been signed by General Manager Su. I happened to be passing by on business, so I brought the report to you. Zhao Shu said as he handed the document in his hand to Gu Xiui, his eyes still on Wang Jiaojiao. Thank you so much, Assistant Zhao. Next time, please let us know about this kind of thing and we can just go get it ourselves. Gu Xiui took the file, noticed Zhao Shu's gaze, and took the initiative to explain, that's Wang Jiaojiao, the newly hired secretary. Mr. Gu's secretary. Yes. Zhao Shu nodded slightly and was about to leave when he saw Wang Jiaojiao walking over gracefully. Sister Gu Jiaojiao, this is the chairman's special assistant, Zhao Shu. Gu Xiui introduced Zhao Shu's identity to Wang Jiaojiao, and Wang Jiaojiao nodded and smiled at Zhao Shu. Hello, Assistant Zhao, I ordered afternoon tea, would you like to have some too? Thank you, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Zhao Shu declined Wang Jiaojiao's kindness, said something to Gu Xiui, and left. Looking at Zhao Shu's departing back, Wang Jiaojiao was looking forward to it. She really wanted to know what kind of expression Su Yinxi would have if she knew that she was Gu Yannian's secretary. Changfeng Group. Su Yinxi was in a meeting with several people from the secretariat when Zhao Shu knocked on the door and came in with two large packaging bags in his hands. Seeing Zhao Shu, Wu Yu from the secretariat smiled and said, Assistant Zhao, what are you holding in your hand? It's afternoon tea. I know you're all here with President Su, so I bought some coffee and cake on their way back. Zhao Shu put the packaging bag on the coffee table and invited Su Yinxi and others to eat. Su Yinxi put down the documents and walked over first. It's rare that Zhao Shu treats us, let's eat first, and then we can continue the meeting. Several people from the secretariat cheered and gathered around. Zhao Shu distributed coffee cakes to several people. Su Yinxi glanced at the logo on the packaging bag and asked, Zhao Shu, why did you think of buying afternoon tea? Didn't you go to Chenny to deliver the report? Yes, I went to Chenny to deliver a report. When I went to Chenny, I saw the new secretary treating everyone to afternoon tea, so I went to buy some. A new secretary? You've met her. What's she like? Zhao Shu thought for a while and gave a comment, very beautiful. Hearing Zhao Shu's words, everyone in the secretariat laughed. Wu Yu joked, it's rare to hear Assistant Zhao praise someone. This girl must be so beautiful. That's right, Zhao Zhu is still single, right? How about trying harder? Go, stop making fun of me. Listening to the conversation and laughter of several people, Su Yinxi just smiled without saying a word, took the cake handed to her by Zhao Shu and took a bite. But the secretary is very delicate and should come from a good family. When she first started working at the company, she invited everyone to have afternoon tea. Zhao Shu thought of the takeaway sign he had just seen. With so many people, it would cost a lot of money. What's your name? Wang Jiaojiao. After hearing the answer, the smile on Su Yinxi's face froze instantly. Putting down the cake in her hand, Su Yinxi asked again, what is the name of the new secretary? Jiaojiao, Wang Jiaojiao. After getting a positive answer, the smile on Su Yinxi's face disappeared. Seeing that something was wrong with Su Yinxi, Wu Yu and the others immediately left the office. After waiting for them to leave, Su Yanqi spoke up, "Give me Wang Jiajiao's resume. I'll go ask Hui Xiui for it right away." Zhao Shu also noticed something was wrong and immediately got up to contact Hui Xiui. Soon, Hui Xiui sent Wang Jiajiao's resume. Zhao Shu received it, opened it, and handed the phone to Su Yanqi. Su Yanqi took the phone and looked at it. After seeing the photo on the resume, her face turned very ugly. Did Gu Yannian know about Wang Jiajia going to Tianyi as a secretary in advance? In the previous Tianyi recruitment, Gu Yannian was present at all the interviews, but she handed the secretary position to Hui Xiui. Maybe Gu Yannian knew about it a long time ago, and was afraid that she would not agree, so she deliberately handed it over to Hui Xiui. So, all this time, Gu Yannian's consideration and obedience towards her were just for this matter. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. Su Yanqi decided to go to Tianyi immediately. There are some things she wants to ask Gu Yannian in person. When Zhao Shu heard that Su Yanqi was going to Tianyi, he was confused, but he didn't ask much. He arranged a car and went with Su Yanqi. Arriving at the bottom of Tianyi building, Su Yanqi got out of the car and looked at the building in front of her, and suddenly hesitated. She had a lot of questions she wanted to ask Gu Yannian about Wang Jiajiao, but when she really got to this place, she didn't know what to ask. After standing for a while, Su Yanqi turned around and went back to the car. Seeing this, Zhao Shu asked, "Boss Su, are you not going to Tianyi?" "No." "Then shall we go back to the parking lot?" Zhao Shu didn't understand Su Yanqi's intention, but he still did what Su Yanqi said. After waiting in the parking lot for more than an hour, it was finally time to get off work. Zhao Shu was getting bored waiting in the car until he saw a familiar figure appear in front of him. "It's Mr. Gu, do you want to go and say hello?" Before Su Yanqi could speak, she saw another figure coming out of the elevator. That figure caught up with Gu Yannian and held Gu Yannian's arm affectionately. The two of them said something and walked towards Gu Yannian's car together. Seeing this, Zhao Shu finally understood why Su Yanqi was waiting in the parking lot. However, what was the relationship between Wang Jiajiao and Gu Yannian? Why did these two look so familiar? Could it be that they knew each other before? Gu Yannian and Wang Jiajiao got in the car and left. Watching the car leave, Zhao Shu turned his head to look at Su Yanqi. Su Yanqi's face was hidden in the darkness, and his expression could not be seen. "Boss Su, do you want to follow?" Chapter 22, Misunderstanding Again. Send me to the celestial realm. Su Yanqi had no intention of following them. What was the point of following them? Was she going to start a big fight with them? No, she couldn't do such a thing. Zhao Shu didn't ask any more questions and asked the driver to drive to Tianyu. Along the way, Zhao Shu was secretly observing Su Yanqi. From Su Yanqi's attitude, it was not difficult to see that Su Yanqi knew Wang Jiajiao. Not only did they know each other, but the relationship between the two might not be very good. But didn't understand why Su Yanqi didn't choose to follow. After arriving at the heavenly realm, Su Yanqi did not let Zhao Shu go upstairs and went back alone. When I opened the door, the house was deserted and Gu Yannian had not yet arrived home. Su Yanqi changed her shoes, walked in, and sat down on the sofa. She closed her eyes, and her mind was filled with the intimate appearance of Gu Yannian and Wang Jiajiao talking and laughing in the parking lot. Wang Jiajiao and Gu Yannian were childhood sweethearts. She knew this the moment she heard Gu Yannian's name. At first, she also thought Wang Jiajiao was Gu Yannian's girlfriend. Later, it was Gu Yannian who told her that he only regarded Wang Jiajiao as a younger sister. Apart from that, there was no other love between men and women. However, a woman's intuition told Su Yanqi that Wang Jiajiao liked Gu Yannian, and this liking was stronger than anyone else's. But Gu Yannian didn't know how Wang Jiajiao felt about him, just like Gu Yannian didn't know that Wang Jiajiao had embarrassed her many times in private. Later, one time, Wang Jiajiao really went too far, and Gu Yannian finally realized Wang Jiajiao's hostility towards her. From then on, Gu Yannian deliberately prevented her from meeting Wang Jiajiao. She originally thought that she would never see Wang Jiajiao again. Unexpectedly, Wang Jiajiao appeared again. Just as I was daydreaming, I heard the sound of the door lock opening in the entrance hall. When Su Yanqi opened her eyes, Gu Yannian had already walked in. Seeing the person sitting on the sofa, Gu Yannian smiled and said, "Why did you come so early today?" Hearing their voice, Su Yanqi slowly turned her head and saw Gu Yannian holding a plastic bag filled with meat and vegetables. "Where have you been?" Why are you back so late? Su Yanqi heard herself ask a question, but this was not the question she wanted to ask. I'm going to buy groceries. Didn't I tell you that I would make you something delicious? If you're tired, take a rest. I'll go cook now. Gu Yannian didn't notice Su Yanqi's strangeness, and went to the kitchen with a plastic bag. After putting down the ingredients, Gu Yannian went back to the room, changed clothes, tied an apron and started preparing dinner. During the whole process, Gu Yannian hummed a little tune and looked very happy. Su Yanqi was silent for a while, then stood up and walked to the kitchen door. She looked at Gu Yannian's back and asked, "Did anything happen today? I saw that you seemed to be in a good mood. Of course I'm happy to see you when I get home." Gu Yannian answered without replying. If Su Yanqi heard this answer normally, she would be happy. But now, Su Yanqi felt that Gu Yannian was just perfunctory. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yanqi couldn't help but ask, "How is the new secretary? If you are not satisfied, I can find you a new one." After asking the question, Su Yanqi clenched her fists nervously, looking forward to Gu Yannian's answer. Gu Yannian still lowered her head to wash the vegetables seriously, and answered Su Yanqi's question without any hesitation, "No need, the new secretary is okay." Hearing this answer, Su Yanqi loosened her clenched fists and gave a mocking smile to Gu Yannian's back. She knew the answer. Wang Jiaojiao's appearance was not accidental, Gu Yannian knew about it in advance. Su Yanqi turned around and walked towards the living room, sitting back down on the sofa, her hands frighteningly cold. Did Gu Yannian like her? Probably not. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left without saying goodbye, and he wouldn't have hidden Wang Jiaojiao's affairs from her now. From the beginning to the end, it was all her own fault. She thought that as long as she was sincere, she would be able to influence Gu Yannian and start over with him. But Gu Yannian didn't want to start over with her at all, and he didn't want her sincerity at all. An hour later, Gu Yannian brought the cooked dishes to the table, served the rice and set it aside, then went to the living room and called people, "It's time to eat." Seeing that Su Yanqi didn't move, Gu Yannian walked around to Su Yanqi and squatted down. "What are you thinking about? You're so absent-minded that you didn't even hear me calling you." Su Yanqi's eyes turned and her gaze fell on Gu Yannian's face. Looking at the familiar face in front of her, Su Yanqi felt strange from the bottom of her heart. What was Gu Yannian's mentality when he lied to her? Is he sure that she doesn't know about Wang Jiaojiao's existence, or does he think he can control her? Thinking of this, Su Yanqi smiled, "I'm too tired and don't want to move." "Okay, I'll carry you." Gu Yannian had no doubt at all. He stood up, bent down, picked up Su Yanqi and strode towards the dining table. After putting Su Yanqi down, Gu Yannian sat down opposite Su Yanqi. "These dishes are my specialties, come and try them and see how they taste." "It looks good." Su Yanqi took a bite and gave it a high evaluation. Gu Yannian was very happy to receive Su Yanqi's praise. The two of them had a very enjoyable meal. After the meal, Gu Yannian cleaned up as usual, and Su Yanqi went to the living room to rest. After Gu Yannian had finished packing and sat down next to her, Su Yanqi suddenly asked a question, "Do you remember what day it is, the 15th of next month?" Gu Yannian was confused by this question. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with an answer. "What day is the 15th of next month?" "I can't think of it." Hearing this answer, Su Yanqi smiled and had no intention of continuing. "I smell like cooking oil, I'm going to take a shower first." Seeing that Su Yanqi did not explain what day the 15th of next month was, Gu Yannian thought that it was not an important day, so he did not ask any more questions. After saying hello, he went back to his room to take a shower. Bite. Gu Yannian had just returned to the room when his cell phone, which had been left on the coffee table, rang. There was a WeChat message. Su Yanqi stared at the phone for a while, and after hesitating for a while, she finally picked up the phone. I don't know if it's because Gu Yannian is too confident or he simply doesn't bother to hide it, but he didn't even turn off the WeChat content notification on his phone, and the message was displayed on the screen. At just one glance, Su Yanqi's heart fell into the abyss. "Brother Yannian, I am so happy to be able to work with you. By the way, I really like the flowers you gave me. Also, don't forget your date tomorrow night." Chapter 23 Testing Each Other. The next morning, Gu Yannian woke up from her sleep, and before she opened her eyes, she stretched out her hand to hug the person next to her, but her hand fell into the air. After feeling around, Gu Yannian slowly opened her eyes. Where did Su Yinshi go so early? Gu Yannian got up from the bed and looked around the room but couldn't find Su Yinshi. Gu Yannian muttered, "We said we would have breakfast together last night, why is she gone?" I found my cell phone and called Su Yinshi. Soon, Su Yinshi answered the call. Where have you been so early? There's something at the company that needs to be dealt with. Seeing that you were sleeping soundly, I didn't wake you up. Is there anything I can help you with? It's okay, I can handle it myself, I'm hanging up now. Good. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yannian rubbed his hair and went to the bathroom to wash up. Su Yinshi was not there, and he was not in the mood to make breakfast himself, so he went out to find a store, had a quick bite, and then rushed to the company. As soon as she arrived at the company, Wang Jiaojiao took all the documents to be processed today. Mr. Gu, these need your signature. These are the new plans submitted by the planning department. After taking a look at the clearly classified documents, Gu Yannian said with a smile, "You are quite careful in doing things." Of course. Since you're staying here to work, you have to perform well. Wang Jiaojiao dragged out a chair and sat down, looking at Gu Yannian expectantly. "Brother Yannian, I have already booked a restaurant, you can't stand me up tonight." "Okay, I understand. If you have nothing else, please leave first." "Okay, I'll wait for you after get off work." While waiting for Wang Jiaojiao to go out, Gu Yannian took out his cell phone and looked at the name on the call log and began to ponder. In fact, he wanted to tell Su Yinshi about Wang Jiaojiao's affairs. However, Wang Jiaojiao and Su Yinshi had a bad relationship back then, and he was worried that Su Yinshi would be unhappy if she knew that Wang Jiaojiao was now working in the company, so he did not tell Su Yinshi. But keeping it a secret is not a solution after all. I still have to find a time to tell Su Yinshi. Thinking of this, Gu Yannian called Su Yinshi. Su Yinshi hung up the phone and didn't answer, but sent a WeChat message. "I'm in a meeting, what's the matter? When will you be back tonight? Should I prepare dinner for you? I have an appointment today, so I won't be back for dinner." "Okay, I understand. Will you come with me?" "Me? Forget about me. I can just find a place to have dinner by myself. Have a good meeting, Pen Core." Looking at the message on the phone, Su Yinshi's face was full of coldness. If she had some hope before, thinking that Gu Yannian was not deliberately deceiving her, then now, she didn't have any hope at all. Gu Yannian asked her if she wanted to go back for dinner, which was simply a deliberate test. "Mr. Su, this is today's schedule." Zhao Shu walked in and handed the itinerary to Su Yinshi for review. "Turn them all off. I have something to do today." "Okay." Zhao Shu recalled the itinerary and told Su Yinshi the information he had found. "Boss Su, I have checked according to your instructions." When Wang Jiaojiao was abroad, she had already submitted her resume to Chenny and had communicated with them over the phone. After returning to China, she went to Chenny for an interview. Hearing this, Su Yinshi sneered. Sure enough, Gu Yannian and Wang Jiaojiao were connected. Otherwise, how could Wang Jiaojiao submit her resume to Chenny? "Boss Su, who exactly is this Wang Jiaojiao?" Zhao Shu couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. "Have you heard of Chen Yuan Group?" "I've heard that Chen Yuan Group is engaged in new energy and its strength should not be underestimated." "Wang Jiaojiao is the only daughter of Chen Yuan Group." "What?" Now it was Zhao Shu's turn to be surprised. How come the daughter of Chen Yuan Group wants to be a secretary at Chenny? Su Yinshi raised the corner of her mouth. "Yes, I also want to know this question. Time to get off work." Su Yinshi sat in the car wearing sunglasses and waited quietly. As expected, Gu Yannian and Wang Jiaojiao came out of the elevator together, and then they got in the car and left. Su Yinshi started the car and followed quietly. Gu Yannian's car stopped in front of a couple's restaurant, and Gu Yannian and Wang Jiaojiao got out of the car and walked into the restaurant. Su Yinshi looked at the couple's restaurant in front of her, took out her mobile phone and called Gu Yannian. In the restaurant, Wang Jiaojiao heard Gu Yannian's phone ringing, and saw their familiar name on the screen, with a sly look in her eyes. Just as she was about to reach out and pick up the phone, Gu Yannian, who had gone to the bathroom, came back at this time. Wang Jiaojiao withdrew her hand, picked up the cup and drank water, pretending that nothing had happened. "Hello. Where are you?" "I'm eating out." "Are you alone?" Hearing Su Yinshi's question, Gu Yannian subconsciously glanced at Wang Jiaojiao opposite him, and lied, "Yes, what's wrong?" "Nothing, I might be on a business trip for a few days, so I won't be here. If you need anything, remember to call me." "Good." After hanging up the phone, Gu Yannian inexplicably felt a little uneasy. Seeing that something was wrong with Gu Yannian, Wang Jiaojiao asked, "Brother Yannian, what's wrong?" "No, nothing. Let's order some food." Gu Yannian forced a smile and did not answer Wang Jiaojiao. Wang Jiaojiao understood clearly that Su Yinshi must have said something just now, which made Gu Yannian act so strange. She thought that after she joined Jenny, Su Yinshi would appear immediately. But until now, Su Yinshi has not appeared. But even if Su Yinshi doesn't show up, she has a way to let Su Yinshi know of her existence. The next day, Gu Yannian called the planning department to a meeting in the conference room. Gu Yannian wanted to change the track and take over the energy business. Although a cooperation agreement was reached before, it was a good start. But if he wanted to really run into the energy track, there was still a lot to do. A group of people were brainstorming and didn't even notice that lunchtime had passed. The meeting was finally interrupted when Wang Jiaojiao and Zhang Xiao came in carrying lunch boxes. Gu Yannian was also hungry, so he took the lunchbox handed to him by Wang Jiaojiao, opened it and started eating. Wang Jiaojiao looked at Gu Yannian wolfing down his food, smiled tenderly, handed Gu Yannian a drink, and said gently, "Eat slowly, be careful not to choke." As soon as she finished speaking, Kui Shui suddenly ran into the meeting room in a hurry. "Mr. Gu. What's wrong? I received news that the chairman and his staff from the audit department are coming to the company to check the accounts." "What?" Gu Yannian put down his chopsticks when he heard this. Wasn't Su Yinshi on a business trip? Why did she come here suddenly? Where are the people? It should be here soon. Go and have a look. Gu Yannian hurriedly took Kui Shui to greet Su Yinshi, while Wang Jiaojiao sat in her original seat, sneering in her heart. Great, Su Yinshi is finally here. Chapter 24, Parting on Bad Terms. When Gu Yannian arrived at the finance department, he saw everyone in the department standing aside as if they were facing a great enemy. The audit department staff brought by Su Yinshi were busy checking the accounts. Seeing this, Gu Yannian quickly came to Su Yinshi and said, "Yang. President Su, why did you suddenly come to check the accounts? We didn't receive any news before. This is a temporary decision made by the board of directors. Chang Feng acquired several companies before and found some problems in the accounts, so the board of directors wants to thoroughly check all the accounts. Even if that's the case, you should have notified us in advance. The company's accounts will be frozen during the audit and will not be unfrozen until the audit is completed. Doing it so suddenly will cause trouble for the company." Gu Yannian felt strange after hearing what Su Yinshi said. Even if it was a temporary decision, it was impossible that he didn't hear any rumors beforehand. Unless, this was deliberately arranged by Su Yinshi. But he didn't understand why Su Yinshi made such an arrangement. Moreover, why did Su Yinshi lie to him and say that she was going on a business trip? With so many questions intertwined, Gu Yannian could only hold back the anger in his heart and lowered his voice to say, "Boss Su, I have something to tell you, can I borrow your time?" Su Yinshi glanced at Gu Yannian and walked out of the finance department first. Seeing Su Yinshi leave, Gu Yannian followed. Su Yinshi's sudden attack made everyone in Qianni panic. Back to the office. As soon as Gu Yannian closed the door, he couldn't wait to ask, "Didn't you say you were going on a business trip? Why did you suddenly bring people here to check the accounts? I have always been in charge of Qianni. Is there anything wrong with me leading people to check the accounts?" Su Yinshi sat down behind the desk, ignoring Gu Yannian's anxiety. "Then why didn't you tell me? Do you know how much trouble this will bring to Qianni? All of Qianni's projects have to be suspended. What exactly are you thinking? I think it's better to distinguish between public and private." Su Yinshi's answer was evasive, which made Gu Yannian even more excited. Just as Gu Yannian was about to continue speaking, there was a knock on the office door. The next moment, Wang Jiaojiao walked in with a cup of coffee. "Boss Gu, I'm here to deliver coffee." Wang Jiaojiao's eyes fell on Su Yinshi, who was sitting in Gu Yannian's seat, and pretended to be surprised. "Su Yinshi? Why is it you?" Gu Yannian's original questions were blocked by Wang Jiaojiao's sudden appearance. After hearing Wang Jiaojiao's words, Gu Yannian secretly said in his heart that something was wrong and immediately went to see Su Yanqi's reaction. Su Yanqi didn't say anything and looked very calm. Gu Yannian calmed himself down and took the initiative to introduce, Jiao, Yangshi is now the chairman of Changfeng Group. You should call her President Su. Really? I've been abroad, and I don't know much about the news in China. Wang Jiao was a little embarrassed. She put the coffee in her hand on the desk and smiled sweetly at Su Yanqi. Boss Su, long time no see. Su Yanqi lowered her eyes to take a look at the coffee that Wang Jiao brought. The cup was exquisite and not originally available in the company. She thought that Wang Jiao must have brought it herself. Thinking of this, Su Yanqi raised her eyes and nodded slightly. Long time no see. After not seeing each other for so many years, I didn't expect that President Su has achieved so much now. Compared with President Su, it seems that I wasted my time abroad in the past few years. Wang Jiao said as she retreated to Gu Yannian's side, looking at him with a smile as beautiful as a flower, and said in a coquettish tone, Brother Yannian, why didn't you tell me about President Su earlier? Gu Yannian's heart tightened when he heard Wang Jiao's words, and he subconsciously observed Su Yanqi again. But Su Yanqi was much calmer than he thought, and she was drinking coffee leisurely with a cup in her hand. Jiao, please go out first. President Su and I have something to discuss. Okay. Wang Jiao nodded and said hello to Su Yanqi. Boss Su, I'm leaving first. If you're free, let's have dinner together. Su Yanqi smiled back. Okay, let's make an appointment when you are free. Wang Jiao smiled and turned to leave. After leaving the office, Wang Jiao turned her head to glance at the closed door behind her and gave a sarcastic smile. So what if Su Yanqi is now the chairman of Changfeng Group? Does she really think she is the best? She just wants Su Yanqi to have a hard time. Seeing Wang Jiao leave, Gu Yannian breathed a sigh of relief, sat down opposite Su Yanqi, and carefully explained, Yanqi, Jiao is my secretary now. I wanted to tell you this, but I just couldn't find the right opportunity. Seeing that Su Yanqi didn't say anything, Gu Yannian became anxious. Yanqi, I really didn't mean to hide it from you, please don't be angry, okay? Su Yanqi still didn't speak. Gu Yannian wanted to speak, but he suddenly came to his senses. Su Yanqi's reaction seemed a little strange. She was not surprised at all when she saw Wang Jiao appear, as if she had known about it for a long time. Thinking about what happened today, Gu Yannian suddenly had a bold guess in his mind. Gu Yannian was silent for a while, and then his tone calmed down. You already knew about Jiao's matter, right? I acquired Tianyi. Naturally, I know everything about Tianyi. Su Yanqi stared into Gu Yannian's eyes and asked calmly, is there anything wrong with this? Yes, what could be wrong? But Gu Yannian had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He didn't want to upset Su Yanqi, so he wanted to find a chance to talk about Wang Jiao. Unexpectedly, Su Yanqi already knew about it. What kind of mentality did Su Yanqi have to keep silent about Wang Jiao in front of him? Was she waiting for him to confess? Then tell me, you said before that you were going on a business trip, but today you suddenly brought the auditors to check the accounts. Was it because of Jiao's matter? So what if it is, so what if it isn't? This is my company, I'm your boss, do you have the right to ask me what I do? Su Yanqi's ambiguous answer already gave Gu Yannian the answer in his mind. At this moment, Gu Yannian felt very powerless. He lowered his head slightly and spoke softly as if muttering to himself, I just don't want to make you unhappy. I don't have any intention of lying to you. Actually, whether it's Wang Jiao or Li Jiao, I don't care, and I won't get angry because of them. I just think that people should have a sense of contract. Gu Yannian, you are my supporter now. I don't care what you were like in the past, and I won't talk to you about the future. I only talk about the present. Now, I hope you can clean yourself up a little bit. Chapter 25 Tit for Tat. Su Yanqi's ability to curse without using any dirty words has improved over the past few years. With just a few casual words, Gu Yannian couldn't even raise his head. After being silent for an unknown amount of time, Gu Yannian smiled bitterly and asked, do you really have to humiliate me like this? It's not a humiliation, it's a reminder. Of course, if you insist on thinking so, I can't help it. Gu Yannian looked at Su Yanqi with a hint of coldness in his eyes. What Su Yanqi said was really hurtful. But thinking of the projects the company is running, Gu Yannian can only force himself to give in. if I don't let Jiao Jiao be my secretary, can you let the auditor go back first and delay the audit? I've said before that today's emergency was a temporary decision made by the board of directors. I don't have the final say on it alone. As for whether Wang Jiao should stay or go, I have no opinion. Su Yanqi stood up and ended their conversation. Gu Yannian knew that there was no way the situation could be turned around, so he said nothing more and could only accept it silently. When sending Su Yanqi to the office door, Gu Yannian suddenly said, I don't care whether you believe it or not, I never thought of hiding Jiao Jiao's affairs from you. Su Yanqi paused, and without turning her head, she replied, I don't care. Then she walked towards the elevator. Seeing Su Yanqi's back disappear from his sight, Gu Yannian returned to the office dejectedly. Sitting on the sofa, Gu Yannian regretted it. If he had told Su Yanqi about Wang Jiao Jiao earlier, would things not have turned out like this? It's a pity that there is no if. On the other side, Su Yanqi asked the auditor to stay and continue checking the accounts, and she went back to the company alone. Just as she walked out the door and hadn't gotten into the car yet, Su Yanqi heard someone calling her. Wait, Su Yanqi. Su Yanqi turned around and saw Wang Jiao Jiao chasing after her out of the building. Wang Jiao Jiao stood in front of Su Yanqi, panting a few times before gradually calming down. I have something to tell you. Su Yanqi looked at Wang Jiao Jiao and nodded. Okay, let's go to the coffee shop in front and chat. Okay. The two of them walked into the coffee shop one after the other and found a seat by the window. After waiting for the waiter to bring the coffee, Wang Jiao Jiao took the initiative to speak. I didn't expect to see you in Tianyi, and I didn't expect that you are now the chairman of Charmphone Group and the boss of Brother Yannian. As the saying goes, things change over time. It seems that you have been living a pretty good life these years. I am in the position I am today because of my own hard work. After hearing Su Yanqi's answer, Wang Jiao Jiao didn't believe a word of it. How could a student from a poor family, with no resources and no connections, build such a big family business? However, she was not interested in Su Yanqi's history of making a fortune. After all, she just got rich by hanging out with a rich man, so there was nothing to ask. What she wanted to talk about was Gu Yannian's matter. Actually, I came to you because I wanted to talk to you about Brother Yannian. Wang Jiao Jiao took a sip of coffee and continued, you should know that Brother Yannian and I are childhood sweethearts. Although the Gu family is bankrupt and my uncle and aunt are gone, the love between me and Brother Yannian will never change. Yeah. Su Yanqi laughed and said, I thought the Gu family went bankrupt, and you were afraid that Gu Yannian would rely on your Wang family, so you left the country in a hurry. I went abroad because of other things. My father wanted Brother Yannian to leave with me, but Brother Yannian himself didn't want to. Wang Jiao Jiao explained with a guilty conscience that she could not tell anyone the reason why she went abroad. However, hiding from Gu Yannian was also one of the reasons. When the Gu family went bankrupt, there were so many people collecting debts, so they naturally couldn't get involved in this mess. Later, Gu Yannian sold all the Gu family's properties and barely paid off the debt. Wang Rong didn't want to be known as a person who didn't help someone in need, so he went to find Gu Yannian and said that he could arrange for Gu Yannian and Wang Jiao Jiao to go abroad together, but Gu Yannian refused. Later, Gu Yannian went abroad by himself and gradually lost contact with her and her family. As far as I know, Gu Yannian returned to China 3 years ago. After returning, his life was not easy. If it is really as you said, your feelings for him will not change. Then where were you when he was suffering? In this case, your feelings are not worth much. Su Yanqi didn't know whether what Wang Jiao Jiao said was true or not. But she could be sure of one thing, that is, Wang Jiao Jiao's feelings for Gu Yannian were not as deep as she said. When they were in college, maybe Wang Jiao Jiao really liked Gu Yannian. But this feeling was more because of Gu Yannian's family background. Without his good family background, this feeling would naturally disappear. As expected, after hearing Su Yanqi's words, Wang Jiao Jiao's expression immediately changed. Su Yanqi, what right do you have to say that? Aren't you being supported by Brother Yannian? Speaking of this, Su Yanqi's expression finally changed. Seeing this, Wang Jiao Jiao felt that she had turned the tables and began to act superior again. Su Yanqi, have you forgotten that if it weren't for Brother Yannian supporting you, you wouldn't even be able to pay for your father's medical expenses? In those years, you took so much advantage from Brother Yannian. Don't you know it yourself? You are here to talk about me with confidence, but what about you? How did you do it? Have you ever helped Brother Yannian in any way? If I remember correctly, you didn't do anything. In that case, what right do you have to blame me here? Yes, you are rich now, and Brother Yannian is working under you. But Brother Yannian is not without a place to go. As long as he wants, the door of Chen Yuan Group is always open to him. Su Yanxi's eyes were cold and she straightened her back. If Gu Yannian is willing to work at Chen Yuan Group, why do you still want to be a small secretary here? Yes, Brother Yannian is unwilling to leave Chenny now. But I believe that as long as he is given some time, he will understand sooner or later what is most important to him. I admire your confidence. However, you shouldn't have said these things to me. Whether Gu Yannian stays or leaves is his own business, I won't interfere. Okay, remember what you said. Wang Jiaojiao stood up and looked down at Su Yanxi. Now that I have returned to China, I will not leave again. I am confident that I can make Brother Yannian change his mind. He and I are the most suitable for each other. It was the case in the past, it is the case now, and it will be the case in the future. After saying that, Wang Jiaojiao paid the bill and left, feeling very proud. Su Yanxi sat in her seat for a long time without moving, until the coffee in front of her gradually became cold. Chapter 26 Panic. Because the head office suddenly came to audit the accounts, people in the company were saying all kinds of things and everyone was in a panic. When Gu Yannian arrived at the cafeteria, the originally bustling cafeteria suddenly became quiet, as if the discussions just now were all his hallucinations. Gu Yannian knew what had happened. Unless the audit was completed and the company's operations were back on track, anything he said would be useless. After preparing the food, Gu Yannian chose a corner to sit down and started eating. Wang Jiaojiao also sat down opposite Gu Yannian with a plate in her hand. Seeing Gu Yannian concentrating on eating, Wang Jiaojiao sighed softly. Brother Yannian, have I caused you any trouble? Why do you say that? Is it because of me that Su Yanxi came to Chenny to check the accounts? Facing Gu Yannian's gaze, Wang Jiaojiao was very sad. At the beginning, I didn't think so. Later, I went to the Human Resources Department to deliver information and heard them chatting. They said that today's audit was completely sudden. So I'm wondering, is it because Su Yanxi doesn't want me to stay at Chenny, so she's using the name of an audit to deliberately target you? If that's the case, I can resign. If this situation had happened back then, Wang Jiaojiao would have said all the bad things about Su Yanxi in front of Gu Yannian. But after so many years, Wang Jiaojiao has changed. Retreating in order to advance is the best way. Sure enough, after hearing this, Gu Yannian put down the chopsticks in his hand and said, "That's not the case. Don't think too much. Even if it's really because of you, it has nothing to do with you. I was the one who agreed to let you join the company. If there is any fault, I will take full responsibility. That's true, but I'm worried about your plan. You've devoted yourself to the company, and now that you've been delayed like this, I'm afraid all your efforts will be wasted. It is said that the beginning is the hardest part of the past. Gu Yannian has made a good start in the energy sector, and it is best to strike while the iron is hot. Now, due to the audit, all the company's accounts are frozen, and the projects that were originally planned to be promoted will naturally be shelved. Although the audit will not take long, at this critical juncture, one more day of delay will increase the variables. If we wait for the audit to be completed, there is a high possibility that the project will fail. I will take care of these things, so don't worry about them. Okay, I'm full, you can continue eating by yourself. Gu Yannian had lost his appetite, so he packed up his plate and left the cafeteria. Looking at Gu Yannian's back as she left, Wang Jiaojiao began to eat slowly. She wanted to destroy Su Yanxi's weight in Gu Yannian's heart bit by bit until their relationship completely fell apart. Nightfall. Su Yanxi sat downstairs for a long time. After get off work, she came to Chen Yu, but she never went up. But until now, Gu Yannian has not come back. Where did Gu Yannian go? Was he with Wang Jiaojiao? This was the first time that Su Yanxi felt confused. She hated Gu Yannian's ruthlessness and leaving without saying goodbye, but it was also because of Gu Yannian's leaving without saying goodbye that she realized how important Gu Yannian was in her heart. She searched for Gu Yannian for a long time, and finally found Gu Yannian and kept him by her side. Although it was not the right way to stay by his side, she could not think of any other way because she did not know what Gu Yannian really thought of her. But now, Su Yanxi really didn't know how to continue. In front of Gu Yannian, she was always the weak one. Is it time to give up? Su Yanxi sighed, stood up and prepared to leave. As soon as she turned around, she was stunned to see Gu Yannian standing under the street light with a packing bag. When she saw Gu Yannian, Su Yanqi was flustered for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. However, this calmness soon dissipated as Gu Yannian approached. When Su Yanqi was nervous, Gu Yannian took Su Yanqi's hand and walked towards the apartment building. It was not until she entered the house with Gu Yannian that Su Yanqi came to her senses. Gu Yannian was no longer angry with her. After entering the house, Gu Yannian let go of Su Yanqi and went straight to the kitchen. He put the packed food on a plate and called Su Yanqi to eat. I went to the supermarket late today, and the vegetables are not very fresh, so I didn't buy any. When I came back, I went to the restaurant to pack a few dishes. Let's make do with them tonight. Su Yanqi pursed her lips and sat down at the dining table. She stared at Gu Yannian, who had already started eating, for a long time. Finally, she couldn't help but speak out, "Don't you have anything else to tell me?" "Yes, I have a lot to say. But on the way back, I thought a lot more. Jiaojia's matter is indeed my problem, and I should have told you as soon as possible. If I had told you as soon as possible, you might not be so angry. However, I hope that no matter what happens between us in the future, we can be more honest and not keep everything in our hearts. Things like today should never happen again." Gu Yannian spoke sincerely. In fact, the relationship between him and Su Yanqi has always been very tense, but they both deliberately ignored it. But if the tension is not eliminated, as long as something happens, the tension will hurt each other. "Are you so sure that I caused today's incident on purpose because I was angry?" "If you're not angry, then you're jealous." Gu Yannian pretended to be relaxed, "But I can understand. After all, I'm so handsome and so popular, it makes sense that you're worried. Don't worry, you're my financial sponsor now, and no one can compare to you in my heart." At the end, Gu Yannian stood up and, imitating the heroines in European and American movies, lifted the non-existent hem of her skirt and saluted Su Yanqi. This scene successfully made Su Yanqi laugh, and the confusion in her heart disappeared. She recalled the past, when she was kept by Gu Yannian. Gu Yannian would always make her angry, but even after making her angry, he would also try his best to make her laugh. "You are so grown up, yet you are still so childish," Su Yanqi said with a smile on her face. After waiting for Gu Yannian to sit down again, Su Yanqi continued, "The audit was indeed the intention of the board of directors. I also admit that I deliberately didn't tell you because of Wang Jiajia's matter. But don't worry, I will talk to the audit department and ask them to complete the audit as quickly as possible. If there are any problems with your project in the future, the head office will also do its best to help you." Good. Gu Yannian also breathed a sigh of relief. He was satisfied that he didn't have to fall out with Su Yanqi. After dinner, Gu Yannian went to wash up first, and Su Yanqi went to the balcony to call Zhao. "Boss Su, do you have any instructions? Go and find out for me where Wang Jiajiao has been overseas in recent years." Chapter 27 Investigation. The next day. As soon as Wang Jiajiao entered the company, she heard that all the auditors from Changfeng had left. It was said that they had worked overtime overnight and exceeded the task that was supposed to be completed in a week. Upon hearing this news, Wang Jiajiao's face changed. The auditor worked overtime overnight, which must have been under Su Yanqi's instruction. But she had said so much to Su Yanqi yesterday, why was Su Yanqi willing to let Tianyi go so easily? Could it be that Su Yanqi really didn't care? Or did Gu Yannian say something to Su Yanqi? With doubts, Wang Jiajiao went to Gu Yannian's office. Compared with yesterday, Gu Yannian was in a good mood today. Seeing this, Wang Jiajiao asked tentatively, "Brother Yannian, what happened? I see that you seem to be in a good mood. If there is anything good, let's share it together." "Nothing, just get ready. The meeting yesterday wasn't over yet, so we have to continue today." The more Gu Yannian said that nothing happened, the more Wang Jiajiao concluded that something must have happened, otherwise Gu Yannian would not be so happy. But Gu Yannian didn't say anything, and she couldn't force Gu Yannian to answer. After working all day, Wang Jiajiao felt dizzy. Seeing that it was time to get off work, Wang Jiajiao quickly put on makeup and went to find Gu Yannian. "Brother Yannian, I will treat you to dinner tonight." "No, I have an appointment tonight, so I'm leaving now." Gu Yannian declined Wang Jiajiao's invitation and left alone. Wang Jiajiao was unwilling to give up and wanted to continue chasing after him. As soon as she reached the elevator, she heard Gu Yannian's smiling voice. Are you off work? I'll pick you up. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs then. Wang Jiaojiao stopped at the corner and watched secretly. When Gu Yannian was on the phone, she was smiling and looked very gentle. To be honest, she had never seen Gu Yannian like this before. Who is Gu Yannian talking to on the phone? Soon, Gu Yannian gave her the answer. She didn't know what was said on the other end of the phone. Gu Yannian pretended to be angry and shouted, Su Yanxi, can you stop cheating? You have to accept the loss. If you cheat like this, the organization will criticize you. As he was speaking, the elevator opened and Gu Yannian walked in. As the elevator door slowly closed, Wang Jiaojiao walked out from the corner with a sinister look on her face. It's Su Yanxi. Gu Yannian is talking to Su Yanxi on the phone. Realizing this, the jealousy surging in Wang Jiaojiao's heart almost overwhelmed her. No wonder the audit was over so quickly. She had guessed it right. It was Su Yanxi who was behind it. Unexpectedly, Su Yanxi would resort to such despicable means. When Wang Jiaojiao thought of Gu Yannian's gentle and doting expression just now, she gnashed her teeth in hatred. What's so good about this woman Su Yanxi? The cell phone rang, bringing Wang Jiaojiao back to her senses. Hello. Jiaojiao, I'm Daisy, come out and play. Where? I'll send you the address. In the bar, deafening DJ dance music resounded in every corner, and a group of young men and women were swaying and laughing to the music on the dance floor. Jiaojiao, why don't you go dancing? Daisy came out of the dance floor and returned to the booth to see Wang Jiaojiao drinking alone. Wang Jiaojiao didn't change her clothes, she was wearing a business suit. But Wang Jiaojiao was pretty and had a good figure, so she looked so seductive in this business suit. Since Wang Jiaojiao entered the bar, there were no less than 10 men who came to chat with her, but Wang Jiaojiao ignored any of them. My dear, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but why do you have to be a secretary instead of being a good young lady? Daisy came close to Wang Jiaojiao. She had heard that Wang Jiaojiao went to Chennai to work as a secretary. She didn't understand. Gu Yannian was no longer the rich second generation with a net worth of tens of billions. Why did Wang Jiaojiao still cling to him? Although Gu Yannian is now the general manager of Chennai, what is the future of this small company? You wouldn't understand my affairs even if I told you. Wang Jiaojiao replied unhappily. Hearing this, Daisy's smile almost disappeared. After such a long time, Miss Wang Jiaojiao's temper really hasn't changed at all. Daisy picked up the wine glass and took a sip of wine, then changed the subject. By the way, Jiaojiao, have you seen Su Yanxi? The last time I saw her, I really didn't recognize her for a moment. I have to say that Su Yanxi has become more and more beautiful in recent years. No wonder, she was the most beautiful girl in the school back then, and there were countless people chasing after her. Don't mention that bitch to me. When talking about Su Yanxi, Wang Jiaojiao hated her so much. What kind of beauty is this? She's just a bitch who relies on her face to make a living. It's been so many years, why are you still so gnashing your teeth when you mention Su Yanxi? Daisy asked knowingly. Last time, she saw Gu Yannian and Su Yanxi together. Seeing how they were talking and laughing, it was not difficult to see that their relationship was unusual. In the past, Wang Jiaojiao had always been chasing after Gu Yannian, but her mind was on Su Yanxi. Now that Wang Jiaojiao had come all the way back to China and even put down her status to be a secretary, Gu Yannian still didn't even look at Wang Jiaojiao. No wonder Wang Jiaojiao still looked like she wanted to skin Su Yanxi alive when she mentioned Su Yanxi. Who let that bitch haunt me? When Wang Jiaojiao mentioned Su Yanxi, she couldn't help but think of Gu Yannian. She and Gu Yannian were childhood sweethearts and had known each other since they were young. Almost everyone who knew them said that they were a perfect match. So, she had always thought that she would marry Gu Yannian. Unfortunately, all this was destroyed because of the appearance of Su Yanxi. It was like this before, and it is still like this now. If you ask me, you shouldn't have gone abroad alone back then. You should have gone abroad with Gu Yannian. If you had gone with Gu Yannian, there would be no Su Yanxi now. Daisy enjoyed watching the fun and began to regret the past. Wang Jiaojiao glared at Daisy and was about to answer when she heard her cell phone ring. Wang Jiaojiao picked up her phone and left the booth. Looking at Wang Jiaojiao's departing back, Daisy spat and said softly, "You deserve not to get Gu Yannian." Wang Jiaojiao walked out of the bar and answered the phone. "What's the matter?" "Jiaojiao, a man came to ask you something today." Who? I'm not sure, but I heard the man making a phone call. It seemed like someone in China asked him to come. Where are the people? I've already sent him away. Don't worry, I will keep your affairs a secret from everyone. Good. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jiaojiao held the phone tightly. Someone is investigating her overseas affairs. Who is it? Ever since she found out someone was investigating her affairs abroad, Wang Jiaojiao tossed and turned and couldn't sleep well the whole night. She returned to China this time to renew her relationship with Gu Yannian. Although she had failed to get Gu Yannian before, this time, she was full of confidence. However, if she wants to be with Gu Yannian, she cannot let Gu Yannian know what happened to her abroad. Chapter 28 Difficulties. In the past few years, she has been abroad, changing boyfriends faster than clothes, throwing parties every day, and her life is ridiculous. If Gu Yannian knew about these things, she and Gu Yannian would really have no chance at all. After not sleeping for a night, the dark circles under her eyes were very obvious. Wang Jiaojiao took a lot of effort to cover them up. After driving into the company's parking lot and getting out of the car, Wang Jiaojiao saw Gu Yannian getting out of the car not far away. After Gu Yannian got out of the car, he walked around to the driver's seat, bent down and said a few words to the driver, and then left with a smile on his face. Wang Jiaojiao looked closely and saw who else could be driving the car but Su Yinxi. Su Yinxi, who was sitting in the car, noticed the gazes on her. She followed the line of sight and saw Wang Jiaojiao, who had a resentful look on her face. Seeing Wang Jiaojiao, Su Yinxi smiled and drove away. Wang Jiaojiao stared at the departing car, and her hatred for Su Yinxi increased a little more. The moment she stepped into the elevator, Wang Jiaojiao suddenly had an idea. She knew who was tracking her affairs abroad. It's Su Yinxi, it must be her. Because only Su Yinxi would target her like this. Thinking of this, Wang Jiaojiao wanted to go to Su Yinxi and confront her on the spot. But she changed her mind and thought that if she went to Su Yinxi at this time, Su Yinxi would think that she was guilty. Although she had already arranged the things abroad, it was not an easy task to track them down. But there is no wall that is impenetrable. She wanted to make Gu Yannian and Su Yinxi turn against each other before this wall leaked. After entering the office, Wang Jiaojiao had just put down her bag and had not had time to turn on the computer when Gu Yannian came over. Jiaojiao, pack up and come with me to meet a client. Good. Wang Jiaojiao agreed, took her bag and followed. I'm not driving today, so I can only drive yours. Okay. Wang Jiaojiao knew that it was Su Yinxi who sent Gu Yannian here this morning, so she didn't ask much, but talked to Gu Yannian seriously about business. Brother Yannian, are you going to Caillou to see Will? I've heard of Will. He was parachuted in from abroad and is very picky about the terms of the contract. Even if we follow what he said, he can still find faults. Tianyi has always been engaged in foreign trade. Although I have started to engage in energy now, I cannot give up foreign trade. With Excel, Tianyi will not have to worry about foreign trade exports in the next year. If foreign trade is not a problem, we can focus on energy. Brother Yannian, you are so amazing. Take down Excel and then praise me. Arriving at Caillou, Gu Yannian and Wang Jiaojiao went upstairs together. Will's secretary said that Will was in a meeting and asked Gu Yannian and Wang Jiaojiao to wait for a while. The two of them waited for a whole morning and even drank several cups of coffee, but the man didn't show up. Wang Jiaojiao was getting a little impatient waiting. What's going on with these Caillou people? Can we still open the car now? Gu Yannian didn't say anything. He didn't come to see Will on a whim today, but had made an appointment long ago. If today's meeting was really so urgent, Will wouldn't have accepted his invitation. Now it seems that people are deliberately trying to intimidate him. He could only swallow his anger when others were trying to make things difficult for him. Otherwise, the cooperation would be ruined. When the secretary came to replace the coffee, Gu Yannian stood up and said, "It seems that we can't wait for Mr. Will today. I have something else to do in the company. I will leave first. I will come back when Mr. Will is free." After hearing what Gu Yannian said, the secretary smiled and replied, "I'm really sorry. Don't worry, Mr. Gu, I will tell the president that you were here today. Thank you very much." After expressing his gratitude, Gu Yannian took Wang Jiaojiao away. When they walked out of the lounge, Wang Jiaojiao suddenly grabbed Gu Yannian's clothes and motioned Gu Yannian to turn around and look. Gu Yannian turned his head slightly and saw that the door of the president's office not far away was open. Will, who was in a meeting as the secretary said, was drinking coffee leisurely inside. Gu Yannian turned back calmly, said a few words to the secretary, and then entered the elevator with Wang Jiaojiao. As soon as the elevator door closed, Wang Jiaojiao started to get angry. This Will is really too much. He did it on purpose. There's nothing to be angry about. I had already thought about it before coming here today. If he keeps doing this, what should we do next? We'll take it one step at a time and deal with it as it happens. After returning to Chennai, Gu Yannian went to the planning department for a meeting. Wang Jiaojia returned to the office alone and sat in a chair, feeling depressed. She was irritated by Su Yinshi early in the morning, and then she was irritated by Will again. Nothing good happened today. It would be great if she could help Gu Yannian get the Caillou order. She had to let Gu Yannian see her abilities. Thinking about it, Wang Jiaojiao took out her cell phone and made a call. Daisy, I remember you have a friend who works at Caillou, right? Yeah, what's wrong? Help me make an appointment tonight. I have something to do. Okay, see you tonight. When it was time to get off work, Wang Jiaojiao packed up her things and saw Gu Yannian was about to leave. She took the initiative to say, Brother Yannian, you don't have a car, do you want me to take you there? No need, I have someone to pick me up. Be careful on your way, and see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Wang Jiaojiao smiled and waved to Gu Yannian, but when she saw Gu Yannian got into Su Yinshi's car and left, Wang Jiaojiao's expression changed. No matter what, she must take over Caillou. The other side. Su Yinshi looked at Gu Yannian's tired face and asked, What's wrong? Are you tired today? Gu Yannian smiled bitterly and told about his experience at Caillou. Sure enough, this rejection is not pleasant at all. Can I help you? No need. I must get this order myself. If I run into any problems and ask you to help me solve them, wouldn't it be too embarrassing for me as the general manager? Gu Yannian refused Su Yinshi's help and asked Su Yinshi to solve everything. What else could he do? Su Yinshi laughed and continued, It's okay if you don't need my help. Then I'll tell you a story. Do you want to listen? Tell me about it. The general manager of the Excel headquarters retired, and there were two candidates for his successor, Will and another department head. The two of them had the same performance, and the Excel headquarters was unable to make a decision, so they proposed that they compete within a month to see who could achieve more performance. Will was sure to win, but something went wrong at the last minute. There was a flaw in a domestic foreign trade contract he negotiated, which caused him to lose the competition and his position as general manager. That's why he came to us now. After hearing this, Gu Yannian seemed to be thinking about something. He seemed to know how to impress Will. Chapter 29 Quarrel. Inside the restaurant. Wang Jiaojiao was led by the waiter to the private room. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Daisy chatting and laughing with a man. Seeing Wang Jiaojiao coming, Daisy stood up and introduced, Jiaojiao, this is Sun Bin, the director of the advertising department of Excel. When Sun Bin saw Wang Jiaojiao appear, his eyes lit up. After Wang Jiaojiao came over, he couldn't wait to stand up and shake hands with Wang Jiaojiao. You are Daisy's friend, so you are my friend. Mr. Sun is too formal, just call me Sun Bin. Wang Jiaojiao was a smart person, and she had seen through Sun Bin's thoughts about her. However, since she had something to ask of him, she could only pretend to be polite. Hello, I'm Wang Jiaojiao. I'm sorry for being late. It's okay, I just got here too. Sun Bin held Wang Jiaojiao's hand and was reluctant to let go. Seeing this, Daisy asked the two to sit down. Okay, stop standing and talking, sit down. Yes, sit down and talk. Sit down and talk. Sun Bin let go of Wang Jiaojiao's hand and pulled out a chair for her like a gentleman. Wang Jiaojiao thanked him and sat down. After everyone was seated, Daisy spoke up. Sun Bin, Jiaojiao is my good friend, you have to help her. Sun Bin stared at Wang Jiaojiao, the smile on his face never stopped. I have heard about Will's matter from Daisy. Jiaojiao, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to help you. Really? Thank you so much. Wang Jiaojiao smiled sweetly, which made Sun Bin even more dizzy. I wonder what Will likes. Where does he usually go? Will likes red wine, and his favorite place to go is the newly opened winery on Wuzhou Street. After getting the answer she wanted, Wang Jiaojiao already had a plan in mind. Since she couldn't meet him at the company, she would go to the winery to encounter him by chance. She didn't believe that the honey trap couldn't win over Will. The next day, Heaven Realm. Su Yinshi was tying Gu Yannian's tie. Gu Yannian leaned lazily on Su Yinshi. I really don't want to go to work. Don't want to go to work. Okay, then just stay at home. I can support you anyway. Then I want to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Can I drink something sweet? If you do it, it's not impossible. Stop being naughty. Su Yinshi asked Gu Yannian to stand still, with a smile in her eyes. I have to go to the winery tonight to discuss a cooperation, so I won't be back for dinner. Should I pick you up? No need, Jiaoshu will take me back. I heard that the red wine from that winery is good. I will bring you 2 bottles then. Good. After seeing Gu Yannian off, Su Yinshi went to her room to get an extra set of clothes. Tonight she was going to discuss cooperation, so she planned to go directly after work and bring an extra set of clothes so that she wouldn't have to come back to change clothes. On the other side, Qianni. Gu Yannian prepared a few contracts and asked Wang Jiaojiao to print them. When he saw Wang Jiaojiao, Gu Yannian was stunned. Today, Wang Jiaojiao wore a black tight skirt, showing her beautiful figure. Not only that, Wang Jiaojiao had her makeup and hair done today, and it was obvious that she had dressed up carefully. Hey, you're dressed so beautifully, do you have a date today? Can I date you? No, I have to work overtime tonight. If you want to ask me out, you'll have to stay and work overtime with me. Gu Yannian thought that Su Yinshi wouldn't be able to come back for dinner tonight anyway, so she planned to work overtime at the company and prepare a few more plans so that Will could choose from them. I have something to do today and can't work overtime. If it were a normal day, she would have to work overtime, but Wang Jiaojiao didn't want to miss the opportunity to spend more time with Gu Yannian. But today she heard from Sun Bin that Will was going to the winery, so she had to go there too. Okay, then just print out these contracts and leave. Thank you, Brother Yannian. Wang Jiaojiao printed out the contract and gave it to Gu Yannian, then rushed to the winery. After wandering around the winery for a long time, she finally waited for Will, who had arrived late. As soon as Will entered the winery, he sat down on the sofa and ordered a bottle of red wine. While waiting for the wine to be served, Will began to drink quietly by himself. Seeing this, Wang Jiaojiao straightened her dress, picked up the wine glass and wanted to walk towards Will. Before he could even say hello, he saw a figure suddenly appear in front of him and blocked him. Wang Jiaojiao looked closely and her expression changed immediately. What are you going to do? I should be the one asking you this question. What are you going to do? Su Yinshi stood in front of Wang Jiaojiao with a cold look. When she was about to leave after discussing the cooperation, Jiaoshu reminded her that Will from Excel was also there. Su Yinshi originally wanted to go over and say hello, but then she thought that Gu Yannian's cooperation had hit a wall, and if she went to say hello to Will and let Gu Yannian know, Gu Yannian might be unhappy. When Su Yinshi was about to leave quietly, she discovered Wang Jiaojiao. After looking Wang Jiaojiao up and down and thinking about her actions just now, it is not difficult to see that Wang Jiaojiao came prepared today. What do I have to do with you? Go away and don't bother me. Wang Jiaojiao didn't expect to meet Su Yinshi here again. She just felt it was unlucky, so she bypassed Su Yinshi and wanted to continue looking for Will. However, Su Yinshi did not give Wang Jiaojiao this chance at all. She reached out and grabbed Wang Jiaojiao. Without waiting for Wang Jiaojiao to speak, she took her out of the winery. Su Yinshi, are you crazy? Let me go. Wang Jiaojiao shook off Su Yinshi's hand and glared at her angrily. Wang Jiaojiao, I advise you not to do anything reckless. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm saying. Didn't you come here today just to find Will? Don't you think about what Will would think if he saw you? He wouldn't think that meeting you here was a so-called chance encounter, but that you had ulterior motives and were trying to find out his whereabouts. What if Will's impression of Gu Yannian is greatly reduced because of this? If Wang Jiaojiao had approached Will to discuss cooperation in a serious way, Su Yinshi would not have stopped her. But using this kind of honey trap was too stupid. Will loved his wife very much, and Wang Jiaojiao's actions would only anger Will, which was not worth the loss. Su Yinshi, stop exaggerating here. Aren't you just afraid that I will be able to negotiate a cooperation and show off in front of Brother Yannian? Yes, if you are so sure, then go in. But don't blame me for not reminding you. If you offend Will and cause Jenny to lose the big customer Caillou, then I have the right to fire you. In addition, I will tell Gu Yannian everything that happened today without missing a word. It's hard to persuade a damn ghost with kind words. If it weren't for Gu Yannian, Su Yinshi wouldn't he even bother to say so much to Wang Jiaojiao. Chapter 30, Protecting the Shortcomings. Wang Jiaojiao didn't go back to find Will after all. It wasn't because she was afraid of Su Yinshi, but she was a little worried after Su Yinshi's disturbance. If the cooperation failed, Gu Yannian would blame herself. I returned home dejectedly. Wang Rong and Yisha were watching TV in the living room. Wang Jiaojiao said hello and went upstairs. Wang Rong winked at Yisha, and Yisha followed him. Yisha knocked on the door and walked into the room, and saw Wang Jiaojiao lying on the bed, with a look of unhappiness on her face. Yisha smiled and sat down beside the bed, and said lovingly, "What's wrong with my little Jiaojiao? Are you too tired from work?" Wang Jiaojiao turned her head and looked to the other side without answering. "If work is too tiring, then we just don't go, okay? It's not about work." Wang Jiaojiao said this and sat up, looking at Yisha angrily. "Who bullied you? Was it Gu Yannian?" In fact, Yisha disagreed with Wang Jiaojiao's decision to be Gu Yannian's secretary. The Gu family had fallen, and only Gu Yannian was left, with nothing. Even if Gu Yannian was more capable, he could not compare to their family. Therefore, she could not understand why Wang Rong and Wang Jiaojiao were so worried about Gu Yannian. Especially Wang Jiaojiao, who was so eager to be a secretary, was simply a waste of talent. "Brother Yang Nian won't bully me. It's Su Yinshi." Speaking of Su Yinshi, Wang Jiaojiao had a lot of grievances to express. After listening to Wang Jiaojiao's explanation of the whole story, Yisha's smile disappeared. "This Su Yinshi is too much. How could she bully you like this? Does she really think that there is no one left in our Wang family? She is now the chairman of Changfeng. She is so arrogant that her eyes are on the top of her head. So what? Changfeng is just a small company. If she dares to bully you, I will make her unhappy." As Yisha said this, she had already thought of an idea. "I will invite Mrs. Li to have tea tomorrow and tell her. Her husband is the president of Qianrun. Qianrun has been engaged in e-commerce for many years and must have business dealings with Changfeng. Just wait, I will vent your anger. My mother loves me the most." After hearing Yisha's words, Wang Jiaojiao hugged Yisha. "Changfeng has a good reputation in the industry now, so don't go too far." Wang Rong went upstairs at some point and heard the conversation between the mother and daughter. He reminded them at the door. In the same business, more friends mean more paths. Although there is no business dealings with Changfeng, who can predict what will happen in the future? My daughter was bullied, can't I help her get back her face? Don't worry about it, I know what's going on. Yisha hugged Wang Jiaojiao and had made up her mind. Wang Jiaojiao nestled in Yisha's arms and made a face at Wang Rong. Seeing this, Wang Rong shook his head and said nothing more. Sky Realm. When Su Yinshi came home with the red wine, Gu Yannian was reading documents on the sofa. Hearing their voice, Gu Yannian put down the documents, got up and went to the entrance to greet her. "Why are you back so late? Did the cooperation discussion go wrong?" "No, the talk went well, but something delayed it." Su Yinshi hesitated for a while, but still did not tell Gu Yannian about her meeting with Wang Jiaojiao at the winery. "Hey, these 2 bottles of wine are pretty good, would you like to have a drink?" "No, I've already drunk a lot today, I don't want to drink anymore." "Okay, go and take a rest. I'll make you some hangover soup." Gu Yannian asked Su Yinshi to go and have a rest. He put the red wine on the wine cabinet and then turned to the kitchen to start the fire. Su Yinshi sat down on the sofa, looking at the documents on the coffee table, and picked up the half-written proposal by Gu Yannian. Gu Yannian cooked the hangover soup and brought it over, sitting down next to Su Yinshi. "Don't look at it, drink some soup first." Putting down the plan, Su Yinshi took a sip of the soup, looked at Gu Yannian who was writing hard again, and said, "I rarely see you so serious." "I have to be serious. I have prepared several proposals, but I am still unsure. I want to try writing one myself." Gu Yannian was writing while looking through the materials, and from time to time he would look back at the plans that had been submitted. Seeing this, Su Yinshi put down the bowl and sat on the carpet. The reason why Will is so rigorous is that the original contract with emissions is only one of the reasons, and more importantly, it is due to his personality. It's right that you prepared multiple plans for him to choose from, but considering Will's identity, my suggestion is that you can prepare both Chinese and English versions of all the plans, including the subsequent contracts. Secondly, you can list all the orders that Tianyi has completed in recent years, so that we can clearly know where Tianyi's advantages lie. With Su Yanqi's suggestion, Gu Yannian suddenly realized something, and his brain, which had been troubled all night, finally opened up. You're so right. When I was writing just now, I always felt that something was wrong. Now that you said that, I understand. Gu Yannian decisively deleted the half-written plan and started writing a new one. Seeing Gu Yannian so serious, Su Yanqi didn't say anything more, but just quietly accompanied Gu Yannian. The next morning, Gu Yannian got up early. Although he finished writing the proposal a little late last night, he didn't feel tired at all because he had done his job. Today he planned to hire a professional translator to translate the proposal and contract, and then go to find Will. When leaving, seeing Su Yanqi still sleeping, Gu Yannian tiptoed back and kissed Su Yanqi lightly on the face. Then he quietly left the room and rushed to work. As soon as Gu Yannian left, Su Yanqi's cell phone rang. Su Yanqi took out her phone and answered, "Hello. Boss Su, this is bad. News just came from Tianrun that the cooperation has been suspended. What's going on?" Su Yanqi opened her eyes and sat up. "We have been cooperating with Tianrun for many years, why do we suddenly want to suspend cooperation? I don't know the details, and Tianrun didn't say anything else. Please help me make an appointment with Mr. Li from Tianrun. I want to talk to him in person. I have made an appointment, but the other party said that Mr. Li has gone abroad and has not yet decided when he will return." Su Yanqi frowned. Why was it so sudden? Did something happen? Boss Su, although Boss Li is not in the country right now, his wife is. I have heard that his wife will go to the Begonia Club this afternoon to participate in a flower arrangement event held there. Do you want to go over and take a look? Please help me arrange a car and I'll go. Also, prepare a gift and I'll bring it to Mrs. Li when the time comes. Okay, I understand. Chapter 31 Deliberately Making Things Difficult. Begonia Club. As soon as Su Yanqi entered, she went straight to the site of the flower arrangement event. Those who came to participate in the flower arrangement activity today were all wealthy ladies. They sat together in groups of 3 or 4, arranging flowers and chatting. Su Yanqi immediately saw Mrs. Li sitting next to her. There were 2 rich ladies beside Mrs. Li. The 3 of them were talking and laughing, and it was quite lively. Su Yanqi picked up the bag and walked towards Mrs. Li. "Hello, Mrs. Li." Mrs. Li, who was arranging flowers, stopped and looked at Su Yanqi. "Who are you?" "My name is Su Yanqi, and I work for Changfeng Group. I heard that Mrs. Li would come to participate in the flower arrangement event today, so I came here specially to visit Mrs. Li. This is a small gift from me, and I hope Mrs. Li will accept it." Su Yanqi smiled and handed over the bag in her hand. "Oh, Miss Su, you are so polite. It's good that you are here. Why bring a gift?" Mrs. Li had already seen that Su Yanqi brought a Hermes platinum bag. She loved bags the most, and this gift from Su Yanqi was exactly what she wanted. However, she still had to be polite. Su Yanqi knew what Mrs. Li meant, and took the initiative to put the bag next to Mrs. Li's seat. "It's just a small gift, I hope Mrs. Li doesn't mind it." "Miss Su, you are too polite. Come on, Miss Su, please sit down for a moment." Mrs. Li asked the waiter to add a chair for Su Yanqi. After Su Yanqi sat down, Mrs. Li took the initiative to introduce, "Miss Su, let me introduce you. This is Mrs. Wu from Binjiang Real Estate, and this is Mrs. Yi." "Hello, Mrs. Wu, hello, Mrs. Yi." Su Yanqi greeted the other 2 people. Mrs. Wu smiled and nodded, but Mrs. Yi had a calm expression. "Mrs. Li, I came here today because I have something to ask of you. Tianrun and Changfeng have cooperated for many years, and the cooperation has always been quite pleasant. But today I suddenly received news that Tianrun is going to suspend the cooperation. Mr. Li is out of the country and I won't be able to see him for a while, so I thought of asking Mrs. Li to see if there is anything that Changfeng has done wrong. If so, Changfeng is willing to correct it. I just hope that Tianrun will continue to cooperate with us because of our many years of cooperation." Su Yanqi's attitude was very humble. Tianrun was their biggest customer, so she had to find a way to maintain it. Hearing this, Mrs. Li glanced at Yisha, who was sitting beside her drinking tea silently, and then looked at Su Yanqi. "I know why Miss Su came, but our old Lee has never allowed me to interfere in the affairs of this company. Then Mrs. Lee, could you please let me know when Mr. Lee will be back? Or Mrs. Lee, could you help me get a call with Mr. Lee so that I can go abroad to meet him in person? Mrs. Lee was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to refuse. At this time, Yi Sha, who had been silent on the side, finally spoke up. It's not appropriate for Miss Su to do this. Mrs. Lee heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Ye Sha speak. The matter of Qian Run and Chang Feng was originally proposed by Ye Sha, who said that she wanted to teach Su Yinchi a lesson. She was just doing Ye Sha a favor, but Su Yinchi's attitude was so good and the gift was so real that she didn't know what to say. Now that Ye Sha had spoken, she could just sit back and watch the fun with peace of mind. Su Yinchi looked at Ye Sha and asked, "What does Mrs. Yi mean by this?" "Mr. Lee is on a business trip abroad. What's the big deal about Miss Su chasing him?" People who know say that Miss Su is going to discuss cooperation, and people who don't know think that Miss Su has ulterior motives. Ye Sha stared at Su Yinchi with an arrogant attitude. "Miss Su, people's words are scary." Su Yinchi's face changed when she heard this. However, she quickly regained her composure. "Mrs. Yi reminded me that I was not thoughtful enough. In this case, I will wait for Mr. Lee to come back and then visit Qian Run." Su Yinchi stood up and prepared to leave. "Oh, Xinya, my flowers are not fresh anymore." Ye Sha looked at Su Yinchi and asked with a smile, "Miss Su, could you please help me get some new roses?" Su Yinchi nodded, "Of course." After saying that, Su Yinchi went to find the club's service staff to get flowers for Ye Sha. Seeing Su Yinchi go to get the flowers, Mrs. Lee spoke up, "Ye Sha, what else do you want to do? Don't make too much trouble." "Don't worry, I know what's going on." Ye Sha gave Mrs. Lee a soothing smile, and Mrs. Lee gave up. Su Yinchi handed the rose back to Ye Sha, who took a look at it and threw it on the ground. "Didn't I tell you I wanted lilies? Why did you give me roses? And red roses, how vulgar. Didn't you ask me to get the roses?" Ye Sha glanced at Su Yinchi. "When did I say I wanted a rose? You are so young, why are you still deaf? You?" Su Yinchi frowned and looked at Mrs. Lee. Mrs. Lee was admiring her flower arrangement and didn't even give Su Yinchi a spare glance. "What are you talking about? Go get it for me again. Remember, I want the scented lily." Ye Sha seemed to have expected this and continued to give orders smugly. Su Yinchi took a few deep breaths and nodded slightly. "Okay, I'll go get it again. Miss Su, I want a bunch of chrysanthemums. I want a bunch of lisianthus. I want a bunch of sunflowers here." At this time, several ladies at the next table made requests to Su Yinchi. Seeing this, Ye Sha said calmly, "The club is too busy today and we don't have enough staff. Since Miss Su is here, please come and help." Before Su Yinchi could speak, someone started to urge her, "Don't just stand there, go get it." This doesn't give Su Yinchi any chance to refuse. Su Yinchi put her bag on the chair and turned to go to the club to get flowers for everyone. For the entire afternoon, Su Yinchi went back and forth between the event site and the clubhouse without even having a sip of water. By the end of the walk, Su Yinchi felt like her legs were going to break. But even so, Ye Sha was still not satisfied, saying that the vases prepared by the club were not good, and asked Su Yinchi to go out and buy 3 more. Su Yinchi could only nod and agree, and rushed to buy vases without stopping. However, when we arrived at the scene, it was empty and the service staff had already started to clean up. Su Yinchi went over to ask and found out that the event had already ended. No one told her that it was over. Ye Sha did it on purpose. Su Yinchi let out a long sigh, put the vase on the table, and left the event alone. After walking out of the club, Su Yinchi didn't care about her image and sat down on the steps, waiting for Zhao Shu to come and pick her up. Zhao Shu came over quickly, and when he saw Su Yinchi, he hurried over to help her. "Boss Su, what's wrong with you? Did Mrs. Lee make things difficult for you?" "It's not Mrs. Lee, it's a friend of hers." "Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore, let's go back first." Talking about what happened this afternoon, Su Yinchi felt extremely tired. After getting in the car, Su Yinchi closed her eyes and began to rest. Zhao Shu originally wanted Su Yinchi to have a good rest, but he received a message. After reading the message, Zhao Shu could only speak carefully. "Mr. Su, Mrs. Lee sent a message saying that there will be a party tomorrow and ask you to go over." Chapter 32 Conflicts Escalate. The next day, Zhao Shu sent Su Yinchi to Mrs. Lee's house. Before Su Yinchi got off the car, Zhao Shu was still a little worried. "Boss Su, why don't I go with you today? If that Mrs. Yi embarrasses you again, I'll be here to help you. No. Since Su Yanqi agreed to come, she was ready to be embarrassed. Although she didn't know how she had offended Mrs. Yi, she could only swallow her anger if she wanted to take down Qianrun. I'll call you when it's over. Su Yanqi gave an order, got out of the car, and walked towards the Li family. Looking at Su Yanqi's back, Zhao Shu remembered something and hurried to the club from yesterday. Li family. As soon as Su Yanqi entered the door, she was taken to Mrs. Li in the garden. Seeing Su Yanqi coming, Mrs. Li immediately greeted her with a smile. Mr. Su is here. Mrs. Li. Su Yanqi stopped and greeted Mrs. Li. Her eyes fell on Yisha, who was beside Mrs. Li, and she also smiled and nodded to greet her. Today's party is held for my son. He just won the first prize in painting, and I want to celebrate for him. I have heard that you are very talented in painting and will definitely achieve great things in the painting world in the future. Har har har, thank you for your good words. Mothers all like to hear others praise their children, and Mrs. Li is no exception. At this time, the servant came hurriedly to report, Madam, Alan and Xiexia went to the hospital because of diarrhea, and we are short of staff. What? How could this happen? Mrs. Li became anxious when she heard this. The party was about to start. What should she do if there were not enough people? Xin Yi, don't worry. I know the owner of a service company. I'll give him a call and ask him to arrange a few people to come and help. Thank you very much. Wait for me. Yeshar walked aside and made a phone call, then came back. I've already called, they will send someone over soon. But the party is about to start, and it will take some time for them to come over. What should I do? Hearing this, Mrs. Li couldn't help but sigh. What else can we do? We can only wait. Tell me, how could such a thing happen at this critical moment? Actually, there is another way. Yisha looked at Su Yanqi beside her and smiled. Miss Su, why don't you help me and hold on for a while? Do you want to be a waiter? Su Yanqi pursed her lips and did not answer. Mrs. Li pulled Yesha and said, What are you talking about? Mr. Su is my guest. How can I ask a guest to help me? I just mentioned it. I won't force it if Miss Su doesn't agree. Yisha stared at Su Yanqi. Her words sounded nice, but her meaning was clear. Su Yanqi remained silent. After 2 days of being targeted and harassed, how did she offend Mrs. Yi? Guests began to arrive one after another, and Mrs. Li became more and more anxious. Su Yanqi stepped forward and took the initiative to say, Mrs. Li, let me help. This is so embarrassing. It's fine. Thank you, Mr. Su. Mrs. Li said, and asked the servant to take Su Yanqi to change clothes. At the party, Mrs. Wu was going to see Mrs. Li with a gift, and she ran into Su Yanqi, who was working as a waitress. She was a little surprised. Miss Su, why are you here? Hello, Mrs. Wu. Su Yanqi stopped and explained with a smile, Mrs. Li, there are not enough people here, so I came to help. Mrs. Wu, would you like a drink? Okay. Mrs. Wu nodded, took a glass of champagne from the tray, watched Su Yanqi leave, and then walked towards Mrs. Li. Mrs. Li accepted the gift and sat down with Mrs. Wu to talk. Mrs. Wu looked at Su Yanqi walking through the crowd and couldn't help asking, Xin Yi, what's going on? How can you let a chairman of the board serve you here? Before Mrs. Li could answer, Yeshar spoke first. What's the matter? If someone wants something, what's wrong with taking some action? Besides, you don't know Su Yanqi's background, right? Before she started her own business, she was a poor student. Her family was very poor and had nothing except a seriously ill father. She may not have any other skills, but she is very good at serving people. Is it true? I can't tell at all. A lady next to Yeshar echoed Yeshar's words and said in a kind voice, If this is true, Xinya, you should be careful. Don't get entangled by this kind of person. After hearing these words, Mrs. Li felt a little uncomfortable. She really didn't know Su Yanqi's background. At this moment, Su Yanqi walked towards the group. Yisha raised her wine glass and glanced at Mrs. Zhao beside her. Mrs. Zhao understood and called out to Su Yanqi, Waiter, this way. Su Yanqi followed the voice and walked over. Hello, how can I help you? Wow, the service attitude is so good. Mrs. Zhao said, and everyone present laughed. Su Yanqi didn't understand what was going on and could only continue standing there. Oh, why are my shoes dirty? These are my new shoes. Mrs. Zhao said, and stretched her feet in front of Su Yanqi. "Wipe my shoes clean." Su Yanqi stood there without moving. Seeing this, Mrs. Wu came out to smooth things over. "Mrs. Zhao, they are Mrs. Li's guests and are here to help Mrs. Li. Since you're here to help, what's wrong with polishing my shoes?" Mrs. Zhao looked Su Yanqi up and down and said frivolously, "Besides, isn't serving people what Miss Su is best at? Miss Su, don't you agree?" Seeing that Su Yanqi didn't move, Mrs. Zhao looked at Mrs. Li and said, "Xinya, you should be more careful when you ask for help in the future. You see, you can't ask for help from someone like Miss Su. If she can't even be called upon, how can this be considered help? Miss Su, if you are tired, you can go back first. You don't need to worry about me here. If there is really no one to help, I can do it myself." Mrs. Li said lightly, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Su Yanqi forced herself to smile, squatted down in front of Mrs. Zhao, and began to wipe Mrs. Zhao's shoes with a soft cloth. Seeing Su Yanqi give in, Mrs. Zhao became even more proud. "I told you, Miss Su is the best at serving people. Look, how clean these shoes are. Are your shoes dirty? If they are, bring them here and let Miss Su clean them for us." Mrs. Zhao's proposal was echoed by several other people, and they all came over to send teams. Mrs. Li looked at this scene without any intention of stopping it, and just stood up and left. Yisha sat aside, watching the show happily. By the end of the party, Su Yanqi herself couldn't remember how many shoes she had polished. She didn't see the person that Yisha had mentioned coming to help her until she left. After walking out of Li's house and finding a place to sit down and rest, I heard a familiar voice. "Hey, why is this beautiful girl here alone? Why are you here?" Su Yanqi was very surprised to see the person coming. "I'm here to take you home." Chapter 33 Venting. On their way back to the Heaven Realm, Su Yanqi turned her head to glance at Gu Yannian, still unable to suppress her curiosity. "How did you know I was here? Did Zhaoshu tell you?" Zhaoshu is good in every way, except that he talks too much." Hearing this, Gu Yannian laughed and relaxed. "If it weren't for Zhaoshu, I wouldn't have known that the little princess was being bullied by the old witch." "What about the little princess and the old witch?" Su Yanqi was amused again. Her mood improved and all the tiredness from tonight seemed to be swept away. "Why didn't you tell me when this happened?" Joking aside, the serious matter still needs to be addressed. In fact, Gu Yannian had already noticed that Su Yanqi was not quite right yesterday, but Su Yanqi said that she was fine, so he did not ask any more questions. Zhaoshu called to tell him today, and he came immediately after hearing the news. But he did not expect that he would still be a step late. "I know that Tianrun means a lot to Changfeng. But they can't deliberately use Zhao to torment you because of this, right? You should have told me the first time something like this happened." Gu Yannian was well aware of the methods these rich ladies use to torment people. Simply obeying them would not solve anything, but would only encourage their arrogance and make them even more arrogant and domineering in the future. Therefore, if you want to completely put an end to this kind of torment, you can only solve it from the front. I didn't expect something like this to happen, but who can blame me for asking for help? Su Yanqi sighed, turned around and comforted Gu Yannian. "Okay, you don't have to be too angry. I will be more careful in the future and try not to let myself be bullied again." "It's great that you think so. Take a rest. I'll call you when we get home." With Gu Yannian by her side, Su Yanqi closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. When they arrived at the heavenly domain, Gu Yannian originally wanted to call Su Yanqi, but seeing that Su Yanqi was sleeping soundly, he could not bear to disturb her. He picked her up and carried her upstairs, carefully placed her on the bed, and then tiptoed out of the room. Walking to the balcony, Gu Yannian took out his mobile phone, hesitated for a while and then made a call. The call was quickly picked up, and the other party's voice was a little surprised. "Yang Nian. Is it Yang Nian?" "Uncle Li, it's me, Gu Yannian. There is something I want to tell you." "Li family." Mrs. Li asked the maid to bring a cup of coffee to Mrs. Wu and said with a smile, "Xiufang, please try it." "How is this coffee?" "Let me try it." Mrs. Wu took a sip and nodded repeatedly. "It tastes good. I know you like coffee. I'll bring some back later." "You still remember me?" "I don't remember who else you can remember." Mrs. Li and Mrs. Wu were chatting and laughing when they heard the sound of a car outside. Could it be that Mr. Li is back? No, Lao Li won't be back so soon. As soon as Mrs. Li finished speaking, there was a noise at the entrance, and the next moment, Li Huisheng walked in from outside. Seeing Li Huisheng, Mrs. Li stood up in surprise. "Why are you back at this time? Didn't you say the other day that you would be back in half a month? I ask you, have you done some of these days?" Li Huisheng had a gloomy face and spoke in a bad tone. "What do you mean? What can I do?" Mrs. Li glanced at Mrs. Wu, feeling a little embarrassed. She turned to Li Huisheng and whispered, "What's wrong with you? You came back and started to blame me. There are guests here." Li Huisheng didn't care about all that and started to scold Mrs. Li. "How dare you ask me what happened? You took advantage of my absence to suspend the company's cooperation with Changfeng. Not only that, you also took the opportunity to mess with Changfeng's CEO Su. What on earth were you thinking? Changfeng is our Qianrun partner. You just suspended it if you said so. If this gets out, how will my peers in the industry view me? Also, when President Su came to see you, you actually ordered someone to serve you and even asked her to polish shoes for others. What on earth were you thinking? Do you know that you are slapping me in the face again by doing this?" Mrs. Li's eyes immediately turned red when Li Huisheng scolded her. Similar things had happened several times before, but Li Huisheng never said a harsh word. Why was it different this time? Seeing Mrs. Li's red eyes, Li Huisheng's anger subsided a little, but his words were still very serious. "From now on, you are not allowed to interfere in any of the company's affairs. Do you hear me?" Mrs. Li nodded aggrievedly, and Li Huisheng then turned around and left angrily. Mrs. Li cried out loudly after waiting for Li Huisheng to leave. Mrs. Wu, who had been sitting silently for a long time, quickly stood up and coaxed him to sit down. In fact, Mrs. Wu wanted to leave just now, but before she opened her mouth, Li Huisheng got angry first, so she could only sit there and was forced to watch the quarrel between the couple. "Actually, it's not your fault that Ms. Li is angry. I also felt that it was inappropriate for you to treat Ms. Su like that before." Mrs. Wu sat next to Mrs. Li, holding Mrs. Li's hand, and spoke. "Why didn't you say it then? Can you listen to me?" Mrs. Wu asked back, "With Yeshar here, you won't listen to anything I say." Mrs. Li was embarrassed and did not say anything because Mrs. Wu hit the nail on the head. "When Yeshar came to you, I was confused. Why did she target President Su so much? President Su is a young girl and it was not easy for her to start from scratch. The fact that she can sit in this position today also shows that she is capable. You can't even make friends with such a person, so how can you listen to Yeshar and take the opportunity to mess with her?" Unlike Yeshar, Mrs. Wu admired Su Yanqi the first time she saw her. So every time Yeshar brought people to make things difficult for Su Yanqi, she would come out to smooth things over. Unfortunately, Mrs. Li was obsessed and ignored her. To be honest, she didn't understand why Su Yanqi had offended Yeshar, so that Yeshar would target her everywhere. Yeshar asked me for help, so I had no choice but to help. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Mrs. Li blamed everything on Yeshar, completely forgetting that if it weren't for her tacit permission, Yeshar wouldn't have been so aggressive. When Mrs. Wu heard what Mrs. Li said, she knew that she had not really realized her mistake. It was only because Li Huisheng was angry that she acted like this. It's too late to say anything. When Mr. Li comes back, apologize to him and have a good talk. Then the matter will be over. From now on, you must never be used as a tool by others again. Chapter 34 Obsession. Night, Wang's house. Wang Jiaojia snuggled up to Yeshar, listening to Yeshar telling her how she had embarrassed Su Yanqi, and she laughed happily. Wang Rong sat aside and read the newspaper. Listening to the laughter of the mother and daughter, he shook his head and said, "Is this matter so happy?" "Of course I'm happy. Su Yanqi has been against me in every way, and I've wanted to deal with her for a long time." "That's right. Su Yanqi dared to bully my daughter. Of course I will make her pay." Yi Sha and Wang Jiaojia spoke almost in unison, and the mother and daughter faced the outside world in unison. Seeing this, Wang Rong smiled helplessly and did not interrupt. "Mom, I'm telling you, this is far from enough. I know Su Yanqi best. She usually pretends to be cool and aloof, but in fact, she is full of bad intentions. Moreover, she is the best at pretending to be innocent and pitiful. People like this cannot be let off easily." It was absolutely impossible to expect Wang Jiaojiao to stop while she was ahead. She wished she could torture Su Yanqi day and night. Only in this way could she vent her anger. "I understand what you mean. I'll call Mrs. Lee right now and find an excuse to call Su Yinchi out again. This time, I'll take you with me so you can order her around. Really? Come on, Mom, call Mrs. Lee. When Wang Jiaojia heard that she could also order Su Yinchi around, her eyes lit up and she quickly urged Yisha to call Mrs. Lee. Yisha took out her cell phone and called Mrs. Lee. The call was quickly connected, and Yisha smiled and said, "Dear, let's go on a picnic together tomorrow, to the farm we went to before, how about that? By the way, let's invite Su Yinchi to the picnic tomorrow, too." Wang Jiaojia looked at Yisha expectantly, and she had already started to think about how to deal with Su Yinchi tomorrow. However, the smile on Yisha's face froze at the corner of her mouth, and her expression became ugly. Wang Jiaojia noticed something strange and collected her thoughts, looking at Yisha with some worry. I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone. After hanging up, Yisha threw the phone on the coffee table, feeling very angry. Mom, what's wrong? What did Mrs. Lee say? Wang Jiaojia noticed something was wrong and asked. What's wrong with Li Xinya? She suddenly got angry. I haven't said anything yet, and she started talking a lot. Thinking of the phone call just now, Yisha felt depressed. So we can't go to the picnic tomorrow. Where else are you going? Yisha replied angrily, I really underestimated this woman Su Yinchi. She actually went to Li Huisheng to complain without telling us, and Li Huisheng came back and scolded Li Xinya. Li Xinya said that she would never help me deal with Su Yinchi again. How could this happen? Knowing that she could no longer order Su Yinchi around, Wang Jiaojia felt very disappointed. Yisha patted Wang Jiaojia's hand and comforted her, without Li Xinya, I can find someone else. In short, don't worry, I will never let Su Yinchi have an easy time. Be good, it's getting late, go upstairs and have a rest. I'll ask Auntie to bring you the bird's nest later. Okay, I'm going up. Wang Jiaojia muttered, got up from the sofa and went back to the second floor to rest. After Wang Jiaojia left, Wang Rong put down the newspaper and said, You two, what are you doing with Jiaojiao? Why did I act so recklessly? Su Yinchi has bullied our daughter, and as a mother, can't I vent my anger for my daughter? Yisha glared at Wang Rong with a very dissatisfied attitude. Okay, you can do whatever you want. I won't care about it, okay. That's more like it. After hearing Wang Rong's answer, Yisha was satisfied. However, she really needed to think carefully about how to deal with Su Yinchi next. She just couldn't believe that she couldn't handle a little girl. The next day, Wang Jiaojia walked towards her office in high heels. Before she entered, she was stopped by Gu Yannian. Jiaojiao, come here for a moment. Good. Wang Jiaojia walked into Gu Yannian's office with a smile on her face and said in a sweet tone, Brother Yannian, what do you want to talk to me about? After Gu Yannian sat down, he got straight to the point, Jiaojiao, I want you to tell Auntie not to deal with Yangshi anymore. Wang Jiaojia was stunned, and the smile on her face disappeared instantly. After a while, Wang Jiaojia asked tentatively, Brother Yannian, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Gu Yannian explained the matter in a concise manner. How could this happen? Wang Jiaojia was just right in surprise, then her eyes turned red and she started crying, Brother Yannian, I'm sorry, I really didn't know about these things. It's all my fault, I'll go and apologize to Su Yinchi. Seeing Wang Jiaojia crying, Gu Yannian did not soften her heart. If it weren't for Wang Jiaojia, how could Yisha deal with Su Yinchi? But now seeing Wang Jiaojia crying so pitifully, Gu Yannian didn't want to make things too ugly. Forget it, you don't have to look for Yangshi. Jiaojiao, we grew up together. I don't have any brothers or sisters, so I have always treated you as my own sister. Although I asked Uncle Li to solve the matter this time, I don't want similar things to happen again in the future. It turned out to be Gu Yannian. When the Gu family went bankrupt, Gu Yannian cut off contact with all of the family's former friends. Wang Jiaojia could understand this. Gu Yannian wanted to save face. When something like this happened at home, he couldn't pretend that nothing had happened. But what she never expected was that for Su Yinchi, Gu Yannian was willing to put aside his pride and beg for help. Thinking of these things, Wang Jiaojia's heart was like a storm. However, she didn't show it on her face at all, still with tears in her eyes, looking pitiful. Brother Yannian, I don't know why my mother did this. I will have a good talk with my mother when I get back. Don't worry, this kind of thing will never happen again. Okay, since you said so, I will naturally believe you. No matter what, it was indeed my mother who did something wrong this time. Brother Yannian, please apologize to Su Yanqi for me. Yes, I will. Wang Jiaojiao said a few more words before turning around and leaving Gu Yannian's office. As soon as she left the office, Wang Jiaojiao, who had been so pitiful just now, suddenly changed her expression. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face full of hatred. The more Gu Yannian wanted to protect Su Yanqi, the more she hated Su Yanqi. She just didn't understand what was so good about Su Yanqi. In terms of family background and appearance, how could Su Yanqi compare to her? One day, she will let Gu Yannian know that only she is Gu Yannian's true love. Chapter 35, Showing Weakness. Su Yanqi received a message from Tianrun early in the morning, saying that they would resume cooperation. Not only that, Tianrun also took the initiative to give up 1 percentage point in the renewed contract. After hearing such good news, Su Yanqi's mood suddenly brightened, and the grievances she had suffered before also disappeared at this moment. In the bedroom, Gu Yannian held her head with one hand and looked at Su Yanqi with a smile. Su Yanqi smiled and put on makeup carefully. I think you look better without makeup. Putting on makeup is polite. I have an appointment today, so it's inappropriate to go out without makeup. All right. Gu Yannian lay back down, crossing her hands behind her head. You have to attend a social event today, so you will definitely not be back for dinner tonight. I can only continue to work overtime at the company. Hearing this, Su Yanqi put down the lipstick in her hand, stood up and sat down next to Gu Yannian. What? Will still not working? No one has responded to the proposals I sent. I plan to keep up the good work and send a few more proposals. Gu Yannian replied. However, although there has been no response from Caillou, I have inquired and found that Will's attitude has softened. I still have to thank you for your suggestions. Will is very satisfied with the Chinese and English versions of the proposal. I think if I try harder, Will agree to my sincerity. Then I wish you immediate success. It's getting late, I have to leave first. Gu Yannian saw Su Yanqi standing up, reached out and held Su Yanqi's hand, raised an eyebrow and said, just leaving like that? No expression. Su Yanqi chuckled, leaned over, and whispered a few words in Gu Yannian's ear. Gu Yannian's eyes lit up, and he wanted to continue, but Su Yanqi pushed Gu Yannian away and left the room on her own. Gu Yannian scratched his hair and got up to wash up. After not seeing each other for a few years, Su Yanqi has really become more and more powerful. Her ability to tease people has also improved. Just a few words from her can make him feel hot all over. Inside Tianyi, Wang Jiaojiao had already prepared her speech, and was ready to wait for Gu Yannian to arrive, and then show herself to make sure Gu Yannian really believed that she had done nothing. However, before Gu Yannian arrived, Wang Jiaojiao waited for Zhang Xiao first. Jiaojiao, how did you get up here? I'm here to give things to you and Mr. Gu. Zhang Xiao placed 2 gifts on Wang Jiaojiao's desk. What's this? This is what Mr. Shen from Changfeng prepared for the employees of each subsidiary. I brought it up to you as soon as it was delivered. Hearing Zhang Xiao's words, Wang Jiaojiao, who was about to open the gift, paused. Boss Shen, that Boss Shen. He is another founder of Changfeng. It is said that he is Mr. Su Senior. He is very handsome. However, Mr. Shen went abroad for a project and has not been back for a long time. Mr. Su Senior. Wang Jiaojiao became interested and was about to continue asking questions, but Zhang Xiao had something else to do and had to leave first. Wang Jiaojiao had no choice but to give up. After sending him away, Wang Jiaojiao's eyes fell on the gift on the desk, and her mind was in turmoil. Su Yanqi's senior, isn't he that her senior? Who could it be? Just as he was thinking about it, there was a noise coming from Gu Yannian's office. Wang Jiaojiao came back to her senses and handed the gift to Gu Yannian. Hearing that it was sent from Changfeng, Gu Yannian did not open the gift and put it directly into the drawer. Boss Gu, Brother Yannian, I'm sorry. Wang Jiaojiao observed Gu Yannian's expression, suddenly took a step back and bowed to Gu Yannian. Gu Yannian was confused by Wang Jiaojiao's behavior. Jiaojiao, what are you doing? After I got home from get off work yesterday, I went to confront my mother. Only then did I know what my mother had done. Wang Jiaojiao said, looking very sad, Brother Yannian, I didn't know my mother would do such a thing behind my back. In fact, I wanted to call you last night, but I didn't know how to start. I didn't sleep all night, thinking that since it was my mother's fault, I should say sorry on her behalf. Gu Yannian felt sorry for Wang Jiaojia when she saw her haggard face. The past is over, don't take it to heart. From now on, you and Yang Shi can just get along well. I will. Wang Jiaojia smiled gently. Brother Yang Nian, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Wang Jiaojia left the office, and the sadness on her face disappeared instantly. This move was taught to her by Yesha. Originally, according to her personality, she was going to go to Su Yanxi and have a big fight. But Yesha told her that men like women to show weakness. If she really went to Su Yanxi and had a big fight, Gu Yannian would think she was arrogant and unreasonable. Since Gu Yannian is so protective of Su Yanxi, they should stop for a while. During this time, Wang Jiaojia must show weakness everywhere to lower Gu Yannian's defense against her. Then, she will wait quietly in the dark. As long as Gu Yannian and Su Yanxi have friction, her chance will come. The other side. Su Yanxi was a little surprised to see the gifts on the table. After asking, she learned that Shenxian had prepared one for each of Changfeng's newly acquired subsidiaries, and another one was specially given to her. After hearing that everyone had one, Su Yanxi immediately called Zhao Shu and asked if Shenxian's gift had also been sent to Qianni. If it was sent to Qianni, would Shenxian know about Gu Yannian's affairs? After Zhao Shu arrived, he explained to Su Yanxi that Shenxian's gift had been sent to Qianni. However, Shenxian prepared perfume and lipstick for female employees and ties and wallets for male employees, and did not prepare anything extra, except for one for Su Yanxi. Hearing this, Su Yanxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Su Yanxi's guilty look, Zhao Shu couldn't help but say, Boss Su, why can't Boss Shen know about Boss Gu's affairs? Zhao Shu read Gu Yannian's resume and found that Gu Yannian, Su Yanxi and Shenxian all went to the same university. Shenxian was not only Su Yanxi's senior, but also Gu Yannian's senior. If that is the case, why is Su Yanxi still so nervous? Su Yanxi looked up at Zhao Shu, not knowing how to answer. She couldn't tell Zhao Shu that the person Shenxian hated the most was Gu Yannian. Why hate it? Because when they were in college, Gu Yannian kept her. Shenxian always felt that Gu Yannian was insulting her by doing this. Su Yanxi didn't know how long this relationship between her and Gu Yannian could last, but at least for now, she didn't want to give up this relationship because of anything. Zhao Shu, Gu Yannian's matter is still the same as what I told you before. You can't let the senior know about it. Okay, I understand. Chapter 36 Team Building. Days passed by, and Gu Yannian had been pestering Will for more than half a month. Will finally nodded in approval of Gu Yannian's plan and agreed to cooperate. However, Will had something urgent to do at home, so he had to go back. When he came back, he would sign the contract with Gu Yannian. This news made Gu Yannian very happy, and he immediately announced that the entire company would be given 3 days off so that everyone could go out for team building. Team building. Su Yanxi was curled up on the sofa reading some documents. When she heard Gu Yannian's words, she couldn't help but laugh. The contract hasn't been signed yet, and you're celebrating first. Aren't you a little too anxious? Will has already signed the letter of intent, and is only one step away from officially signing the contract. Besides, who could be more sincere than me? Gu Yannian came over with some cut fruit and fed Su Yanxi a piece of it, staring at her with shining eyes. Come with me to the team building. I've already made up my mind to go to Chishan. We can have a barbecue, climb mountains, and take a hot spring bath there. How about that? That sounds great. But, if you guys go for team building, why should I go with you? Inspect the grassroots and have fun with the people. I'm the chairman, not the emperor. Su Yanxi put down the information in her hand and sat up straight. She reached out and touched Gu Yannian's face. Go and have fun by yourself. You have worked hard during this period of time. Relax for a while. Seeing that Su Yanxi couldn't go out with him, Gu Yannian was a little unhappy. Okay, then I'll go alone. Well, have some fun. The next day, Su Yanxi saw Gu Yannian off. Gu Yannian kept looking back, feeling reluctant. If he had known earlier, he would not have suggested going out for team building. It would have been much better for him to stay at home with Su Yanxi. But he had already said it, and the company had already made arrangements, so it was not appropriate to go back on his word. Seeing this, Su Yanxi waved goodbye to Gu Yannian and urged her to leave quickly. Gu Yannian then got on the elevator and left. While waiting for Gu Yannian to leave, Su Yanqi called Zhao Shu and asked him to pick her up. Jenny's team building this time was divided into two groups, and Gu Yannian led the first group. Everyone on the bus was very excited. Those who were close to each other sat together and chatted non-stop. Wang Jiaojiao deliberately sat next to Gu Yannian, wanting to chat with him. But as soon as Gu Yannian got in the car, he covered his face with his clothes and began to sleep, refusing to communicate. Wang Jiaojiao was unhappy, but she didn't want to find anyone else. The bus drove for 3 hours and finally arrived in Chashan. After getting off the bus, the picturesque scenery and fresh air of Chashan Mountain in front of us swept away all the fatigue from sitting on the bus for 3 hours. The person in charge of the farm had already been waiting in the parking lot and took the person to the farm after picking him up. Yunmeng Farm is at the foot of Chashan Mountain, with Chashan Mountain at its back and a lake on the left where you can go boating and fishing. There is a grassland beside the lake where you can barbecue and have fun. On the right are wooden rooms. The hot springs are also around the rooms, just walk to the end of the corridor. Everyone chose a room they liked and checked in. After resting for an hour, they went to the lawn to have a barbecue together. Gu Yannian chose his own room and lay down on the bed as soon as he entered the room. He took out his cell phone and called Su Yanqi, but the phone was busy and no one answered. Now Gu Yannian became even more depressed. According to his plan, he would take Su Yanqi to climb the mountain to watch the sunrise, then the two of them would go boating on the lake together, at night the two of them would watch the stars together, and finally take a bath together. The plan failed and Gu Yannian didn't have the energy to muster up any more energy. It was time for the barbecue. Gu Yannian got up, changed his clothes, and went to the grass without much interest. The ingredients and tools for the barbecue are all prepared by the farm, and there is everything you need. Those who know how to barbecue can do it, and those who don't can help out on the side, and the atmosphere is very lively. Gu Yannian sat aside, drinking silently. Wang Jiaojiao had already noticed that something was wrong with Gu Yannian, so she walked over with the freshly grilled skewers and sat down next to him. "Brother Yannian, are you hungry? Eat something first." "I'm fine, you can eat it yourself." Wang Jiaojiao was not discouraged by the rejection and continued to invite, "Brother Yannian, let's go boating together later." "I?" Before Gu Yannian finished speaking, he heard a shout from not far away, "Boss Gu." Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Zhao Shu and the people from Changfeng Group coming over with their luggage. Zhao Shu, who was walking in the front, was waving excitedly to Gu Yannian. "Boss Gu, what a coincidence, you are here too." Zhao Shu trotted over and greeted Gu Yannian. Gu Yannian was a little surprised. "Zhao Shu, why are you here? There are several places for team building in Changfeng, and we chose this one. I didn't expect to meet you guys here, Mr. Gu. It's really a coincidence. Team building in Changfeng." Gu Yannian was puzzled. Why didn't Su Yanqi tell him about this? "I didn't expect to meet Mr. Gu here. What a coincidence." A familiar voice sounded from behind. Seeing the newcomer, everyone greeted him. "Hello, President Su." Gu Yannian stood up with some excitement. Who else could the person coming be if not Su Yanqi? Su Yanqi responded to everyone one by one, and then stood in front of Gu Yannian. "Boss Gu, since everyone is here for team building, why don't we have some fun together? I brought several boxes of red wine, let's have some fun together." Seeing Su Yanqi, Gu Yannian couldn't help but want to laugh. After coughing lightly and trying to suppress his excitement, Gu Yannian nodded and agreed to Su Yanqi's proposal. Su Yanqi asked everyone in Changfeng to go back to their rooms to put their luggage, and then come out to barbecue together. Gu Yannian helped Su Yanqi carry her luggage back to the room. From beginning to end, there was only Su Yanqi in her eyes, and she didn't notice the look of Wang Jiaojiao beside her at all. Ever since she saw Su Yanqi appear, Wang Jiaojiao wanted to cut Su Yanqi into pieces. What a coincidence, it was intentional. Gu Yannian sent Su Yanqi to her room. As soon as the door was closed, Gu Yannian couldn't wait to hug Su Yanqi and kiss her. After the long kiss, both of them felt a little unsteady. "Did you arrange to come here a long time ago? Why didn't you tell me? Here's a surprise for you. How about it, do you like this surprise?" "I like it. I like it very much." As Gu Yannian said this, he picked up Su Yanqi and put her on the bed, wanting to kiss her again. Su Yinshi pushed away Gu Yannian's lips and said with a smile, "Stop making trouble, they are all waiting for us outside." "All right." Gu Yannian stepped back a little, staring at Su Yinshi beneath him, his eyes warm. "Come to my place tonight, I'll take you to the hot springs together." "Good." Chapter 37, Weird. After Zhao and his companions put away their luggage, they joined the Cheney barbecue team. Although Zhao and his companions were all employees of Changfeng Group, they did not care about their positions when hanging out. They were all of similar age, so they quickly became friends. Gu Yannian, who was not interested just now, was now full of energy. He rolled up his sleeves and worked non-stop in front of the grill. When the food was ready, he immediately brought it to Su Yinshi. Su Yinshi sat at the table, admiring Gu Yannian, who was like a peacock spreading its tail. As the chairman of the group, he found an excuse to give up his job and chase after a man. If the people below knew about this, who knows what would be spread. The mocking words rang out from the side, drawing Su Yinshi's attention away from Gu Yannian. Su Yinshi turned around and saw Wang Jiaojiao sitting opposite her without her knowing when. Seeing Su Yinshi turn around, Wang Jiaojiao smiled at her. This smile seemed normal to others, but in Su Yinshi's eyes, it was a complete provocation. Why can Cheney hold team building, but Changfeng can't? Facing Wang Jiaojiao's ridicule, Su Yinshi was not afraid at all. Everyone chose the same place, what's so strange about that? Even if I came here on purpose, what can you do? Do you want to go back and complain? Primary school students know to go to the teacher when they have problems. Why do you go home to your mother when you have problems? Su Yinshi had thought it was strange that Mrs. Yi had been targeting her all along. Afterwards, she checked and found out that Mrs. Yi was Yi Sha, the mother of Wang Jiaojiao. In this way, Su Yinshi understood why this person had been targeting her all along. Hearing Su Yinshi's words, Wang Jiaojiao's eyes flashed with resentment, but she still refused to admit it. What are you saying? I don't understand. Whether you don't understand or you're pretending not to understand, I think you should know it clearly. I don't care what you said to your mother. I don't want the same thing to happen again. If it happens again, I won't let you go. Su Yinshi's tone was indifferent. No matter how powerful the Wang family was, she was not afraid if they really had to fight. And even if she ended up with nothing, she could still seriously injure the Wang family before that. Wang Jiaojiao saw that Su Yinshi already knew about Yi Sha, so she stopped hiding it. After hearing Su Yinshi's harsh words, Wang Jiaojiao sneered, everyone can say harsh words. If you are really that capable, you won't go to Mrs. Li to beg for mercy. Also, I can say whatever I want to my mom. She is willing to stand up for me because she is my mom. What about you? Oh, I forgot, you have no mom and no dad. Su Yinshi's face changed instantly. Her mother passed away when she was very young. She and her father had always depended on each other. Later, when she was in college, her father fell seriously ill. At that time, her father was in a hurry to have an operation and could not afford it. It was because of this that she agreed to Gu Yannian's support. Although she had the money for the surgery, her father's condition was too serious and he passed away the year after Gu Yannian left. Wang Jiaojiao knew about this, so she deliberately stabbed her in the most painful part of her heart. Seeing that Su Yinshi was speechless, Wang Jiaojiao was very proud. Why? I was right. You are speechless now. It's true that my parents are no longer with us, but even if they were still alive, I wouldn't bother them with this kind of thing and ask them to help me. What they should do is enjoy their lives, not help me deal with my love rivals. Oh, I forgot, I am not your love rival, because Gu Yannian has never liked you. Su Yinshi imitated Wang Jiaojiao's tone just now and refuted back with a sneer. Sure enough, after hearing Su Yinshi's answer, Wang Jiaojiao's expression changed. The thing Wang Jiaojiao was most reluctant to admit was that Gu Yannian had never liked her. She was the first one to know Gu Yannian, and she and Gu Yannian had been together the longest, but Gu Yannian just didn't like her. Su Yinshi, don't be so proud. Sooner or later, I will personally take off your mask in front of Brother Yannian and let him see your true face. By then, I want to see if Brother Yannian will still like you. Wang Jiaojiao, if you are really so sure, don't wait until later, you can go to Gu Yannian now and do whatever you want. What? You don't dare? That's right, you only dare to yell in front of me. How dare you make trouble in front of Gu Yannian? You are afraid of ruining the impression of you as a well-behaved and sensible person in Gu Yannian's heart. To hit a snake, you have to hit it at its most vulnerable part. Su Yanxi knew very well what Wang Jiaojiao's weakness was. Wang Jiaojiao couldn't bear it any longer, and stood up and wanted to scold Su Yanxi. At this moment, Gu Yannian came over. What's wrong? What happened? Su Yanxi didn't answer, but just looked at Wang Jiaojiao quietly. Wang Jiaojiao cursed Su Yanxi for being shameless in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She turned around and smiled at Gu Yannian. Nothing, I haven't seen Yanxi for a long time, and I'm chatting with her. Hearing this, Gu Yannian looked between Su Yanxi and Wang Jiaojiao with some suspicion. He was grilling not far away, and although he couldn't hear what Su Yanxi and Wang Jiaojiao said, the atmosphere between the two looked strange. He was worried, so he hurried over with the grilled food. As if she had known that Wang Jiaojiao would answer like this, Su Yanxi did not expose Wang Jiaojiao and continued with what Wang Jiaojiao said. Yes, Wang Jiaojiao and I haven't seen each other for a long time, so we chatted a little more. What delicious food did you grill again? Su Yanxi and Wang Jiaojiao both said so Gu Yannian did not continue to ask. He smiled and put down the plate in his hand. This is the fish I just grilled. The people on the farm said that this fish tastes very good and has few bones. You should try it. Okay. Su Yanxi picked up the chopsticks and started to share the fish with Gu Yannian. During this time, Su Yanxi also took the initiative to invite Wang Jiaojiao to eat with them. How could Wang Jiaojiao eat this? She was so angry just by looking at the flirting between Su Yanxi and Gu Yannian. Su Yanxi's invitation was simply disgusting to her. But since Gu Yannian was there too, she couldn't get angry. Wang Jiaojiao told Su Yanxi to eat slowly with a forced smile and left alone. Looking at Wang Jiaojiao's departing back, Su Yanxi shook her head slightly. After so many years, Wang Jiaojiao really hasn't changed at all. After being a high-ranking eldest lady for too long, she wants everyone to submit to her. How is this possible? Chapter 38 Treasure Hunt. Gu Yannian was excited the whole day and had made several plans for the evening, but unfortunately, by the evening, none of them had been realized. Su Yanxi was the most senior person here, so it was impossible for her to leave the table halfway. Perhaps because it was not a work situation, Su Yanxi's attitude softened a lot, and she would respond to anyone who approached her. Everyone noticed this, and they all wanted to make themselves familiar to Su Yanxi, so much so that in the end, Gu Yannian didn't even have the chance to talk to Su Yanxi alone. The party lasted a long time at night. Seeing Su Yanxi's tired look, Gu Yannian didn't want to mention the hot spring bath anymore, so they could only go back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, everyone changed their clothes and gathered at the foot of Chishan Mountain, ready to go up the mountain in groups of 2 to play the treasure hunt game. This treasure hunt game is a feature of the farm. The people on the farm have placed many scorecards on the mountain. You can find the scorecards and go down the mountain to claim prizes based on the scores. In order to make everyone happier, Su Yanxi and Gu Yannian each contributed 30,000 yuan and set a prize. The first place winner could win 30,000 yuan, the second place winner 20,000 yuan, and the third place winner 10,000 yuan. Sure enough, once this prize appeared, everyone's interest became even higher. Before going up the mountain, you have to divide into groups, and each person draws lots to decide how to group themselves. The lot box came in front of Su Yanxi, and Su Yanxi picked out a lot at random. When the result was announced, Su Yanxi was stunned. She thought she would be in the same group with Gu Yannian, but unexpectedly, Gu Yannian was in the same group with Zhao Shu. The most important thing was that she actually drew Wang Jiaojiao. Wang Jiaojiao's expression also changed. She learned yesterday that there would be such a game today, and she deliberately rigged it secretly. She just wanted to be in a group with Gu Yannian. How come she became Su Yanxi? The two looked at each other, then looked away. After drawing lots, the paired members started to go up the mountain according to the order of their numbers when drawing lots. Gu Yannian and Zhao Shu were second to last, while Su Yanxi and Wang Jiaojiao were last. After everyone had gone up the mountain, only Su Yanxi and Wang Jiaojiao were left at the entrance. Neither of them wanted to pay attention to the other, nor did they want to give up the game, so they could only carry their bags and go up the mountain in silence. Although it was a treasure hunt, safety was still the most important thing. Therefore, the scorecards were placed in a conspicuous and easy-to-find place, and the farm also provided everyone with a clue map. Su Yanxi and Wang Jiaojiao were the last to go up the mountain. Following the clue map, they searched all the way, but except for Su Yanxi who found a missed scorecard in the corner, they never found any other scorecards. The two continued walking up the mountain and soon came to a fork in the road. Wang Jiaojiao took the lead and walked to the right, while Su Yanxi was going to the left. Seeing that Su Yanxi chose a different path from her, Wang Jiaojiao stopped and shouted at Su Yanxi in a bad mood, "Why are you walking blindly? Didn't you look at the clue map? Go this way. Why should I listen to you? Besides, the clue map doesn't say to go from you." Su Yanxi took a look at the clue map in her hand and decisively rejected Wang Jiaojiao. "Can you read pictures? I should be the one asking you this. You. Jiaojiao." An excited voice came from behind the two of them. Su Yanxi and Wang Jiaojiao turned around and saw a man walking towards them with a big bouquet of roses. When Wang Jiaojiao saw the person coming, her expression changed. How could it be him? The man was wearing a suit and leather shoes, looking like an elite, but this outfit was totally out of place here. The man walked straight to Wang Jiaojiao, his face full of excitement. "Jiaojiao, I heard that you were doing team building here, so I came here specially. Here are the flowers I sent you." As he said that, the man handed the rose in his hand to Wang Jiaojiao. Seeing that the man was Wang Jiaojiao's suitor, Su Yanxi didn't want to pay too much attention to him and just continued walking forward. Seeing Su Yanxi leave, Wang Jiaojiao, who had managed to maintain a smile just now, could no longer maintain a smile at this moment. She looked at the man with disdain in her eyes. "Sun Bin, what on earth do you want to do?" It turns out that this man is Sun Bin. After Sun Bin revealed the news about Will to Wang Jiaojiao last time, he kept asking Wang Jiaojiao to meet him. Wang Jiaojiao knew that Sun Bin liked her, so she wanted to tease Sun Bin. Therefore, she went out a few times when Sun Bin invited her out. Sun Bin thought that Wang Jiaojiao agreed to meet him and had a crush on him, so he pursued her more fiercely. Knowing that Wang Jiaojiao had the best food, clothing and daily necessities, Sun Bin would prepare luxury goods as gifts every time he met Wang Jiaojiao. But after Wang Jiaojiao and Sun Bin met a few times, she felt that Sun Bin was too annoying, so she cut off contact and refused to meet again. But Sun Bin refused to give up and sent gifts to Wang Jiaojiao every day. Although Sun Bin was the advertising director of Kaiyu, his annual salary was only about 600,000 yuan. In just over a month, Sun Bin spent several million yuan on Wang Jiaojiao. This not only used up all his savings, but also left him in debt. But Sun Bin was like a demon, and he didn't care about anything else, just wanted to get Wang Jiaojiao. "Jiaojiao, you have been ignoring my calls and refusing to meet me. I really have no choice but to come here to find you." Sun Bin smiled and tried to please Wang Jiaojiao carefully. "Jiaojiao, I brought you a gift. I put it in my car. Come with me down the mountain to get it. Okay?" "I don't want it." Wang Jiaojiao refused without a second thought. If she left with Sun Bin would only ask for more. She didn't want Gu Yannian to know about Sun Bin's existence. "Jiaojiao, did I do something wrong? If I did something wrong, tell me and I will definitely change," Sun Bin said as he approached Wang Jiaojiao and tried to grab Wang Jiaojiao's hand. Wang Jiaojiao dodged Sun Bin, her face full of disgust. "Sun Bin, can you please stop sticking to me like a piece of shit? I've already told you that there's no possibility between us. Jiaojiao, don't be like this. I really like you and really love you. Can you give me a chance? Jiaojiao, Jiaojiao." Sun Bin couldn't bear to hear Wang Jiaojiao say that there was no possibility for them, so he took a step forward and hugged Wang Jiaojiao, trying to kiss her. Wang Jiaojiao was frightened by Sun Bin's action and began to struggle. After breaking free from Sun Bin's embrace, Wang Jiaojiao angrily threw the flowers in her hand heavily on Sun Bin's face and yelled at him, "Sun Bin, are you crazy? Why don't you go back and look in the mirror and see what you are like? A toad wants to eat swan flesh and chase me. It's impossible in this life." Chapter 39 Crazy Sun Bin. Sun Bin tilted his head when Wang Jiaojiao hit him with the flowers. The rose bouquet that was so beautiful just now was now broken into pieces, with petals scattered all over the ground. Looking at the petals on the ground, Sun Bin felt that his heart was also broken. This was a set of Fauvist roses that he had specially ordered, and each one was very expensive. This bouquet of flowers was completely beyond his ability to afford given his current financial situation. But Wang Jiaojiao liked it, so he bought it without hesitation. But now, Wang Jiaojiao disliked this bouquet of flowers, and also disliked him as a person. He couldn't understand why this happened. Wang Jiaojiao had never treated him like this before. Wang Jiaojiao didn't notice that something was wrong with Sun Bin. His actions just now really offended her, and she was furious. She said without mercy, "Sun Bin, you don't really think that if you give me a few bags and a few bouquets of flowers, I will be moved by you and be with you, right? Do you think I'm a country girl who has never seen the world? I tell you, there are so many people chasing me, and each one is 100 times better than you. You don't even have the qualifications to queue up. Before, I saw that you were Daisy's friend, so I gave you some face. So, you'd better be sensible now and don't hang around in front of me." Sun Bin squatted down, picked up a petal, raised his head and looked at Wang Jiaojiao who was high above him, and said softly, "Jiaojiao, don't you like this flower? I prepared this especially for you." "Sun Bin, don't you understand what I'm saying?" "Okay, if you don't understand, I'll say it again," Wang Jiaojiao said as she took a step forward and stepped hard on the flower. As Wang Jiaojiao's foot pressed hard, the delicate and beautiful rose instantly rotted into a ball, mixed with mud, and its original appearance could not be seen anymore. "I don't like this bouquet of flowers, and I don't like you as a person." Sun Bin was stunned for a moment, then he growled, stood up suddenly and threw Wang Jiaojiao to the ground, looking a little crazy. Why do you do this to me? Why? Sun Bin, what are you doing? Let me go, help me." Wang Jiaojiao was knocked down by Sun Bin and screamed. Sun Bin has been blinded by anger. Even if Wang Jiaojiao doesn't like him, he must get Wang Jiaojiao. Sun Bin, who had made up his mind, ignored Wang Jiaojiao's rejection and kissed her madly, tearing her clothes with his hands. Wang Jiaojiao, who saw through Sun Bin's intention, turned pale. She could never have imagined that Sun Bin was so bold that he dared to force himself on her in broad daylight. Wang Jiaojiao was struggling while calling for help. Sun Bin was scratched on the face by Wang Jiaojiao, and he angrily slapped Wang Jiaojiao. Wang Jiaojiao was stunned and didn't react for a long time. After coming to her senses and realizing that Sun Bin was really forcing her, Wang Jiaojiao finally became scared and cried, asking Sun Bin to let her go. Sun Bin ignored her and continued to confess madly, "Jiaojiao, believe me, I will treat you well. Jiaojiao, Jiaojiao." On the other side, Su Yanqi searched for a while with the clue map, and vaguely heard the quarrel coming from behind. She didn't want to pay attention to it, but she thought that Wang Jiaojiao was a woman after all, and it would be bad if something unexpected happened. Therefore, Su Yanqi turned back. Before she got close, Su Yanqi heard Wang Jiaojiao crying. Hearing that something was wrong, Su Yanqi immediately quickened her pace and rushed back. When she returned to the fork in the road, Su Yanqi saw Wang Jiaojiao being pressed down by Sun Bin. Su Yanqi didn't think much, rushed over and pushed Sun Bin away. Sun Bin didn't expect Su Yanqi to come back, and was pushed away by Su Yanqi, rolling on the ground before stopping. Su Yanqi pulled Wang Jiaojiao up and protected her behind her. Sun Bin got up from the ground and stared at the two of them with a gloomy face. "How are you?" Su Yanqi tilted her head and asked in a low voice. Wang Jiaojiao grabbed her clothes, sobbing, and nodded. After getting Wang Jiaojiao's answer, Su Yanqi turned to look at Sun Bin and said, "Calm down. Let's go down the mountain and talk it over. Everyone on the mountain is our colleague. If things get out of hand, it won't be good for you. Get out of the way." Just when he was about to succeed, he was suddenly interrupted. Sun Bin was very angry and stared at Su Yanqi and Wang Jiaojiao. Su Yanqi also realized that it was impossible to talk to the man in front of her. But now this man was blocking their way down the mountain, so it was impossible for them to go down the mountain to ask for help. But fortunately, others had already gone up the mountain, and as long as they went up and found others, they could be saved. Su Yanqi swallowed her saliva and suddenly shouted behind Sun Bin, "There are police." Sun Bin subconsciously looked back, and Su Yanqi took the opportunity to grab Wang Jiaojiao and ran towards the mountain. Realizing that he had been tricked, Sun Bin tugged at his tie and chased after the two men. "Su Yanqi, quickly call Brother Yannian and ask him to come and rescue me. The signal is bad on the mountain, how can I call? Besides, I don't know where Gu Yannian is right now. By the time he comes to rescue me, it will be too late. What should I do? How could such a thing happen? Stop talking nonsense. If you have the energy to talk, you might as well save some energy to run a few more steps. As long as we go up the mountain and find other people, we will be safe." If it was under normal circumstances, Wang Jiaojiao would have cursed Su Yanqi if she dared to talk to her like this. But in this situation, she didn't dare to say anything, fearing that Su Yanqi would really leave her alone. Suddenly, a stone hit the two people. Su Yanqi and Wang Jiaojiao screamed in unison and stopped. Run, run if you have the guts. Sunbin's voice came from behind. When the two turned around, they saw Sunbin walking towards them from behind, panting, holding a stone bigger than his fist in his hand. Seeing the two finally stop, Sunbin grinned and said, "That's right. If you keep running, the stone will not hit the ground, but your heads." Wang Jiaojia was frightened by Sunbin's appearance and trembled, hiding behind Su Yanxi. Su Yanxi was panting, thinking about how to get away. Sunbin stopped when he was still 3 or 4 meters away from the two of them, and looked at Wang Jiaojia with an infatuated look. "Jiaojia, come here, don't worry, I won't hurt you. You crazy pervert." "That's enough." Su Yanxi stopped Wang Jiaojia. Why was she still cursing at this time? Did she really think her life was too long or something? Wang Jiaojia choked and closed her mouth. "Sir, calm down. No matter what happened between you and Wang Jiaojia, let's talk it out. Don't worry, if Wang Jiaojia really did something out of line, I will definitely help you get justice." Chapter 40, Escape. After listening to Su Yanxi's words, the crazy Sunbin finally calmed down a little. He had been depressed for a long time because of Wang Jiaojia these days, and he had no one to talk to. Now that he finally met Wang Jiaojia, he just wanted to have a good chat with her. "Jiaojia, I really like you. For you, I am willing to do anything. Can you give me a chance? Let me prove my love for you." Sunbin's eyes were full of infatuation and his tone was humble. Hearing this, Su Yanxi roughly guessed the whole story. Wang Jiaojia must have deliberately kept this man hanging, enjoying the feeling of being chased. Later, she might have gotten tired of playing around, so she rejected him. But the other party refused to give up, so he chased after her eagerly. This kind of thing was obviously a trick played by a rich lady like Wang Jiaojia, and Su Yanxi really didn't want to care about it at all. But the man in front of her was so crazy, if she just left like this, Wang Jiaojia would definitely get into trouble. In her heart, Su Yanxi blamed Wang Jiaojia for playing with people's feelings, but she could only help to ease the atmosphere. You can't force feelings. Since you really like Wang Jiaojia, then you should sit down and have a good chat. You will only push people further away by doing this, right? Have a good chat. Did she give me a chance to have a good chat? Sunbin suddenly shouted angrily. If Wang Jiaojia was willing to have a good chat with him, he would not have ended up like this today. Sunbin's sudden roar startled Su Yanxi and Wang Jiaojia, and they both subconsciously took a few steps back. Their actions irritated Sunbin, who rushed over with a roar. Su Yanxi and Wang Jiaojia dodged to the sides, leaving Sunbin empty-handed. Then, Sunbin immediately rushed towards Wang Jiaojia and hugged her. Seeing this, Su Yanxi immediately took off her backpack and threw it heavily on Sunbin's head. Sunbin was forced to let go of Wang Jiaojia and staggered a few steps to the side. Su Yanxi stepped forward and pulled Wang Jiaojia over. Seeing Sunbin rushing towards her again, Su Yanxi threw the backpack in her hand at Sunbin. Sunbin was blocked by the backpack for a while, and Su Yanxi and Wang Jiaojia took the opportunity to run away. Sunbin threw the backpack on the ground and chased after him viciously. Knowing that Sunbin was catching up with them again, Su Yanxi and Wang Jiaojia panicked and did not see the road signs clearly. They followed the path into the undeveloped back mountain. Gu Yannian and others met at the top of the mountain, but Su Yanxi and Wang Jiaojia had not come up for a long time. Almost all the points cards had been found, and Gu Yannian didn't want Su Yanxi to make a wasted trip, so he suggested going down the mountain so that he could meet them on the way back. Everyone was talking and laughing as they walked down the mountain. When they came to a fork in the road, someone noticed the roses scattered on the ground ahead and asked in confusion, "Hey, where did the roses come from?" Hearing this, everyone stopped in their tracks. Sure enough, on the left side of the fork in the road, rose petals were scattered all over the ground. A curious colleague walked up to take a look and exclaimed, "They are from the Fauvism school. Such a big bouquet of flowers must be very expensive, why are they just left here?" Gu Yannian stared at the flower on the ground, her heart pounding. They didn't see the flower when they came up. Where did it come from? "This is Mr. Su's room key." When Zhao Shu went to check, he seemed to step on something. He looked down and saw that it was a room key. He picked it up and saw that the room number on the key was Su Yanxi's. Hearing this, Gu Yannian rushed forward and grabbed the key from Zhao Shu's hand. "How come Su Yanxi's key is here? It looks like there was a fight here." Someone noticed something was wrong at the left intersection and shouted. Both forks lead to the mountain. However, the left road is a bit more roundabout, and the left road is close to the back mountain, which has not been developed yet. The farm was worried that they would accidentally enter the back mountain, so the clue map given was to let them choose to go up the mountain from the right side. Now, there are traces of a fight at the intersection on the left, and Su Yanxi's room key is also left here. No matter how I think about it, something doesn't seem right. Is President Su okay? Zhao Shu's worry quickly spread, and everyone who was laughing just now quieted down and looked at Gu Yannian. Zhao Shu, the rest of you come with me. Let's go up the mountain to look for Su Yanxi and Wang Jiaojiao. Everyone else go down the mountain and see if they have already gone down. If they haven't, contact the people at the farm immediately and ask them to help look for them as well. After Gu Yannian finished speaking, he immediately followed the mountain road on the left. Zhao Shu and several male colleagues followed him, while the others hurried down the mountain. A good team-building event turned out like this, but no one complained. They just hoped that nothing would happen to Su Yanxi and Wang Jiaojiao. Not long after reaching the mountainside, Gu Yannian saw a backpack thrown on the ground. When he went forward to pick up the backpack and took a look, Gu Yannian's heart sank. Zhao Shu and others who were lagging behind also caught up. Seeing the backpack in Gu Yannian's hand, Zhao Shu was extremely worried. Isn't this Mr. Su's bag? How did it get here? Will Mr. Su be in trouble? Hearing that something might happen to Su Yanxi, several people looked at each other, all very nervous. It looks like they are continuing to go up. Let's go up and have a look. Maybe we can find them both. Gu Yannian pretended to be calm, but in fact he was very worried. What happened to force Su Yanxi to this point? If he had known earlier, he should not have gone up the mountain with Zhao Shu so early. He should have waited a little longer and waited for Su Yanxi to go up the mountain with her. When he thought that Su Yanxi had the accident behind him, Gu Yannian wanted to slap himself twice. If Su Yanxi had the accident, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Gu Yannian's proposal was unanimously agreed by Zhao Shu and others, and they continued to rush up the mountain, hoping to meet Su Yanxi on the way. On the other side of the rough road, Wang Jiaojiao fell to the ground. Su Yanxi, who was running in front, immediately turned back to pull her up. Hurry up and get up. No, I can't. I really can't run anymore. Wang Jiaojiao shook off Su Yanxi's hand and gasped heavily. Su Yanxi wanted to talk more, but her strength had reached its limit. Her legs softened and she knelt down, panting. She knew very well that now was definitely not the time to rest, but if she continued running like this, it would only be a matter of time before Sunbin caught her. After a short rest, seeing that Sunbin had not caught up yet, Su Yanxi pulled Wang Jiaojiao up and said, "Now is not the time to rest. That man will catch up sooner or later. We have to think of a way. What can we do? We don't know where we are now." Wang Jiaojiao couldn't help but complain as she spoke. What kind of treasure hunt game is this? Now we are really helpless. Instead of complaining, you might as well think about how to avoid it. Chapter 41 Danger Approaches. Wang Jiaojiao had never been so embarrassed in her life. But at this time, she also understood that she couldn't do it alone. Therefore, she could only pin her hopes on Su Yanxi. What else can we do now? Su Yanxi looked around and found a pit with bushes and weeds growing in it. If you don't get closer, you won't be able to find it. Su Yanxi had an idea and called Wang Jiaojiao to come and see. Look, this pit is just big enough to hide the two of us. Hide here. Wang Jiaojiao glanced at the pit in front of her and frowned. Is this possible? If Sunbin finds out, we won't be able to escape. I've observed that this place doesn't look like the way up the mountain. We must have taken the wrong path when we ran just now. Besides, both of us have almost exhausted our physical strength, so it's not a good idea to continue running. Instead of doing that, we might as well take a gamble. Su Yanxi calmly analyzed that as long as they could avoid Sunbin and wait for him to move forward, they could return the same way. At this time, only by returning the same way would they have a chance of escaping. Wang Jiaojiao wanted to argue, but Su Yanxi scolded her impatiently. If you don't agree, then run away by yourself. I'll hide here alone. Anyway, I'm not the person he's looking for. Wang Jiaojiao opened her mouth, but rarely said anything back. Su Yanxi asked Wang Jiaojiao to hide in the pit first, then took off Wang Jiaojiao's backpack, ran forward for a while by herself, dropped the backpack, and turned back. As soon as Su Yanxi hid in the pit, Sunbin appeared in front of them. Su Yanxi hadn't even caught her breath yet, and when she saw Sunbin, she could only cover her mouth tightly with her hands, fearing that she would let Sunbin know if she breathed. Wang Jiaojiao also followed Su Yanqi's example and covered her mouth with her hands. Sun Bin was also very tired of chasing, especially since he was wearing leather shoes and a suit. If he had been wearing mountaineering equipment like Su Yanqi and Wang Jiaojiao, he would have caught the man long ago. But it was precisely because of this that Sun Bin was more determined to find the man. Seeing Sun Bin's sinister look, Wang Jiaojiao was really complaining. If she had known that Sun Bin was such a person, she would never have given him any hope. This is really like not eating mutton and getting into trouble. Sun Bin panted and looked around, then continued to chase forward. Soon, Sun Bin found the abandoned backpack, and after yelling and cursing, Sun Bin continued to chase forward. After making sure that Sun Bin had gone far away, Su Yanqi and Wang Jiaojiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. What do we do now? What else can we do? Let's get down the mountain quickly before he reacts. But I can't walk anymore. Su Yanqi staggered to her feet, and she couldn't walk anymore. However, Sun Bin would soon find out that they were not in the front, and if Sun Bin turned back, they would be finished. You have to walk even if you can't, unless you want to be caught. Wang Jiaojiao curled her lips, stood up, and followed Su Yanqi out of the pit. The two of them turned back the way they came. Not long after they walked, Wang Jiaojiao screamed and fell heavily to the ground. Su Yanqi hurried back and helped Wang Jiaojiao up. Are you okay? My foot is sprained. It hurts so much. Wang Jiaojiao grimaced in pain. She didn't see the stones on the ground clearly, and she walked too fast and fell hard. Then can you still go? Su Yanqi was also a little anxious. Wang Jiaojiao was really a young lady, so how could she fall so easily? Wang Jiaojiao felt so painful that she wanted to curse, but then she changed her mind and realized that she was running for her life. If she cursed Su Yanqi away, she would have to face the crazy Sun Bin alone. Thinking of this, Wang Jiaojiao could only frown and answer, I don't know, let's try. Hearing this, Su Yanqi helped Wang Jiaojiao up. Wang Jiaojiao was in so much pain that she couldn't run anymore and could only limp forward slowly. Su Yanqi looked behind her. Although she was extremely anxious, she could only walk slowly with Wang Jiaojiao, secretly praying that Sun Bin would find out the abnormality a little later so that they could get out. But as time went by, the two of them barely managed to walk a distance of only 50 to 60 meters. Su Yanqi stopped and said, No, if this continues, none of us will be able to escape. Hearing this, Wang Jiaojiao grabbed Su Yanqi's hand, a little flustered. Su Yanqi, what do you want to do? You can't leave me alone. I'll find a place to hide you while I go out to look for someone else. No, you can't leave me alone. Wang Jiaojiao immediately shook her head and refused. She absolutely couldn't stay here alone. Don't delay any longer. If you continue like this, none of us will be able to escape. Besides, if I really wanted to abandon you, I wouldn't have saved you just now. Su Yanqi knew that Wang Jiaojiao was afraid that she would abandon her. If she put herself in her shoes, she would be afraid too if this happened to her. Wang Jiaojiao, at this critical moment, you have no choice but to listen to me. Either I hide you and you wait for me to come back and save you, or you face everything alone. With tears in her eyes, Wang Jiaojiao could only choose the first method. Su Yanqi looked around and found a bush that was just right for hiding. Su Yanqi turned her head and told Wang Jiaojiao, You hide behind the bushes for a while, I'll go find someone. Remember, no matter what happens, don't make a sound. Wang Jiaojiao nodded in panic. At this time, she could only trust Su Yanqi. Su Yanqi was about to help Wang Jiaojiao walk towards the bushes when she suddenly heard a cold voice behind her. You two made it so hard for me to find you. Hearing this voice, Su Yanqi and Wang Jiaojiao froze in their places. The two turned around with a little trembling, and saw Sun Bin standing behind them with a backpack and a sinister smile on his face. Sun Bin's leather shoes had long gone somewhere, and he was only wearing socks. No wonder the two of them didn't hear any sound. Why don't you two run? Run, keep running. Sun Bin suddenly raised his voice, and Wang Jiaojiao screamed in fear. She turned her head away and dared not look at Su Yanqi, shaking violently. Su Yanqi was also frightened by Sun Bin's appearance, and did not expect Sun Bin to come back so quickly. What do you want to do? Sun Bin answered the question irrelevantly, Look, I found something good. As he said that, Sun Bin took out a bundle of ropes from his backpack. The things in the backpack were all prepared by the farm staff, including ropes, compasses, mineral water, and some simple medicines. Originally it was just in case, but now it has become a weapon in Sun Bin's hands to deal with Su Yanqi and Wang Jiaojiao. Su Yinxi and Wang Jiaojia wanted to retreat, but Wang Jiaojia screamed in pain as soon as her heels touched the ground, and fell to the ground. Because she was holding Su Yinxi tightly, Su Yinxi fell to the ground with her. As soon as the two raised their heads, they saw Sun Bin rushing over. Chapter 42 Distress. Let me go. Su Yinxi struggled, but couldn't loosen the rope that Sun Bin had tied around her. Wang Jiaojia sat on the ground, watching Sun Bin tie Su Yinxi to the tree, her mind blank. Sun Bin ignored Su Yinxi's struggle, tied her up, took off his tie and stuffed it into Su Yinxi's mouth. After dealing with Su Yinxi, Sun Bin turned around and walked towards Wang Jiaojia step by step. Wang Jiaojia was shaking when she saw Sun Bin approaching. You, don't come over here, don't come near me. Why can't I come over? Why can't I get closer to you? Sun Bin stepped forward and grabbed Wang Jiaojia's hand, his expression slightly crazy. Do you hate me that much? Wang Jiaojia burst into tears out of fear. Sun Bin, can you please let me go? Money, if you want it, I can give it to you, as long as you tell me the amount, no matter how much it is. I don't want money, I just want people. Sun Bin likes Wang Jiaojia. If it weren't for his love, he wouldn't have owed a huge debt. He just wanted Wang Jiaojia to give him a chance, but Wang Jiaojia was too heartless. Wang Jiaojia's heartlessness made his love for her completely unrecognizable. Since I can't get Wang Jiaojia's heart, then I'll get Wang Jiaojia's body. This way, at least I can give myself an explanation. Sun Bin stood up and dragged Wang Jiaojia to the woods. Wang Jiaojia knew that if she was really taken in by Sun Bin, she would face terrible consequences. Therefore, Wang Jiaojia sat on the ground and refused to go. However, she was not strong enough to resist Sun Bin, so he picked her up and strode into the woods. When Su Yinxi saw this scene, she wanted to call for help, but no sound came out. In the woods, Sun Bin threw Wang Jiaojia to the ground and began to unbutton his shirt. Wang Jiaojia stepped back, but Sun Bin grabbed her ankle and dragged her back. Help! Help! Wang Jiaojia screamed at the top of her lungs, and Sun Bin raised his hand and slapped her. Wang Jiaojia was stunned and struggled regardless. Seeing Sun Bin tearing off his clothes, Wang Jiaojia suddenly had an idea and finally thought of a solution. Sun Bin, don't do this. I promise to be with you. Hearing this, Sun Bin really stopped and questioned, is what you said true? Wang Jiaojia choked up and tried to calm herself down. Sun Bin, let me tell you the truth. I did want to be with you, but someone stopped me, so I didn't agree to you. You lied to me. No, I didn't lie to you, everything I said is true. I admit that I first looked for you because I wanted to find out about Will from you. But later, you were so nice to me and gave me so many gifts, how could I not be moved? Wang Jiaojia suppressed the panic in her heart and tried her best to make herself look more sincere. Sun Bin believed it. He pulled Wang Jiaojia up and stroked her face distressedly. Jiaojia, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. I just love you too much. I know. Wang Jiaojia replied with a dry laugh. Tell me, who is it, who is so vicious to stop us? Su Yinxi, it's her, it's definitely her. Wang Jiaojia knew that she might not be able to escape this disaster today, but if she couldn't escape, Su Yinxi would not be able to escape unscathed. She found out about my relationship with you. She said that you and I were too close, and if others knew about it, gossip would spread and affect the company. So, she forbade me to have any more contact with you, otherwise she would fire me. Wang Jiaojia cried pitifully with tears in her eyes, and put all the blame on Su Yinxi. Sure enough, when Sun Bin heard Wang Jiaojia's words, he had no doubts at all. How could she be so vicious? So, please don't be angry with me, okay? I was forced to do this. Just wait, I'll help you vent your anger. As long as she's gone, no one can hinder us anymore. Hearing this, Wang Jiaojia nodded, endured the nausea and moved forward, kissed Sun Bin on the face, and whispered, Sun Bin, you are the only one I have. If Sun Bin still had some doubts in his heart just now he has no doubts at all. Sun Bin kissed Wang Jiaojia heavily on the forehead, then stood up and went to Su Yinxi to settle the score. Seeing Sun Bin leave, Wang Jiaojia breathed a sigh of relief. She raised her hand and wiped her forehead in disgust, then got up and limped forward. If she could see Gu Yannian, she would let Gu Yannian go to save people. But now, she would never look back. Even if Su Yinxi had just saved her. Su Yinxi, who was tied to the tree, was horrified when she saw Sun Bin suddenly come back and approach her. Sun Bin pulled the tie out of Su Yinxi's mouth and asked in a vicious voice, are you Su Yanqi? Yes, what do you want? Just admit it. How could there be such a vicious woman like you in the world? Can you really not stand lovers? Sun Bin's series of questions confused Su Yanqi. What had she done? Why couldn't she stand having a lover? Did you misunderstand something? I don't know you, please don't mess around. Are you scared now? Why didn't you think about this day when you tried to break up the couple? Su Yanqi felt so wronged. When did she break up the couple? Seeing Sun Bin approaching, Su Yanqi could only defend herself. There must be some misunderstanding in this matter. If you hurt me, you can't escape the punishment of the law. If I throw you off this mountain, who would know it was me? They would only think that you slipped and got into trouble. Sun Bin untied the rope and pulled Su Yanqi away. How could Su Yanqi just give in? She struggled and called for help. Su Yanqi angered Sun Bin, who grabbed Su Yanqi and slammed her against a tree. Su Yanqi suddenly felt dizzy and her body went limp and fell to the ground. Sun Bin looked down at Su Yanqi and said, "Don't blame me. You were the one who made the mistake first." After saying that, Sun Bin grabbed Su Yanqi's leg and was about to drag her away. "Yanqi!" An exclamation. Su Yanqi vaguely saw a figure rushing over and knocking Sun Bin away. Then, several more people rushed over and wrestled with Sun Bin. Before she lost consciousness, Su Yanqi felt someone carefully holding her up. "Yanqi, hold on, I'm coming, I'm coming." The familiar voice was full of self-blame and heartache. It was Gu Yannian, he was finally here. After realizing this, Su Yanqi closed her eyes and fainted. Chapter 43, Bad Intentions. In the hospital. As soon as Su Yanqi opened her eyes, Gu Yannian came up to her immediately. "Yanqi, you finally woke up." "Where am I?" "In the hospital." Gu Yannian tightly grasped Su Yanqi's hand and carefully helped her up. "Don't worry, you are safe." Su Yanqi paused for a moment and finally recalled what happened before she fell into a coma. "Where's Wang Jiaojiao? Is she okay?" "She's fine. Zhao Shu and his men found her. She sprained her foot and got frightened. She's in the hospital now." Gu Yannian was not worried about Wang Jiaojiao, he only cared about Su Yanqi. "You suffered this time, it's all my fault, I should have waited for you. How can you be blamed for this? Who could have expected something like this to happen? By the way, where's Sun Bin? Has he been arrested?" Gu Yannian nodded, and the people in the farm called the police, who had already arrived and took Sun Bin away. There were ropes and tapes in Sun Bin's car. If Wang Jiaojiao had agreed to go down the mountain at that time, the consequences would have been disastrous. What will happen to Sun Bin? He is suspected of intentional injury and may be sentenced. Why? Seeing Su Yanqi sighing, Gu Yannian gently rubbed Su Yanqi's head and said, "Okay, don't think too much about these things. The most important thing for you now is to have a good rest." "Good." After settling Su Yanqi, Gu Yannian went to Wang Jiaojiao's ward. Wang Rong and Yisha knew that Wang Jiaojiao was in trouble, so they rushed over immediately and transferred Wang Jiaojiao to the advanced ward. When Gu Yannian arrived, Wang Rong just came out of the ward. Seeing Gu Yannian, Wang Rong was stunned for a moment, but it was Gu Yannian who called out first, and then Wang Rong came back to his senses. "Yannian, it's really you." Wang Rong smiled and said, "I heard from Jiaojiao a long time ago that you have returned to China. Why don't you come to my house and visit us?" "I wanted to visit my uncle and aunt, but something delayed me, so I couldn't come." Gu Yannian explained and looked behind Wang Rong. "Uncle, how is Jiaojiao? Is she okay?" "She's fine. She just fell asleep. Your aunt is with her." "In that case, I won't disturb her anymore and let her have a good rest. I'll come to see her when she wakes up." "Okay." Gu Yannian spoke to Wang Rong for a few more words before turning around and leaving. Wang Rong's smile disappeared after Gu Yannian's back disappeared from his sight. He turned around and went back to the ward. Yisha was talking to Wang Jiaojiao. Yisha felt sorry for what happened to Wang Jiaojiao and was thinking about hiring a lawyer to severely punish Sun Bin. Wang Rong sat down aside, looking at the mother and daughter in front of him, and for some reason he thought of Gu Yannian. After not seeing him for many years, I thought Gu Yannian had long since become decadent due to the bankruptcy of the Gu family. Unexpectedly, Gu Yannian was doing quite well, and even had the demeanor of his father. Thinking of Gu Ting, Wang Rong narrowed his eyes slightly. The Gu family, you can't turn things around again. Crescent Apartments. Daisy got out of the taxi and staggered towards her apartment. Before she entered the apartment door, she heard a voice behind her. Are you Daisy? Daisy turned around and saw an elderly couple standing behind her. Seeing this, Daisy barely stood still and asked, I am, who are you? The couple looked at each other, then knelt down in front of Daisy. Daisy sobered up a lot after being kneeled down, and took a few steps back. What are you two doing? Daisy, please, save Sunbin. Hearing Sunbin's name, Daisy came to her senses. She looked the couple up and down and had a guess in her mind. Are you Sunbin's parents? Yes. Sun's father nodded and pleaded with Daisy. Daisy, I know Sunbin did something wrong, but he is the only son of my husband and me after all. I heard that you have a good relationship with Sunbin. Please help my husband and me think of a way to save Sunbin. Hearing this, Daisy showed an embarrassment. It's not that I don't want to do it, it's just that I have no other choice. Aren't you friends with Miss Wang? Can you take us there and ask her for help? You guys are going to look for Wang Jiaojiao. Daisy shook her head again and again. No, I can't take you there. If Wang Jiaojiao sees you, she will definitely be even angrier. Hearing this, Sun's mother could no longer hold back her sobs, and Sun's father also sighed repeatedly. Daisy couldn't bear it, so she went up to help the two people up. She had heard about Sunbin's bad intentions towards Wang Jiaojiao. When she heard about it, she was also shocked. Who is Wang Jiaojiao? It was a big mistake for Sunbin to offend her. I heard that Yisha has already found a top lawyer to sue Sunbin. This time, Sunbin will not be able to get out unless he spends 10 or 8 years in prison. Even if he gets out, Sunbin's life will be ruined. Thinking of how Sunbin had taken care of her in the past, and looking at the worried faces of Sun's father and mother, Daisy was silent for a while before speaking. Uncle and aunt, let me go for you and ask Jiaojiao for mercy. However, I can't guarantee that she will listen to me. Really? Thank you so much. Hearing Daisy's willingness to help, Sunbin's father and mother thanked her repeatedly. They also knew that the hope of pleading for mercy was very slim, but if they did nothing, who would save Sunbin? The next day, Daisy came to the outside of Wang Jiaojiao's ward with flowers in her arms. Looking at the door in front of her, Daisy rehearsed what she was going to say several times in her mind. After she had rehearsed it well, Daisy opened the door and walked in. Wang Jiaojiao was the only one in the ward. After greeting Wang Jiaojiao, Daisy placed the flowers in her hand on the cabinet and sat down next to the bed. Wang Jiaojiao was flipping through a magazine and asked without even looking up, "Why are you here? I heard that something happened to you. I was so worried that I came to see you. Jiaojiao, are you okay?" "Yeah, nothing serious." Wang Jiaojiao said, handing the magazine in her hand to Daisy. "Take a look, what do you think of this windbreaker? Your vision is never wrong. It's just that this windbreaker is not available in our country yet. There's nothing I can't get if I want it." "That's right." Daisy carefully looked at Wang Jiaojiao, and seeing that Wang Jiaojiao was in a good mood, she tentatively asked, "Jiaojiao, what are you going to do about Sunbin's matter?" "It's none of my business. My mother has already hired a lawyer." "Well." Daisy hesitated for a moment. "Jiaojiao, I want to say that although Sunbin did go too far this time, can you please let him go for my sake?" Chapter 44, Plea. Wang Jiaojiao, who was flipping through a magazine, stopped and looked up at Daisy, with no emotion on her face. Daisy glanced at Wang Jiaojiao. Based on her understanding of Wang Jiaojiao, it was most appropriate for her to keep quiet at this time. But thinking of the tears and requests of Sun's father and mother yesterday, Daisy could only bite the bullet and continue to speak. "Jiaojiao, no matter what, Sunbin is my friend. And he helped you in the past, didn't he? I know he has gone too far this time. Can we ask him to compensate you properly? Please be kind and let him go. Do you know what he did to me?" Wang Jiaojiao spoke in a cold voice, and the next moment, she threw the magazine in her hand directly over. Daisy couldn't dodge in time. Daisy covered her forehead and stood up, keeping a distance from Wang Jiaojiao. "Sunbin intended to kidnap me and do evil to me. If I wasn't lucky, I don't know what I would be ravaged by him now. You come to me now and ask me to let him go? Did I hear it wrong, or did you dream it wrong?" Wang Jiaojiao stared at Daisy with a resentful look in her eyes. "You're still asking for compensation. Do you think I, Wang Jiaojiao, am short of money?" Daisy took a deep breath, put down her hand and smiled. "Jiaojiao, don't be angry, I just said it casually. What do you mean by casual remark? I think you had it planned all along. You said you were worried about me and came to see me, but you actually just wanted to plead for Sunbin, right? What, do you like Sunbin? Wang Jiao sneered and crossed her arms over her chest. No wonder, birds of a feather flock together. Only someone like you would like a scum like Sunbin. Hearing this, Daisy couldn't hold it in any longer. Over the years, she had always coaxed and given in to Wang Jiao, but Wang Jiao had never regarded her as a real friend. Wang Jiao, don't be so harsh. Don't forget that it was you who begged me to introduce Sunbin to you, and it was you who kept Sunbin hanging time and time again. Even if Sunbin was wrong about everything today, does that mean you have no fault? This was the first time Daisy refuted Wang Jiao. Wang Jiao was so angry that she grabbed the flowers on the cabinet and threw them at Daisy. Who are you? How dare you teach me a lesson? Get out of here. Daisy glanced at the flowers on the ground and replied coldly, do you think I want to be here? Wang Jiao, it's no wonder that Gu Yannian doesn't like you. After that, Daisy turned and left. When leaving the ward, Daisy heard Wang Jiao's scream behind her. Walking on the corridor, Daisy couldn't help but feel regretful. After such a commotion, Wang Jiao would never let Sunbin go. What should she do? Daisy thought and looked out the window, and a familiar figure appeared in front of her. Daisy stopped, hesitated for a moment, and walked towards the garden outside the window. Su Yanxi was basking in the sun on a bench when she saw a woman walking towards her and standing in front of her. Who are you? Su Yanxi, long time no see, I'm Daisy. Daisy. Su Yanxi thought for a while and finally formed an impression of the woman in front of her. She was Wang Jiao's best friend. Why was she here? Seeing that Su Yanxi remembered her, Daisy sat down next to Su Yanxi and said straight to the point, Su Yanxi, I came here today to ask you for something. What's up? I want you to let Sunbin go. Sunbin. Su Yanxi turned to look at Daisy. Do you know Sunbin? Daisy sighed and told Su Yanxi the whole story. This is what happened. After Sunbin got into trouble, his parents found me and hoped that I could help Sunbin and plead for him. You don't know, Sunbin's parents are teachers in their county, they only have Sunbin as their son. Now that Sunbin is in trouble, they are both very worried. In fact, I am also responsible for this matter. I knew what kind of person Wang Jiao was and should have warned Sunbin earlier. If I had warned him, he would not have fallen so deeply. Now that things have developed to this point, I don't know what else I can do to make up for it. Su Yanxi, you are also a victim of this incident. I know that what I did was wrong, but I still want to beg you, can you forgive Sunbin? Su Yanxi was silent. She thought Sunbin was just a crazy pursuer. Unexpectedly, there was such a story behind it. After a long while, Su Yanxi finally answered, although Wang Jiao was also wrong in this matter. However, no matter what, this cannot be a reason for Sunbin to hurt others. I know why you came today. I will consider issuing a letter of apology to forgive Sunbin. Really? Thank you so much. Daisy had no hope at first, but after hearing Su Yanxi's answer, she was grateful. This time Sunbin hurt both Su Yanxi and Wang Jiao. If Su Yanxi was willing to forgive, Sunbin's sentence might be reduced. Su Yanxi, can you help me find Wang Jiao? Wang Jiao won't listen to me. Isn't there still Gu Yannian? Su Yanxi glanced at Daisy, who was hesitant and a little embarrassed. You and Wang Jiao have known each other for many years, and you should know what kind of person Wang Jiao is. Wang Jiao must feel very embarrassed when something like this happens. If I go to her, she will think I am making fun of her. If Yannian goes to her, she will think that I instigated Yannian to go. Therefore, neither Yannian nor I can go. If we go, it will only further irritate her and make her not let Sunbin go. Su Yanxi analyzed calmly that it was not that she was unwilling to help, but that she could not help. She knew people like Wang Jiao too well. Once something happens to add fuel to the fire, Sunbin will really have no hope. I see, I thought it was too simple. I'll introduce you to a lawyer. You can go find him and ask him to defend Sunbin. As for the final result, it all depends on Sunbin's own luck. Sunbin did something wrong, so he deserves to be punished. Hearing this, Daisy nodded. It was already very good that Su Yanxi could do this. After Daisy thanked Su Yanxi again, she prepared to leave. After taking a few steps, Daisy turned around and looked at Su Yanxi. I seem to know why Gu Yannian likes you. If I were Gu Yannian, between you and Wang Jiajiao, I would probably choose you without hesitation. Hearing this, Su Yinchi smiled faintly. Daisy said goodbye to Su Yinchi and left the hospital. Su Yinchi turned her head and looked at the ward building. It seemed that Wang Jiajiao could no longer stay in Tianyi. Chapter 45 Abandoning Cooperation. When Daisy came to her to beg for mercy, Su Yinchi did not tell Gu Yannian. Although she was not ashamed of what Wang Jiajiao did, she did not have the habit of speaking ill of others behind their backs. When Su Yinchi returned to the ward, Gu Yannian was on the phone. Seeing Su Yinchi coming back, Gu Yannian said a few words to the other party and then hung up the phone. Where have you been? I went to buy food and came back without seeing you. I was shocked. Gu Yannian went over to support Su Yinchi and brought her to the bed. It's a bit boring staying in the ward all the time, so I went out for a walk. After Su Yinchi sat down, she thought of the phone call she had just heard, looked at Gu Yannian's expression, and asked, was the call just now from Will? Gu Yannian sat down beside the bed. Will has heard about Sun Bin's situation, so he called to apologize. That's all. Gu Yannian hesitated for a while. Will is here to apologize, but I have an idea in my mind. Su Yinchi knew what Gu Yannian was thinking when she saw his expression. You want to give up the cooperation with Will, right? How do you know? This is no different from a sex scandal. If Tianyi and Excel continue to cooperate, people outside will say that Tianyi used the honey trap to win the Excel order. Such rumors are undoubtedly fatal to Tianyi. So, you want to give up the cooperation, right? Su Yinchi's speech was clear and every word touched Gu Yannian's heart. You're right, that's what I thought. Although rumors stop at the wise, but in real life, wise people are rare, and there are more people who spread rumors. Gu Yannian was originally a little gloomy, but now seeing that Su Yinchi and he were so in tune with each other, that gloomy feeling disappeared. The one who understands me is Su Yinchi. Stop being so smooth talking. Okay, let's get down to business. Gu Yannian looked serious and asked, since you have guessed what I want to do, I would also like to ask for your advice. In order to win the cooperation of Caillou, Tianyi has invested a lot of time and energy. Can we just give up like this? It's a pity to give up the cooperation, but I think that after this incident, Tianyi may be able to find a better partner than Excel. I think so. With Su Yinchi's support, Gu Yannian took the initiative to contact Will and said that he wanted to give up the cooperation. Will was also very sorry to hear Gu Yannian say that he wanted to give up the cooperation. But Will did not try to persuade him too much. He knew very well that if Caillou continued to cooperate with Tianyi after such a thing happened, it would be bad for both parties. But Gu Yannian's sincerity and proposal moved him. He originally wanted to ignore this matter and continue to cooperate with Tianyi. But unexpectedly, Gu Yannian gave up first. Will said that he hoped to have the opportunity to continue to cooperate with Gu Yannian in the future. And in order to express his apology again, Will took the initiative to introduce another company to Gu Yannian. Although it was not as good as Excel, it was also a good thing for Tianyi to cooperate with this company. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yannian felt relieved. When he returned to the ward, Su Yinchi had already packed everything. I'll get the stuff later. Gu Yannian walked over and held Su Yinchi's hand, confirming again, are you really not staying for 2 more days? I'm fine. Why should I stay in the hospital all the time? Well, don't worry about me. If I really feel unwell, I will tell you. Okay, since you said so, let's do as you say. By the way, you will be discharged from the hospital today. Do you want to go see Jiao Jiao? Gu Yannian actually didn't want Su Yinchi to go, but Su Yinchi was the chairman of Changfeng after all. Wang Jiao, as an employee of Changfeng's subsidiary, had been in trouble with Su Yinchi, so it seemed unreasonable for Su Yinchi not to go. Take me to see it. It just so happened that Su Yinchi had something to say to Wang Jiao. Gu Yannian took Su Yinchi to Wang Jiao's ward. Only Yisha was there with Wang Jiao. Seeing Gu Yannian and Su Yinchi coming, Yisha felt a little uncomfortable. She had always made things difficult for Su Yinchi before, but she didn't expect that this time it was Su Yinchi who saved Wang Jiao. Wang Jiao also felt a little uncomfortable. Gu Yannian should have known why she was hospitalized, and she hadn't figured out how to face Gu Yannian. The 4 people looked at each other, no one spoke, and the scene was a little awkward for a moment. Gu Yannian coughed lightly and spoke first to break the awkwardness. Auntie, President Su came to see Jiao Jiao. Oh, okay. Yeshar didn't know what to say, so she could only respond with two dry laughs and nodded. Jiao Jiao, how are you? Are you feeling better? Thank you, Brother Yannian, for your concern. I am much better now. I should be able to be discharged from the hospital soon. That's good. Gu Yannian nodded, then looked at Su Yinshi. Su Yinshi then spoke slowly. You were frightened by this incident. The company will give you paid leave. You don't have to worry about work. Rest well and get well first. Thank you, Mr. Su. Wang Jiaojiao answered reluctantly. Yannian, I have a few words to say to Wang Jiaojiao alone. Hearing this, Yisha took the initiative to agree and walked out with Gu Yannian. Wang Jiaojiao saw that she and Su Yinshi were the only ones left in the ward, and her expression immediately became nervous. Su Yinshi, what do you want to do? Don't be nervous. I won't do anything to you. Su Yinshi's words did not make Wang Jiaojiao relax her vigilance. Instead, she became even more suspicious. Su Yinshi, I know that you helped me in the mountains. But don't try to use this to blackmail me. In that situation, even if it was a stranger, I would help them. So you don't need to be nervous. I won't claim to be a lifesaver and ask you to do something. Wang Jiaojiao's words undoubtedly proved Su Yinshi's opinion of her. Therefore, Su Yinshi never thought that Wang Jiaojiao would be grateful and repay her kindness. I came to you because I want to tell you something. I hope that after you are discharged from the hospital and return to Qianni, you can take the initiative to resign. As compensation, I will let Chang Feng compensate you for 1 year's salary. What did you say? Wang Jiaojiao's eyes widened. You want to fire me? It's not a dismissal, it's asking you to resign on your own. Everything Wang Jiaojiao did touched her sore spot. Not firing her was already her biggest concession. If you agree to resign, you can ask for anything you want. As long as it's reasonable, I'll agree to it.